Be excellent to each other and party on. We're back for some legacy leagues, and today we have a very special guest. We have Joyful Waffle joining us. We're actually looking at Joyful Waffle's screen right now. Joyful Waffle did 3 trophies in a single day playing blue black tempo, and we're going to review those games, and we're also going to hear lots of insights from Joyful Waffle. How's it going there?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be here and to be talking about the deck that I love.
Yeah. Well, we've got the deck right up here on screen. So maybe you can just do a very quick deck tech and talk about like some of the decisions before we jump into the leagues. And to be clear, we're gonna do replays of 15 matches. So there's a ton of content here. And if you're looking to get better at blue black tempo, this is the man to like hear thoughts from.
So it's the main deck is relatively stock. It's the only real deviations from what other people have been playing is that I'm a lot higher on Tameo than most people. So kind of the calling card for all of my lists is I'll play 4 copies of Tameo as opposed to the 2 or 3 that other people will run. And then there's the 4 Nethergoyfs and 4 Frogs, which are basically stock across all lists. The flex slots for creatures are occupied by 2 Orcish Bowmasters.
Mm-hmm.
These could also be Brazen Borrowers, additional copies, or they could be Emperor of Bones. But I've chosen to go with Bowmasters just because I feel like in a blind meta, it's the card that I like the most, and it's generally applicable in the most matchups. And then there's always the load-bearing one of Brazen Borrower, and 2 Murktides. I think any more than 2, and you're competing a little bit too much with Nethergoyfs for the graveyard. Um, so 2 feels like the sweet spot with the card. And then the standard 8 cantrips with 4 Ponders and Brainstorms and 2 Nihil Spellbombs in the main deck. These are kind of a sign of where the meta is right now and how unhealthy the format is, where running 2 copies of Nihil Spellbomb, which is explicitly just a graveyard hate piece in the main deck, is not only a decision that you can make, I think it's the correct decision to make. But the card is great versus Blue Black Reanimator. It's great in the mirror, and it comes up enough in other matchups where I think it's justifiable to run 2 in the main deck. And even if it's an irrelevant card in the matchup, it still can cantrip, and
Yeah.
that extra card type for Goyfs is just so important. And then the removal spells for Fatal Push, and I've chosen Go for the Throat as my 2 mana removal option. I don't really think it matters which 2 mana removal option you're playing between Go for the Throat, Shoot the Sheriff, Fell, and the un,
Shieldred's Edict.
Shielders Edict, yes. I think they all do the same thing of killing Murktides and killing Trolls. Um, I opted for Go for the Throat just because it's the best out of all of them in the tempo mirror and versus blue black. Um, I don't think that Shoot the Sheriff is a great card to main deck because it doesn't hit Brazen Borrowers, and more importantly, it doesn't hit Broadside Bombardiers.
And it doesn't hit Douthie.
Dalthy as well, yeah. There's enough niche cases where something just happens to be an outlaw, where I think that Go for the Throat is the best option. The counter spells, 4 force, 4 days, and then I've put Thoughtseize in with the counter spells because it kind of functions as like a preemptive counter spell. I have 1 in the main deck in this list, and I'm a really big fan of the card right now. It plays super well with Tameo when you're trying to resolve your frogs on turn 2, just being able to get a gauge of if this is the right thing to be doing or if you should be playing around a daze or trying to bait out removal. I'm just a huge fan of the main deck Thoughtseize. And then the sideboard, the Consigns, 3 of for the Eldrazi matchup, and also Storm. I think that there's been kind of a resurgence of red decks with both Painter and Moon Stompy making a comeback, so I like Hydroblast a lot. The third Spell Bomb is good for the reasons why the main deck ones are good. I like running a 2 mana removal spell on the sideboard as well, so that you can bring in extra copies and not need to worry as much about whatever non-fatal pushable threat you have to deal with. As a concession to the artifact-based combo decks, I have a Null Rod, a Powder Keg, and an Explosives. As we go through the leagues, I'll probably bring up a bunch how not a fan of these cards I actually ended up being.
Yeah.
Um, but for the first trophy, I was playing these all on the sideboard, and then I have all of the sort of haymaker creatures with Harbinger of the Seas and Barrowglyph, and then the additional forces and a second borrower. So that's kind of the general rundown of the deck list and my thoughts behind all the card choices. And as we get into the games, I can also dive a little bit more into why I made certain decisions with my cards or my sideboarding as that comes up.
Awesome. Very comprehensive deck tech. I'll just add that like my list looks slightly, very slightly different than yours. Like for example, I mean, there's such small differences. A lot of people that aren't thinking about this a lot wouldn't even necessarily notice them.
Mm,
So some things that I'm looking out for, you play two fetches to get your swamp, whereas I just play a single black because like I really highly value being able to get blue.
mhm,
Again, everybody listening to me take it with a grain of salt. Like, you know, Joyful Waffle has a lot more trophies with this deck than I do, but I'm just pointing out some points of like where like things aren't necessarily totally settled. I'm actually playing a third Nile Spell Bomb just
mm,
because I've been running into so much Reanimator. And I mean, it does feed the Goyf, as you said, and at the worst, it's like a 2 mana cantrip.
mm,
And then I think like the flex slots you addressed, like Orcish Bowmasters as being the card. I haven't been playing those. I had two in my sideboard,
mhm.
just because. But so if you're watching like a lot of my videos, like we're gonna get a very different perspective on the deck and a winning perspective. So I'm very excited. But I just want to point out those differences. Also, I often play like a Dismember in the
Mm,
sideboard instead of a Go for the Throat. But I do like Go for the Throat. I do play a Go for the Throat main
mm.
usually. And Thoughtseize, like I looked at some of the recent lists. There's the other point of tension is do you go two Thoughtseize or just one? And yeah, like some people are opting to go two, some people are opting to go one. So there's like this deck is far from optimized. If you look at the blue black reanimator deck, I think it's much closer to being like optimized than this list is personally.
Yeah, the thing
Um,
that I love about Blue Black Tempo is that there's so many different ways that you can make small changes to the deck, and I don't think that any of them are objectively correct. Like I've played with things other than Bowmasters, I've played with Emperor of Bones, I've played with more blue fetches, all the things that you've mentioned, and I only am playing all the decisions that I've made because of personal preference, but I think that
yeah,
there's so many viable ways to build the deck and even to tailor it towards a different play style. Like you can play Spell Pierces or something if you want to have a little bit more of the like tempo, keeping all your mana held up aspect, or you can play more Thought Seizes or something. Like there's so many different ways, and like just looking at someone's blue black tempo list kind of tells you a little bit about them as a player as to how they built it versus how other people are playing, which I think is really cool.
awesome. Yeah. Well, I love what I see here, and like I definitely get the reasoning behind all your decisions. Let's go ahead and jump into the matches. So again, we're gonna watch all 15 matches. I'll kind of talk a little bit while Joyful Waffles getting these set up. Yeah, here we go. Round one. We're up against Wara Wara.
Waript. So this
Yeah.
is this was a player who I'm not familiar with. So in the blind, and we're on the play. So we start off looking at an opening hand of an island, an underground sea, two bowman, a Tameo, a force, and a wasteland. So our opponent, we don't know what they're playing. I feel like this is a pretty reasonable keep on 7.
Yeah.
Um, there's
Yeah.
a
I'm sorry.
couple
Go
different
ahead.
ways. No, no, you're totally fine. There's a couple different ways where you can play it. Our opponent ends up mulliganing to 6. So I decide to lead off by starting with um, the basic island into the Tameo.
Hmm.
And had I known what my opponent was on, I think that I would have held the Tameo as a blue card for force. But with my opponent being on a mulligan, I like just being able to play the basic to develop a non-wastelandable mana source and then start gaining advantage through the Tameo clues. Um,
Sure. And I can just interject here that like in this specific situation, I would probably hold the Tamo just in case they're on combo because they did mulligan.
mm,
But that's my perspective. And uh because like it was your only blue card, and also like you can kind of explore and feel them out for what they're going to do. But like I almost always in the blind will keep like a blue card force hand just in case they happen to be on combo if I'm not sure what they're on.
I think
So I
that's
like this keep a lot.
I think it's super reasonable to hold on to the Tameo. Our opponent leads off on Flooded Strand, so my initial read is that it was correct to play the Tameo because this is some kind of fair matchup. Um, and Flooded Strand to me indicates usually either it's a tempo deck, like its Flooded Strand is commonly a fetch that you'll see played in both Reanimator and Blue Black, or it could be something like Jeskai Control or Stifle Knot. And you don't want to read too much into your opponent's turn one land play if it's just a fetch land, as you'll find out in this game. Um, but that's kind of the read that I'm getting from just them playing their first land. And we pick up a fetch land here, which I think is the correct land to play over the other two options. You get to hold up having access to your basic swamp if you want to, or a surveil. And it also means that you're not going to get wastelanded off of that mana this turn. You could play the wasteland under the assumption that your opponent is going to end step surveil and you can wasteland them, but I think that's a little bold. That's not really a line that I would go for.
Yeah,
Um,
100% agreed with that reasoning.
mhm.
Nothing
and
to add.
just attack in with the Tameo, get the clue token, and kind of let our opponent play into us rather than playing anything out into them. And we can figure out a little bit more of what they're on before we try and commit anything else to the board here. But in the end step here, we kind of get the unfortunate news where our opponent fetches and they grab a volcanic island, which seems promising, but it ends up being a volcanic
Kill himself.
island into an otherworldly gaze, which
Oh
is
no.
a bad sign. And this immediately indicates dredge. And we definitely wanted to keep blue card for Force of Will. So here we have a decision point of we have a clue token and a Force of Will, but no blue card. So we could opt to fetch and crack the clue token to try and find a blue card and force the otherworldly gaze, or we could just allow it to resolve and hope that they don't hit a dredger and don't have an enabler in hand. And I opt to just let this resolve because I think that if you force it, it has flashback, and they likely have a second land anyway. And I think that forcing it is just allowing them to kind of get into the long game more because it lets them play their other land and then flash it back again. And you'd rather try and like desperation force a will a card draw spell versus something that just puts creatures in the graveyard. And we get a little bit lucky and they whiff on finding a dredger here. So we're content to just pass back to them, and we know that we're at least safe in their draw step, and we can dodge a dredger for just this one turn, barring them having some card draw spell that we're going to need to interact with. Um,
Yeah.
they play a Colosseum, which is really scary to see, but we fortunately have a Wasteland for it. And then they cast the card draw spell that we're scared of. And I'm not incredibly happy with my decision here, but instead of cracking this clue to try and find a blue card for force, I just end up fetching an Underground Sea because we're not worried about being wastelanded, and I Bowmasters in response to this Faithless Looting, um, just to try and get more of a board presence. I think that this is kind of like a high roll line. You're just hoping that they either find like one dredger that you can deal with, or no dredgers, and you get to have a pretty large orc token that can contest with stuff on the ground. They end up putting two dredgers in the graveyard, and they now have Threshold turned on for the Colosseum, so we're going to need to play the Wastelands to answer that. Um, and then they have a second card draw spell, and this should be a really really bad situation for us where they have two dredgers in their graveyard and they're fully popping off. They hit a Narcomoeba on the first dredge. There's a Cabal Therapy. There a whole lot of problem cards for us to deal with here. But fortunately, they don't choose to Cabal Therapy us. They didn't hit a bridge from below, so there's not a whole lot of value in them for doing that. And we draw not only another blue card for force, but a second force of will. So the fact that there is no bridges in their graveyard means that I'm very happy here just wastelanding their Colosseum and deploying the second Bowmasters to get rid of their blocker. I think we want to get this game over as soon as possible. They have dredgers in the graveyard. The longer it goes, the more unfavored we are. So just getting our Orc army to be larger and applying more pressure is super important here. Um, and we Bowmasters down the Narcomoeba and then just send it back to them and hope that they have a bad dredge here. And they end up having a dredge of not a whole lot. And it turns out that their hand just kind of went nowhere, and we got lucky, and they scoop up.
Yeah.
So this is definitely not a typical game versus Dredge. Normally, you have to contest with a little bit more from them. They had multiple card draw spells, and we just kind of high rolled it and hoped that they didn't find anything relevant, and they didn't find anything relevant that we couldn't handle. So we get a little bit lucky and win a not great matchup in a pre-board, and then post-board it becomes a lot more manageable,
Yeah.
and we get access to a whole bunch of sideboard cards here. I'll just pull up this game. And I can talk a little bit through my sideboarding for this matchup as well.
Yeah. You can
Um,
right click and show your sideboard.
yeah,
Yeah. Perfect.
so the obvious sideboarding to me is cutting all of the single target removal spells. I think that trying to trade 1-for-1 with Dredge's creatures is a horrible idea. So those all come out. And in their place, I bring in the additional Graveyard Hate with Nihil Spellbomb. And I brought in the Hydroblast, which is a little bit narrow, but it specifically answers Faithless Looting and potentially Ox of Agonis. And I think that since your Fatal Pushes and Go for the Throat are so bad, something that does basically anything in the matchup should come in. Um, I didn't bring in Engineered Explosives or Borrower. I am not sure what your thoughts are on bringing those cards in, but explosives can sometimes mop up a bunch of zombies from a bridge from below, and Borrower is a flying threat, which can be relevant. Um, I I could go either way on bringing those cards
Yeah.
in. I'm not sure what your stance is, or if you want to have any share any thoughts, but
Yeah. Well, first of all, congratulations on beating Dredge game one. That is very rare. Dredge has something like a 90% win rate game one.
yeah,
Just because it functions on an axis that's so different from every other deck, right?
yeah,
So yeah, I definitely think you played well and you got lucky as well. It's like a combination of the two to be able to beat them. I think your sideboard makes perfect sense, like removing the spot removal. I do think engineered explosives would be good here, but
mhm.
there's also an argument that by the time they've got zombies on the table, you've already lost.
Yeah, that was the decision that I came to, was that like it's kind of putting a band-aid on a wound that's already too big. And like with my play game one, you're to win in this matchup, you kind of need to take a lot of like win now decisions and kind of play towards them whiffing sometimes. And engineered explosives is playing towards them not whiffing at all, and is playing towards like them hitting all of their good stuff, which is not really a game that you're winning, even if you do have explosives. So I think
Yeah.
I fully agree with what you're saying there. So now we're on the draw here, and this hand they mulligan to 6, and we end up mulling to 6 and keeping kind of a suspect hand here. They are on. I don't think I can suggest keeping hands like this. I think that our 7 was too fair. It didn't have turn 0 interaction, and I'm sorry, they actually mulligan to 5.
Yeah.
And on a mull to 5, this hand has 2 forces, 2 blue cards, and a wasteland. So I think we have a number of draw steps towards hitting a land. We only need to hit one to be able to win this game if we can keep them off of doing anything. And they're on 5 cards, so we're not particularly worried about them just going to discard and discarding a dredger. So although I don't think I would suggest keeping hands like this, that's kind of the argument to do so. Um, and like I mentioned, you kind of need to do high rolly things to win in the dredge matchup in the long run. It's one of the few matchups where I'd say you're unfavored enough to where you need to take a lot of high risk moves. And we're also on the draw, so we have a couple looks at getting a land before it becomes a real problem. And even if our land is an island, basic island, and not a swamp, we have the ponder if we're not using both forces.
Right.
So it's this might look really bad on paper, but I think that there's a justification towards doing it, and especially when our opponent is mulliganing to 5.
Yeah.
Um,
And I would definitely second this keep.
mm,
Yeah, it seems sketchy, but I mean their deck is sketchy, and you just need to stop their initial volley. I think this is probably a force because it's an enabler
yeah,
for them doing degeneracy. But I'll let you go ahead and walk through your lines here.
so I think this is a pretty clear force. I agree. Force of negation over force of will, just because it keeps cards out of their graveyard, and also potentially there's creatures that we care about countering with force of will. Not a super relevant thing, but just like minor things like that sometimes come up.
Yeah.
And pitching the Murktide, just because the Murktide would require us to draw 2 blue sources, which is asking a lot, versus this Ponder, which is relevant if we just draw 1 land. Um, and they were pretty happy that that just goes through, and they just play a land and pass. We dealt with their one enabler, and we're kind of hoping that that's the extent of where their hand goes. Draw a frog, so that's a whiff. And I actually don't play the Wasteland here.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Um,
either. There's no benefit to playing it.
yeah,
You don't
the
have any
like
colorless mana requirements in your hand anyway,
it,
so
it,
you might
it
as
would
well
only
leave it
matter
there.
if they end step surveilled, but they probably wouldn't do that in the face of a wasteland anyway. So I hold on to it and kind of make them think that they're in the clear. But they also don't do anything other than playing a Colosseum, and they don't currently have Threshold, but they can turn on Threshold pretty quickly. So I think I like wastelanding this Colosseum here.
Yeah, I
Um,
agree with that.
and then we're whiffing on our draw steps, but we're finding cards that are good when we draw lands, which is kind of what happens when you aren't drawing lands. But we're like this Thoughtseize has an opportunity to be great here. Frog does a really good job of flying over the stuff that they can put in play. Um, and they're going to fetch here for a non-basic and play another enabler. And kind of the whole point of keeping our hand was not allowing enablers to resolve.
Right.
So I choose to pitch the frog here to this force under the same logic of all our other things only require one mana. So like I want to be able to, no matter what the land we draw, I want to be able to cast any number of or all of the spells in our hand depending on how the situation demands it. I could definitely see pitching the ponder instead of the frog.
I
Um,
think frog is definitely correct here because you definitely want to like draw into cantrips and unlock the rest of your hand. You'd have to draw 2 consecutive lands in the
yeah.
blind for a frog to be good here.
So we draw the basic swamp, and we could cast the Nethergoyf here, or we could cast the Thoughtseize. I think that there's kind of some risk in casting the Thoughtseize. Their hand could just be dredgers, and like you could just be letting them discard a dredger for free. Um, and playing the Netherglyph allows you to put pressure on the table, but it also means that if their hand is, if they draw a dredger in their hand is an enabler or something like that, then they're able to go off. So I choose to play the Netherglyph because I'm afraid of them just having dredgers stuck in hand. I think if they're casting Careful Study last turn, or if they're just playing out LED on one and not doing anything else, their hand almost certainly has dredgers in it, and they only have 3 cards in hand. So I don't think they have that many things that we actually just want to put in their graveyard.
Yeah,
Um,
agreed. And this is definitely an argument against even keeping Thoughtseize in this
mm,
matchup. Like, obviously we have the benefit of hindsight and everything,
yeah,
but like EE would probably be better than Thoughtseize if we had nothing else. I guess Thoughtseize, like if it's like turn one and it's their turn zero, but like I would definitely say on the draw Thoughtseize could be boarded out here.
I think I agree with that. It's there's definitely a play draw difference in keeping Thoughtseize in, and it certainly feels a lot worse to have in on the draw versus on the play. So if I'm in their position, they're therapying us. I don't really know what I would name if I'm them. I don't really know what's stuck on our hand other than like cantrips or cameos. If we just play a swamp and like we only have 2 cards in hand.
I'd probably name
Um,
Surgical or Force.
yeah, those would both make sense. They end up naming they name. Oh, sorry, they targeted themselves. I was totally in the wrong here. They named themselves. They targeted themselves and named Golgari Thug. So they did have a dredger in hand, but they then reveal their hand to us and see that if we did Thoughtseize them, we would either take the Leyline of Sanctity last turn or the Cabal Therapy because we didn't know or they didn't have one of these cards in their hand.
Yeah,
And if it wasn't that, then we would have had to take the Poxwalkers or the Thug. Taking the Leyline of Sanctity doesn't really do anything. It's just like a dead card in their hand anyway. It just puts another card in their graveyard for Threshold. And putting a Therapy in their graveyard is also not great, but I guess it's better than it being in their hand. But either way, Thoughtseizing last turn, I don't think would have been a very productive play, and I think even with the power of hindsight, this Nethergoyf was the stronger play here.
yeah,
Um, they now have a dredger in their yard, so this is we're on a clock, pretty fast. We have to be concerned here, but we draw a blue source, which is great because we have a lot of 1 mana interaction that we want to be playing here, or 0 mana interaction that we can find off of this ponder.
yeah. And
So
Ponder buffs your Goyf as well, which
yeah,
is great.
the ponder here sees land, Tameo, Murktide.
I would
So
shuffle this.
this there's the argument towards keeping this is that you can play a Murktide that's a 5/5, and that is a relatively fast clock. Like if their dredging hits a bridge or something, your Nethergoyf is kind of never doing anything. Um, but I think that there are enough live draws that I would almost certainly shuffle this. Um, and I choose to shuffle it, and we draw an Isle Spellbomb, which is one of those live draws.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, it's like basically the best draw in the deck, in
Pretty
my
much the
humble
best draw
opinion.
on the deck. Yeah, I think it is actually just the best thing that we could have drawn here.
And you could actually just fire it off now, prevent them from dredging. So this is the thing that okay, and you are firing
Yeah.
it off now. Like I'm never sure when I play this matchup whether I should fire it off or whether I should wait till they have a bunch of stuff in their yard and then fire it off.
So
But you do get the bonus attack power on the Netherwife.
yeah, you miss out on drawing a card by cracking it here, and they only have two cards in hand, and we know what their cards in hand are because of the Cabal therapy. So unless they just rip like a careful study or something, they're not going to be able to set up another dredger in their graveyard and get dredges. So I think cracking it now is probably right. Like you could crack it in their draw step, or you could just like actually just wait because you know that the rest of their hand doesn't really do a whole lot right now. But I think waiting and letting them get one dredge, like one dredge, can change so much that
Yeah,
even if you're missing out on getting a card in exchange for them missing out on getting a dredge, and a dredge for them, it's a thug, is basically looking at four cards. So I think in like overall card economy, I like cracking here, even though you miss out on getting the draw. Um, and getting in for the extra damage here is also not insignificant. When you have a 3/4 Goyf versus a 4/5 Goyf, the it's what is that? A 7 turn clock versus a 5 turn clock. So you cracking this turn does change the clock significantly, although you could crack later and change it still. Um, but I choose to crack here for the reasons I mentioned, just not letting them get any dredges. Um, and it's pretty hard for them to recover from this position, especially when we know that their hand is just duds. Like it basically needs to be exactly careful steady into dredgers. Um, and they play a silent gravestone, which is not really a thing that we're worried about at all. Um, I actually don't think it does anything in this matchup. All of our
yeah,
graveyard hate is targeting the player, not targeting them. Like this is good versus surgicals or something like that, but we're not playing any surgicals. Um, or like an unlicensed hearse or a ghost vacuum or something like that. But we don't have any of those cards in our deck. So I knowing we still know the other two cards in their hands, and Gravestone is just a complete brick. It does actual nothing. So I'm actually feeling kind of good about our position here. Um, and we draw a land, Meyer. I choose to just crack it now. I want to
yeah.
be
There's the
as
potential of surveilling a creature into the yard.
Yeah, I want to be as aggressive as possible with damage, so I choose to just find the surveil lands, and we find another spell bomb, which is just great. We're keeping that on top, basically 100 times out of 100.
Yeah,
Um, and we can continue the beatdown, and I don't think that there's a reason to Thoughtseize here, because again, we know the cards in their hand are not relevant, and it like we would take a Leyline of Sanctity, and the other card in their hand is a completely irrelevant, or while it's in their hand, an irrelevant Poxwalkers. So
yeah.
they brick on their draw
Thoughtseize
step.
would actually probably help them get closer to threshold as well.
Yeah,
So
I,
it'd
I
actually
think
be actively bad for us to
it's
play it.
yeah almost certainly actively bad to play the Thoughtseize there. And I'm gonna deploy the spell bomb here, just having the hate in play. And then we have to basically
Yeah,
fade like 2 turns, but they see the writing on the wall and they scoop it up. So kind of atypical, a 2-0 versus Dredge, where we never really were under much of any pressure. Um, our opponent kind of had to mulligan aggressively in game two, so that's you're bound to have some abnormal games when your Dredge opponent goes to five.
yeah.
But we also kept a very a hand that whether we won or lost was going to lead to some pretty lopsided games. A double force wasteland hand where we're not casting any of the things in our hand unless we draw lands is either going to win hard or lose hard, and we ended up getting lucky and winning hard here.
Awesome. Well, let's go to the next match.
So after this one, we pair into Martyr 1207. Um, and we're on the draw. Again, against a player that I'm not familiar with. I don't know what they're playing. Usually in leagues, I don't like look up my opponents. I don't think it's important enough to like get that information. But we're on the draw and we look at this seven. Personally, I think the seven is almost flawless. This kind of does everything. It has
Yeah.
creature interaction, it has a force, it has a Tameo and a brainstorm to flip the Tameo, it has multiple lands. Like this hand just
It's got the brainstorm fetch land combo,
yeah.
so you can shuffle back whatever. Once you have more information, you can figure out what to shuffle back.
This
Yeah.
hand looks I would keep this in basically any matchup, even if I knew what my opponent was on. And our
Yeah.
opponent mulligans and goes to 6, and then we obviously keep on 7, and they end up keeping on 6. So for their turn 1, they lead off with a Delta, which again, you don't want to read too much into your opponent's turn 1 plays when it comes to lands if it's a fetch land, but Delta to me, I'm thinking Reanimator, blue black tempo, and they're gonna fetch and they find an island. So I'm leaning even more towards it being one of those decks if they're fetching island turn 1 and they cast a Tameo. So Tameo shows up in both the tempo lists and the Reanimator lists. But usually it's a little bit more common, or in more copies out of tempo versus out of Reanimator. So that's generally where my mind is when I'm looking at their turn 1. I'm not sure if you have any different thoughts.
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking they're on blue black tempo based on the start. Like, just because if blue black reanimator plays Tamio, it probably just plays like one or two of.
Mhm.
Um, so it would make sense. This is definitely a blue black, or I shouldn't say definitely, but it's likely a blue black deck because Polluted Delta is going to be a four of in
Yeah.
those decks. And then the opening Tamio and the opening island shows that they maybe have Wasteland on the brain, or
Mhm.
maybe that's their only land. But we don't have to speculate too much. What I'm really interested in is what you do here,
Yeah.
because they're like at least three different lines, right? Like one, you just play the delta, so they can't waste you, and you pass, and that is very passive, but it means that you're unlikely to get wasted. And next turn, you can potentially cast Tamio without having to worry about days, or you could even potentially do an Orcish Bowmasters here. It also provides you with days protection in case they do, just like Entomb next turn, even though they won't be able to Entomb Reanimate if they are on Blue Black Reanimator. And of course, you can get an end-step surveil if you do that. The more aggressive thing to do is probably to just jam your own Tameo. But I'm interested in seeing what you do here. I'm just kind of thinking out loud.
Yeah, so I choose to go with Underground Sea, and I cast my Tameo. I think that if my Tameo gets dazed, I'm actually kind of okay with that. I don't think that this Tameo is central towards what our hand is doing. I think Murktide is so good in the blue-black matchup that, like, that's more of my concern. And also, we drew a Bowmasters, which is really good in the matchup.
Yeah.
And if my Tameo gets dazed, that means it's a lot less likely that my Bowmasters is going to get dazed. And even if my opponent flips their Tameo on their turn, I can flip the Tameo on my turn, and then we can pressure it with either the Murktide once we get there, or the Bowmasters to knock it down off a loyalty, which can potentially take a turn off of it being able to ultimate. So I'm choosing to go with like the most aggressive line possible, which is playing the Wastelandable source and then playing the Tameo. And I think that we're not super concerned if this Tameo dies.
Yeah.
So they, before playing their second land, just choose to go to combat and attack, make the clue. All of that makes sense. Um, and then post combat, blocking here, send a message if you want, I guess, but it literally doesn't matter. Um, and post combat, they end up playing their second land. They brainstorm first before playing their second land. So they're going to be flipping their Tameo here, and our Bowmasters looks a little bit worse because they've just cantripped and are less likely to do it again. Um, and I choose to actually force this
Interesting.
because now that they've brainstormed before playing their second land, they're willing to play this into a daze, meaning they either have a lot of lands or they are looking for their second land. And my logic here, and I'm not sure looking at this again if I would do this, um, but I like forcing this and then flipping Tamio on our turn, because if they choose to fight over this, then they're less likely to have interaction for our Tamio. And I'm kind of hoping that they're land light and are trying to find a land here.
Yeah.
So that we can brainstorm and flip our Tamio, and then once they've cast one brainstorm, we don't really need to be as aggressive with fatal pushing to kill their Tamio. If we flip ours first, we
Right.
can hold this fatal push for killing like frogs or something like that, which is a lot better of a use of the fatal push. Um, so forcing here, even though you're going down on cards, I think if you let this resolve, your one, your fatal push looks a lot worse, and two, you're behind in the Tamio race.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're forcing here, you don't actually even need to fatal push their Tamio, and if they flip their Tamio, you're going to be upticking yours first.
Okay, so
Um,
before you advance, this is my main apprehension with forcing here is
mm,
if they do have a daze, they can daze and then they can just replay their blue mana, and we don't have any counterplay if they do have daze. So like I guess that would be like the main reason. Like I'd be like, well, it sucks that they flip their Tameo, but I've got a Bowmaster. Maybe I can like yeah. There's not really a clear way. Like obviously Murktide could probably get out, maybe out in time to kill Tamio, or at least start knocking loyalty off her before she ultimates. But like, maybe this is where I just need to evolve as a tempo player because like I would just be so afraid of getting dazed here.
Yeah, I don't know if it's correct to say that sometimes you just need to be like if they have days, they have days. But in a situation like this where I like really flipping Tamio in the blue black tempo mirror is one like super great. The deck doesn't have a whole lot of answers to a flipped Tamio, and most of the ways that they can handle it are things that Fatal Push can deal with. So like once you've flipped a Tamio, you're kind of just concerned about and you have a Fatal Push in hand, you're kind of just concerned about Murktide and Brazen Borrower. And that's a relatively like small number of cards. And
Yeah,
if they do have a daze here, it's obviously kind of backbreaking. Um, but we can at least be ahead on mana and flip our Tamio. Um, so we get lucky and they don't have a daze, and they actually don't even have a second land. So my read on this brainstorm needing to find a land ended up being correct.
yeah,
Um,
yeah, absolutely. And the fact that they fetched island and that they didn't play a land before combat, like I just follow the heuristics. I always play a land before combat
mm,
real quick to just maximize my options and stuff later. The fact that they didn't do that, and I've noticed a lot of other people will play their land before they go to combat.
mm,
Definitely does. So I definitely think your read was right there, and obviously it proved to be right.
mm.
And now that we have more information, yeah,
So I choose to play the Delta instead of the Underground Sea that we drew. Obviously, I think our plan this turn is brainstorming, so having access to the fetch for the brainstorm is really important. And then before we're flipping the Tamio, we want to attack first to get the clue. And I don't really see a world where we're going to fatal push this Tamio. And after the results of our brainstorm, I don't think any of that changes. I'm
yeah.
curious to see what you would want to put back here
I
versus
mean,
what.
if they're on blue black, I would definitely I put back the underground sea. Yeah, I don't. I mean, they've already used a brainstorm. I might be tempted to put back a bowmaster here. Well, actually, no. You could just put back both lands potentially. They don't have any lands. You could put back both lands, and then you could go fetch a second underground sea, so you can't be wasted off either color, and then you can thought seize them. That's probably what I would do.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of ways to play this. So I end up putting back the Underground Sea and the Ponder. I like being able to fetch out both of my colors, and I think our hand kind of does everything right now. So I don't think we really need the Ponder. And right now we can just fetch basic Swamp and Thoughtseize them, and we can then fetch the basic Island with the Flooded Strand next turn. So looking at their hand, this is kind of what we'd expect if they don't have another land. It's a lot of one black spells and two things that cost more than one mana, or in the case of Frog, it's both. Um, and the take here, I you could definitely go a couple of ways on what you're taking. Um, I don't think that we care that much about the Nihil Spellbomb or the Fatal Push right now, and our Fatal Push answers their Frog, so my mind would jump towards just take the Murktide because we either don't care about or have answers to everything else in their hand.
Yeah.
I'm open to hearing other thoughts, but I think that's what jumps out as most
Yeah,
clear to me.
that's what I would do.
I actually took the Frog, which is not what I would have done if I'm playing this back. I would have taken the Murktide. Um, I'm kind of surprised that I took the Frog there, but I guess the logic is that they can't cast Murktide next turn, and we might not actually need to uptick this Tameo if they're not going to apply any pressure to it. We could downtick and buy back the Thoughtseize and Thoughtseize them again. Um, and they could have played Frog if they drew a land this turn, but they couldn't have played Murktide. So I'm curious to see how I end up actually playing this because, like, having just seen past me do that, that's what current me thinks is the logic behind doing that.
Yeah.
Um,
From here, like with the benefit of hindsight, well, obviously, okay, they did find a second land. So taking the frog may have actually been the correct play, especially considering that the swamp, uh, would have given them the black mana, but it doesn't give them the blue mana they need
mm.
to cast the Murktide.
Yeah, so in general, I think the logic behind doing what I did is just that, like, if they drew a land, which they did, they could play Frog, but they couldn't play Murktide. And if they draw a land, we still know the rest of the contents of their hand, and we're safe to downtick this Tameo and rebuy the Thoughtseize to take the Murktide. And they end up just cracking the clue and are tapped out. Um,
Yeah.
so they have one unknown in hand,
So
and
it's not the worst idea actually buying back the Thoughtseize. Like probably wouldn't actually do that, but like I can see the reasoning in doing that because you do know they have at least a Murktide that you'd like to take here,
mm,
and they're not going to be able to deal any damage to your Tameo this next turn cycle, unless they could rip like a Bowmasters. That would be pretty catastrophic. I would probably just plus and then hold up Clue and Bowmaster. Oh no, it's probably correct to play the Frog here. I imagine that's what you do. You probably plus and you play the frog, I would imagine.
So I play the lands. I actually do choose to downtick and take back the Thoughtseize after they cracked the clue and saw an extra card. And we see that they picked up a second Fatal Push. So I'm not really looking to play the Frog this turn. I might end up doing it, but when they have two Fatal Pushes in hand, I think we'd rather get a Bowmaster's Fatal Push than a Frog. And holding open the mana here doesn't look suspect to them at all because it could just be holding open 2 mana to crack the clue.
Yeah, that's a
Um,
great point.
so I end up taking the Murktide, and uh, I Fatal Push their Tameo, which is actually not something that I think I should have done. Um,
Yeah, the Tameo is generating them cards every turn, but you can use that Tameo like Clue Crack to at least get on the board with the and make them use both the pushes eventually. If
yeah, so like clearly watching all of my matches back, I'm not very happy with how I do a lot of things, and I don't think I would have Fatal Pushed that Tameo if I played this out again. Um, like they could high roll and like rip a brainstorm or something, but you're not even that worried about them ripping a brainstorm because of the bowmasters at hand, which you have access to if you're not casting the fatal push. Um, so I don't think there's a whole lot of reason to want to actually just play or to fatal push their Tameo there. And they play a frog, which is an unknown card. Um, and with 3 cards in hand, their frog will best our frog in combat. And I choose to not fetch because I want to be able to find the island here. Um, and we draw a daze, which makes me feel a little bit more secure about deploying basically any of these things in the face of them having their fatal pushes because there might be a world where they try and do something before fatal pushing. And I still choose to not play the frog this turn because then we're just going to get the
yeah,
frog fatal push.
yeah. When I said play frog, I totally forgot that they had the fatal push, and now
Mm,
they have double fatal push. I think the only way to play is to probably like buy some time with Bowmaster,
mm,
and until you can get to until you can find a fatal push of your own, or if you can protect Tameo, like they'll have to sack and they'll also have to pitch cards in
mm,
order to deal damage to Tameo. And when they do that, also it's going to trigger the Orcish Bowmasters if they don't push.
mm.
Yeah, I feel like defending Tameo is the name of the game here because Tameo at the very worst can regrow a fatal push
Yeah,
later.
and this kind of comes back to in my deck building why I'm so high and like why I'm playing 4 Tameos is just in the matchups where Tameo is great, it's super important. And like if one of them flips and then dies, your opponent spends a lot of time dealing with it, and if you're just able to immediately deploy another one and then flip it that turn or the next turn, like it's the card is like five fogs in one
Yeah.
in a lot of matchups. And in a scenario like this, our opponent has to discard a card to their frog to even be able to deal damage to the Tameo and to draw a card of their own. Um, and that's assuming that we don't play the Bowmasters to create blockers, which I don't do. I'm just going to let them draw their card, or let them discard their card first, and then play the Bowmasters here.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah. I think in Tameo minusing situations, you always want to wait for them to discard a card first just
mm,
to conceal information.
yeah, like
So, yeah.
they end up discarding one of their fatal pushes instead of the spell bomb that we knew was in their hand. So like the fact that we let them discard their card first before playing the Bowmasters, they likely would, if we play the Bowmasters beforehand, they likely keep a push in hand and discard a spell bomb or something like that. So we get that little bit extra edge, and we kind of for free deal with one of the fatal pushes out of their hand. And then they use the other one on the Bowmasters, which this
Yeah.
is, I don't think, a play from them that I agree with. Um, I I think that fatal pushing this Bowmasters, it we still end up getting the trump blocker, which is kind of what we care about for the
Yeah.
sake of Tameo. And the rest of their hands, if they fatal push the Spellmasters, kind of doesn't answer us playing any creature. Um, they can play a spell bomb and crack it for like no value to try and answer a Murktide that we could have, but basically anything that they'd be playing this turn to try and answer one of our creatures, either them playing a spell bomb or something, that all plays into us having a daze here. And again, we still get this trump blocker to prevent them from drawing a card and to keep our Tameo. Um,
So they're going to give it flight, and they can still pitch 2 cards to kill Tameo, but that like pitches their entire hand. I'm. What do you think they should do here? Should they pitch those cards? Obviously, now Spellbomb doesn't do anything.
yeah, spell bomb is very clearly kind of a dead card, and I believe their one other card in hand is an unknown. Um, so if I'm them, based on what the one card in their hand could be, like they kind of just get like totally blown out by us having a removal spell for this frog anyway, based on what the rest of their hand is. So I think they probably should, given that they fatal pushed our Bowmasters and everything, I think they probably should discard their other 2 cards. And I believe that they actually don't. Um, yeah, they end up not discarding anything here, which
Interesting. Yeah, I think that's a mistake. Frankly, like they should have probably at least discarded the Null Spellbomb,
yeah,
but like we don't have perfect information.
their other card in hand could be really good, so maybe there's a reason there. And I think if you're going to discard any cards, it should be all the cards, because discarding one card to deal 2 to Tameo versus dealing 1 to Tameo doesn't super change anything. If you're going to be attacking Tameo next
That's
turn
true.
anyway.
My
So
thinking on the spell bomb though is you're gonna draw a card, and this is like a dead card, and
mm,
you're not just dealing 2 this turn. You're going to be dealing an extra damage every turn cycle when you attack.
this is
So
true.
it does increase the racing potential. But I see your point. Like if you just want to maximize your options and you're not that worried about Tameo
Mm,
because it's a two loyalty. But as you and as you just observed, and as I've observed many times, Tameo is like many turns worth of fogging, and it's just such a great distraction
yeah,
for your opponents.
it's made them discard cards that they probably otherwise don't discard, and it's shrunken their frog, and it's prevented us from taking some damage. And so they play out their spell bomb, which we don't really care about right now, and they opt to just crack it main phase. I think if you're going to play the spell bomb, it's probably right to crack it main phase.
Yeah, that way you don't have to worry about them untapping and murktiding.
Yeah, or if they're like doing it in our upkeep, we could have access to a Bowmasters or something. Um, So our Cameo gets slightly worse because it can no longer rebuy a Fatal Push. Um,
Yeah, that
and
is one thing that keeping the Nile spell bomb around. I didn't think about that, but it does like insulate from potential rebuying of even though that would be like probably at least 2 turns in the future.
yeah, that's an argument to keep it. But if you're discarding 2 cards anyway to kill the Tameo, then you're not worried about Tameo rebuying things. Um, so I think this is like kind of an unhappy medium, I guess. Like they
Yeah.
kept Spellbomb to deal with our graveyard for Tameo, but they could have just discarded it and whatever their other card is to kill the Tameo. So we're kind of operating on the assumption that our opponents, the one card that they had in hand before drawing from Frog, must be really good if they're willing to keep it in hand over getting rid of a Tameo. Um, and we're not really concerned about Wasteland anymore because of that. Because if their one card in hand is good enough, where or their two cards rather are good enough where they're keeping them versus discarding one of them to answer our Tameo, I'm totally fine just fetching sewers here, and I don't think we're going to be worried about getting Wastelanded.
Yeah.
And we see a Brainstorm on top, which I think is great, and we keep that. And then we draw the Brainstorm for turn, and we could just fire it off right now. Um, Obviously we want to uptick Tameo first, but I choose to fire it off now. I think our hand is like all the other two cards in our hand are kind of fine. I'm not really sure what we're finding off of a brainstorm here, where like that's better than having access to these cards. Like maybe a fatal push is better than a daze, and as we
Oh
see,
wow,
we draw
this
a
is a
fatal
great
push.
pickup. My goodness, this is awesome
Um,
because you can get fatal push down, fatal push the thing with daze protection. And I think their last card in hand, like one of them is a fatal push, right? Because they had two fatal pushes.
they discarded one of the fatal pushes and exiled the other one to fly the frog. So we've actually gone through both fatal
Okay,
pushes at this
great.
point.
Yeah, man, that is like the best possible brainstorm, pretty much.
Yeah,
And then you've got Murktide lined up. Granted, you can't use it yet, but and Murktide and Psychic Frog have such good synergy.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
this is
I
great.
not sure that I super agree with me brainstorming here because I think the cards in our hand were fine, but since we did brainstorm, we found just like some absolute bangers. And I put back the frog and the Murktide since we're not going to be casting them this turn anyway. And we're fatal pushing their frog around daze as the first thing, and then playing out the Netherglyph,
Yeah,
which even if they have a daze, they don't end up using it here. And I think they probably would have dazed it if they did have one, so it's a reasonable assumption that they don't have a daze in hand. And now I'm feeling really good about our position. We only have the one card in hand, but we know our top two cards are both really good. Our Tameo is ticking up, and we have this clue to crack. Um, and then we're shipping it back over to our opponent, and they crack their clue, which is a good sign. You know, cracking their clue is usually worse than them just playing some good card out of their hand. They play their own Goyf, which is totally fine. If it's something we're worried about, we can Tameo rebuy our Fatal Push, which is what I end up doing here.
yeah,
I think that like maximizing the value out of the Tameo, you don't really need to aggressively go towards an alt in this matchup. If you're trading like half a card or like a Tameo downtick for a card that they're playing, I think that's a winning line. So I like just answering all of their things as they play them. Um, and
okay,
then we
awesome. And you're not going to play out Psychic Frog yet, or are you? Or what
um
is your thinking here?
I was pretty confident that my opponent didn't have a daze last turn, but they could have potentially picked one up. So I think I wouldn't play out the frog here. Like
Yeah,
we're not really under any pressure. We can afford to take draw steps. So like we're not playing the Murktide next turn anyway, and so we know that that's our top card, and our play for next turn is just going to be playing frog. So it doesn't really change anything if we play frog now versus next turn, other than we can play around daze if we play it next turn. And we also
yeah.
get to crack the clue if we're not casting it this turn.
Yeah, and Clue, like people, I think underestimate like the value of just having an extra card lying around that, you generated like I don't know 5 turns ago, 6 turns ago,
Yeah, that
and
before our Tammy even flipped, we've just had this clue, and we finally reached a situation where we're not doing anything else, and we just have this open to crack. And our opponent has three cards in hand and didn't do anything on their turn. So even if they have like a Bowmasters here in response to our clue, I don't think we really care all that much. Our Tameo dies, but like if they have a Bowmasters, our Tameo is going to die anyway. So I'm not really a whole lot of hesitation, and they
yeah.
do end up having a Bowmasters here, which is a little unfortunate in that our Tameo dies, but like it's
But
not
we're
the end of
about
the
to have a
world. Yeah,
Murktide.
yeah, exactly. Tameo dying also grows our Netherglyph to being a 3/4. Um, and in general, like it was pretty clear that they either had nothing or a Bowmasters based on them just draw go. And like they have 4 mana, so it's kind of hard for them to have actual nothing when we're reasonably sure that they don't have a daze. Um, and here we're just going to attack in with the Goyf, and I don't think there's a whole lot of reason for them to choose to block. And they opt not to. I mean, our Goif's a 3/4 and they have 3 power in play, so it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense for them to choose to block there. And then post combat, we can either play the Murktide into a Daze or we can play the Frog.
I would deploy
Um,
the frog, and the reason I would deploy the frog is because now you've got like potentially a dead days and a
mhm.
dead ponder. If you know, two ponder is a perfectly reasonable thing to pitch when they've got a bowmasters out, and frog can hold the fort, and also it can set up like a larger Murktide for the
Mhm.
following turn that's also days protected. So that's my reasoning for playing the frog first.
I completely agree, and that's what I end up doing here. I deploy out the frog rather than playing a 5/5 Murktide into a Daze. I also, it's not universal, but a lot of the time you can see like Dismember or something out of blue-black, so the threshold between a 5/5 Murktide and a 6/6 Murktide is relevant here, even though it's the same number of turns on the clock. There's a world where they have a Dismember or something, and we can play around that by
Yeah,
making our
and it's also
Murktide.
worth noting if they did top deck their own Murktide, their Murktide would be bigger
Yes.
than yours at this point. So yeah, I don't. But now with the frog out, you can happily feed the Murktide, and you can even like keep some instants of sorceries in the graveyard.
Yeah. So they brainstorm and find a wasteland. So we get like technically punished for not playing our Murktide because we're not able to play it next turn unless we draw lands. But if they're wastelanding us here, they have 2 unknowns in hand, and I think I still feel fine about our position. And this Murktide being in hand, still not a massive deal if we can't cast it. But it does become a bit of a problem when they deploy their own Murktide here, which is a 7/7. Um, and we can make an equally sized Murktide if we draw a blue source here. Um, and we end up drawing another Ponder, and in this situation, even though you're like not crazy happy about casting a cantrip into a
Yeah,
bowmasters, I'm gonna cast the ponder here. I think finding the second blue source to be able to make our Murktide is more important than them getting one bowmaster ping. I think sometimes people are a little too hesitant to play things into a bowmasters. Like obviously a brainstorm into a bowmasters is usually not great, but like a ponder in the grand scheme of things, our Nethergoyf is still bigger than their Orc Army token, and they're not picking anything down. And us taking one here doesn't change the clock in the air from the Murktide. So I think that there's not a whole lot of risk in playing this Ponder. And we find a blue source to play our Murktide and also a Nihil Spellbomb. Um, Spellbomb, once they already have the Murktide in play, doesn't really do a whole lot, but it is another a card type for our Nethergoyf. And if we didn't have this frog in play, or if our frog dies, we could spellbomb ourselves. But I choose to actually shuffle here because I think that the finding another land is more likely. We can find another land over the course of 2 turns versus drawing the Underground Sea and playing a Murktide, and we know our other 2 draws are basically useless. Um, so I chose to take one random card over the guaranteed blue source. Uh, Definitely could see arguments as to not doing that, and I'm actually not even sure that that would be right. And we pick up a wasteland, which is kind of irrelevant. Um,
yeah.
and the wasteland, the writing's on the wall here. This might have been a premature
I
conception.
think it's probably premature in the sense that you don't know what you're drawing. You do have another ponder next turn.
Mhm.
You could draw, go for the throat.
Yeah, there are for sure like there are a lot of outs here, and I definitely like scoop this one up earlier than I should have. Um, and I don't think that it would be right to concede here, but I also sometimes just like in situations where I have really low odds to draw something, I sometimes will prematurely scoop just to not have like the feels bads and like to clear my
Yeah, I
brain.
know. I know what
Like
you mean. I scoop prematurely sometimes too on the video. And I'll usually like kind of think about it. Was that premature?
yeah,
I mean, I could see if it was like a very low percentage, but I would argue that you may still have like a 10-15%
I
chance
think the
there.
odds are high enough where I definitely shouldn't have scooped here. And like this is kind of a problem I have as a player of like in when I'm playing in leagues, I don't take leagues super seriously, so I kind of like scoop more often than I should in leagues. I'm trying to maximize the number of games that I'm playing versus maximizing the quality of each game. And that's probably not great. And it like not probably not the right mindset for like doing well in leagues. Um, but the way that I look at leagues is like they're a lot more high variance in something like a challenge. So I like tried to get myself into the mindset of like not like leagues, not that they don't matter, but like I'm a lot more okay with scooping earlier so I can get more games in or something
Yeah.
like that versus like trying to take the draw steps here. So I don't think that I should have scooped here. But the argument behind it or the logic behind it in my brain is just like my odds are kind of low and I just kind of want to move on to the next. And I'm also not super happy with ponder shuffling. I like am in like getting buyer's remorse, and I feel like I should have
Yeah.
jumped on that ponder.
I mean, like I was thinking when you shuffled, I was like, well, you got a guaranteed, Murktide next turn,
Yeah.
and you've got a way that you can discard a Daze and a Ponder and outsize their Murktide. Uh, Granted, they could have a second Wasteland. They could have just a clean way to remove your Murktide. There are a lot of possible things, but you do have the ability to jump the frog in front of it and buy an extra turn if absolutely necessary. Your Nethergoyf is big enough that he can kind of hold back the army and the. But anyway, like
Super
we don't have
premature.
to,
Yeah.
yeah.
But we're on to game two. We're on the play here. Getting the taste out of probably misplaying in game one out of our mouth and looking at our sideboarding. I'm a big fan of cutting wastelands in this matchup.
Mhm.
On the play, I only cut two. On the draw, I usually cut more. I think that like one, the deck is really good at finding its basics, and two, wastelanding on the draw, especially, I'm not super happy about doing that, especially when your opponent's played a threat on turn one or like done basically anything other than nothing or ponder shuffle on turn one. Um, so I like cutting the wastelands. I bring in the Barrowglyph just because this is a matchup where combat matters and the deck can kind of struggle to handle a large glyph that also gets
Yeah.
card advantage. The extra removal spell in the form of Go for the Throat I bring in. Um, and the borrower I brought in. I cut two Force of Wills. I've been a little bit lower on cutting Force of Will in the Tempo Mirror than I was in the past, like pre MH3. I used to just cut all of them, but part of that is now that you're cutting Wastelands, you kind of either cut Wastelands or cut Forces, and I choose to be more aggressive on cutting Wastelands versus cutting Forces. I leave some number in regardless of player draw for Forces. And I think in the past there weren't really like super high impact cards that you had to care about or you had answers to those cards. Like in like the blue red Delver days or like Grixis after the EI ban, you were like Murktide was really dominant, but you had access to Pyroblasts, so you had a lot of things that could answer it. Whereas here you have like borrowers that are a temporary answer, and then you have a couple go for the throats. So I think that there are enough like big relevant things you have to worry about that it's kind of justifiable to keep forces in.
Yeah. I mean, it's worth pointing out that in the previous game, had you had Force of Will in your hand, then you wouldn't have had to worry about that Murktide that
Yeah,
ended the game.
So on the play here, obviously we're going first, and we see a hand that's a one lander that is not basic swamp, but it could be basic island, and we have cantrips. So looking at this, it's a little bit risky, but we're able to find basic island, and we have a ponder on turn one to try and find lands, and a brainstorm on turn two if our ponder doesn't find lands. And I also kind of like hands in this matchup that just have a lot of threats. Like if we have three threats or four, although the Murktide is going to take some time to get to, we're going to be able to play more things than our opponent has answers to in all likelihood. Um, and we're more okay with playing like the first frog into a daze and being really ahead on mana if our opponent is dazing on the draw if we have a second frog in hand. Um,
Yeah, I
so
would I would absolutely keep this, and I'll just make a quick note
mhm.
for anybody watching this. Like, we're going into extreme detail the first time we encounter these matchups, but we'll probably go into less detail
Yes, yeah,
on
for
certain
sure.
things
Like we're
because we're probably
throughout
going
the
to encounter
first
blue
league.
black several times
Yeah,
during this league.
So fetching island here because it allows us to not worry about getting wastelanded, and we find multiple cantrips but no land. So this one is kind of risky in keeping. I don't think I would keep this because you're basically just pondering again next turn and looking one card or like two cards deeper.
Well,
And
here's an argument for keeping this,
mhm,
and I might be kind of tempted to keep this in the sense that like I shuffle, I've got 18 lands, 17 left, 16, 15 because you got two wastelands,
mhm.
15 lands left in the entire deck. You got 52 cards. Your odds are less than 1 in 3 of drawing a land organically. But if you take the force in your hand, now you've got a Force of Will in your hand, and then if you ponder the subsequent turn, then you've got essentially 4 looks from there. Whereas if you shuffle, you got 1 look for a land, and then you got a draw step.
Yeah, there's definitely an argument to keep. I think that like with the brainstorm in hand as our play for next turn, I would probably shuffle this. And I choose to shuffle it, and we draw a borrower, which is a fine card, but not something that, not what we want to be looking for. We want to be
Right.
looking more for lands. Um, so our opponent is leading off on Mire and finding a non-basic. And then they play a turn one ponder. So the fact that they used Mire to cast a blue spell means that we're not certain on if they have other lands in hand, but it's not really going to impact how we play anyway. They end up keeping their ponder, and we end up
Oh
drawing
wow, that's
probably the
great.
best
That
the
is the
best thing we
best
could
draw
find.
on the deck. I
Um,
mean, you had four of them, but like something like a Fisher Swamp is great here.
yeah, being able to find basic swamp is huge.
And because
Um,
you have so many threats, you should just jam into days.
Yeah, I think that it looks like I don't end up doing that. It looks like I end up brainstorming here. Because I don't love this Murktide in hand if we're going to be fetching Swamp here. So like
Yeah.
I want to be able to put that away. But I think I should have just jammed into Days. Although brainstorming, you can still play one. You're playing one threat this turn regardless, and you're playing the Nethergoyf into a Daze instead of a Frog into a Daze by brainstorming here.
Yeah.
Um,
So like here, I would probably put back Borrower and Murktide.
So I end up putting away Force Murktide. It does a similar thing, putting away Force versus putting away Borrower. Both of them are answers to a Murktide.
That's true.
And then I think that's kind of, you know, small percentage points. I don't really know if either of those options is better, and they kind of accomplish the same thing. And then we play the Goyf into a Daze. They don't Daze it, which doesn't really tell us that they don't have Daze, because there's a lot of relevant things to Daze in the matchup. Um, like if they're on the draw and they have any other threat in hand, I don't think that they would Daze this. And they play a Tameo, which we're not really that worried about right now. Our Goyf can attack through it currently, and they can't flip it this turn. And then if they do end up flipping it, we have a borrower to answer it, which is another possible reason to want to keep borrower over force. Is you don't really want to force the Tameo, and forcing the brainstorm, as we showed, like is a thing that you can do, and I think sometimes I agree with. But the borrower is a nice answer. It's a nice
Yeah.
catch-all where we don't need a two for one.
Absolutely.
Um,
And I hadn't thought about how, like, I mean, they can get their Tameo all the way up to 8 loyalty and then you just borrow it
Yeah,
back,
yeah.
So it's
The
not
the
bad.
difference in like how much you're worried about a Tamiyo when you have Borrower at hand versus not is huge. So we drew a second Wasteland, which is fantastic, and I choose to play the Wasteland and then first play the Frog, holding up the one open mana so that we're not worried about being dazed here. And they choose to force our Frog, pitching a Brazen Borrower, which we were happy with this being dazed last turn. Like us get this Frog getting a force is like super fine by me. It definitely shows that they don't really have removal in hand. And then we pre-combat wasteland them so that if they want to do anything, they're playing it into a daze before combat.
Yeah, and if they
And
want to brainstorm or something, then they're going to flip their Tameo and you're going to be able to kill it.
Yeah,
So they,
exactly.
yeah,
Like I don't think that they don't end up casting anything. I think even if they had a brainstorm, there's not really a
yeah,
reason to cast it and flip their Tameo into our onboard thing that kills it. Um, and our frog getting forced means that our Netherwolf actually hits even harder here. And like in general, I'm very happy with the exchange of them forcing our frog. Um, they choose to go to combat first, which either signifies that they don't have a land here or that they are trying to gain some sort of information from us. And they get their clue token and they cast their brainstorm into our daze. So you could choose to not daze this, and just let them spend their turns. Like ticking up their Tameo while we attack them and borrower their Tameo at some point. Um,
so you'd
but
have to attack like 2 times, I think, with the current size Nethergoy. So it would be reduced to 3, and you knock off 3 loyalty, leaving Tameo at 1, and then it would plus again, and then it would attack for 3 and
Yeah, I
kill her.
I I think that like given that they've given us something to daze, I I'm pretty happy dazing this. I have again kind of the read of them not having a second land, and then we have this wasteland in hand where we can daze this, kind of ensure they don't hit the land this turn, and then wasteland them. And if they daze our daze, we're also kind of okay with that.
Yeah, they're most
Um,
likely going to replay their Underground Sea, which you can still waste it if
yeah,
that
yeah, yeah.
happens.
So they end
Yeah,
up not having the second land. We draw a fatal push here. I don't think that we should fatal push this Tameo, because they're stuck on lands, and like there's not a whole lot that we're worried about right now, but the Tameo like kind of just doesn't do anything. So in like if they rip like land and they have a frog or something, I think I'd rather have that answer there. They play a wasteland, which we've fetched around, so it's not a concern in the slightest. We also know that that was their draw because they didn't play a land last turn. And we only need to connect 3 more times with this Goyf to kill them, so that's another reason to not fatal push the Tameo. But I think that you could. There's an argument to push the Tameo here, and they play a spell bomb, which handles our Goyf pretty nicely. Um, so I still just choose to hold on to it, and then we draw a second Goyf, which is a little awkward in the face of their spell bomb on board. And I choose to just go to combat first because if we're gonna cast something into them, like I don't know, Force of Willing our Frog or something like that,
Yeah, they
we
should probably wait a turn here. Just in, they don't need to crack it now.
yeah, them taking 4 is not incredibly relevant right now. Like they if they draw a black source and are able to cantrip off their spell bomb, it's so much better for them than just cracking it now, and so they don't end up cracking it, which I think I agree with. And then I play the frog. They don't have a blue land in play, so we're no longer worried about them having a daze. And this also allows us to, if they do spellbomb us, we can discard cards to frog and grow our both our frog and our nethergoyf. Um, and they again whiff on a land
Yeah,
and choose to scoop
what
it
a
up.
game!
Yeah,
What
this
a
one.
game! I mean, that's your deck gave you like basically 3 lands
Yeah,
out of like maybe 5 draws. I think. What turn is
it's
it? Yeah,
the deck has
4 draws.
been in order to have a success in a short time like this, you definitely need to get lucky in
Yeah,
some places. And I think regarding that turn one ponder, I feel like I given the chance to again, I still would shuffle there because casting ponder again looks at 4 cards and shuffling, you get the one random draw, and then you know for a fact that your brainstorm next turn isn't going to be
yeah.
looking at the same cards, so you kind of see the same number of cards versus casting the ponder. Um,
Well, okay. Let's think about this because this. I think this is an important, and I apologize if this
no,
is
no,
overly
like this
pedantic.
is
So let's say hypothetically you ponder.
sure,
So you ponder. You see 3 lands, including a ponder and a force of will, which is live, considering you have literally nothing going on
yeah,
if you don't find your second land. So I would just draw the force there. I would leave the ponder on top. Then next turn, instead of casting brainstorm, which is extremely risky when you have such a low land count, like I generally just don't count on brainstorm getting me there in terms of lands because uh, you really need a fetch land for it to work. If you just if you just find a wasteland or an underground sea, you're still locked, and you're playing 8 fetch lands. So what I would do, like, okay, you untap, obviously it's pretty desperate to not play a land and then to ponder, and your opponent would be very correct to sense that you don't have anything going on and probably just daze it or maybe even force it. But let's say hypothetically, so you're going to look at one known card, which was a dead card. It was just some blue card you could potentially pitch to force. I can't remember what it was. But then you're going to look at 2 other cards, and if either of those is a fetch, not only do you clear that one bad card you don't want, but you also have the option of seeing yet another card. Whereas if you count on brainstorm finding, like, sure, you're going to shuffle and you might find a land, but brainstorm doesn't have the ability to clear bad cards.
sure.
So,
So
I do think in a situation where you're on literally one land, ponder is a much better bet than brainstorm, in my
yeah,
humble opinion.
I think that's very fair. I don't necessarily agree with saying that Underground Sea is dead because although you're not able to shuffle the other 2 cards away, it means that you can cast the Goyf in hand and also the Frog in hand. Like you're okay drawing irrelevant cards for a couple turns if you're means that you're able to play the cards out of your hand. Um, but I do agree that like keeping and pondering again is probably safer than like hoping that the shuffle draw plus the draw for the turn plus the brainstorm draw can find you a land.
Yeah. Okay. Well, these are like, there's not necessarily a right answer here. Like, obviously, you got amazing sequence of draws and lands and stuff, but I just don't want to fall into result oriented thinking because, like, I definitely would be. And again, I don't want to argue with success.
No, no, I like
But
I will be the first one to say that I am far from perfect in how I play, and like in terms of total number of fresh cards seen, it's what? So your ponder, you're keeping, so you're no two draws, and then you're pondering again the next turn after the draw step, so you're seeing two total fresh cards plus a shuffle if you don't like those is three, which is the same as the shuffle draw plus brainstorm, but has the downside with brainstorm if you can get brainstorm locked. So I guess it's you're seeing the exact same number of cards, I think, but brainstorm you can get brainstorm locked. So that's actually I think that is like mathematically I think I agree with what with the line that you're suggesting taking there.
Awesome. Well, yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. Let's jump over to game 3
Yeah.
of this
So
very exciting mirror.
this is yeah. The I love playing the mirror. We're on the draw here. In terms of sideboard changes on the draw, I didn't end up. I kept just cutting two wastelands and two forces. I think now, having played more, I think I would cut more wastelands. But also my sideboard looks different now, so there's I end up not changing anything play draw. Um, and we look at a 7 that has lots of lands to cast our spells. It has a Beorgoyf, has a Wasteland. It fetches our basics. I think this is, to me at least, a clear keep. Like
Yeah,
it kind
I
of
would agree.
it struggles with like exactly turn one Nethergoyf pretty much. And even then, we can take draw steps, and if we can play a Beorgoyf out and then protect it, that does a great job at blocking and like outracing a Nethergoyf. Um,
Yeah, and this is the perfect kind of hand where if they fetch a non-basic, you just waste pass.
yeah,
Is kind of like my thinking here, but they don't fetch a non-basic, which is discipline
so
to them.
they fetch and play Tameo, and we're not going to worry about the Tameo. I don't think we're forcing the Tameo and the Ponder. Like we're asking the Ponder to find a lot for us right here. We draw another Ponder, which is fine. Um,
This is one situation where I would probably just play at the underground sea, kind of almost baiting them into wasting
yeah,
because you have so many
I
lands.
I think I completely agree, and that's definitely what I should have done here is just play out the Underground Sea because I think we actively want to be wastelanded with this hand. Um, I choose to fetch the island and ponder, and we find threats and a removal spell. So I think that this is I'm
Straight gas.
yeah
This is great.
very fine keeping these. I draw the go for the throat. Because on the off chance that they have thought seizes in their deck, I would rather them think that the Beorgoyf is the one threat in our hand and they want to take that. Um,
Yeah, I probably would have put force in so that I could force pitch force, if necessary. But that's just me. Like I like to get rid of my forces pretty early if I already have a lot of mana, and I can be pretty confident that I'm not going to get like in a situation where I have to rely on forces to stop critical threats.
the other two cards was what, Murktide and Frog?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you could
Um,
definitely argue putting Murktide in the hand and being able to pitch that
yeah.
to
Like
yeah,
putting a blue card in hand so you can pitch
but
that
I
instead
think
of.
force pitch force is a good play here just because you've got so much mana and you're going to be able to just freaking jackhammer them
Yeah.
with threats here. Baragorf is insane in the mirror.
So because of the concern about them having a daze for a Beorgoyf, and also the fact that they missed a land drop, they just kept a one lander, which seems a
Yeah,
little crazy to me with no cantrips or anything. I'm totally fine playing this frog into a daze. They're going to be really far behind if they daze the frog or if they don't daze the frog, and they don't have a daze. So we're in great position. They find a second land here.
they're lucky
Um,
to have found that land. They should not have kept that hand for sure.
yeah, I don't think that their hand was keepable. Like turn
This is
one,
a jump the frog potentially
it
for
could be.
lunch. Are you thinking about that?
I
'Cause-
don't. I think that our frog is like we're equal on cards right now, and I don't really want to discard cards to the frog here just for the concern of like they just found the black source, so I feel like their hand probably has like fatal push in it or something. So like discarding cards to the frog here is kind of just playing into them pushing our frog, and they end up having a push.
Yeah,
Um, and
you were
I
going to
choose
force it anyway, right?
yeah, I choose
So
to force it. So I like if we choose to discard, we're discarding probably
we're
Wasteland,
probably discarding two lands. Yeah, is what
like
I would do.
Wasteland Underground Sea.
Yeah, I mean
Um,
you're likely to find a third land for the Barrowgoyf, and you're not even in a hurry to find the third land. Oh wow, go for the throat. So you've
so
got tons of
yeah,
ways to
the
deal with
fact
their
that we
creatures.
have answers for the Tameo also makes me more hesitant to want to jump the frog to kill it because like if they ever have a brainstorm or anything, we can just go for the throat it in
Yeah,
response.
that's true.
And I choose to go for the throat it now versus letting them untap and like I don't know have access to cracking their clue into something. Um,
I 100% endorse that play because it makes your next turn Murktide a little easier to cast around
yeah,
days.
um, for sure. And over also playing the Beargoyf. And they play an Urza's Bauble, which is like definitely their draw for the turn. So again, we're not really worried about them having anything that we're super scared of. They play another Goyf, which we have a go for the throat for if we care about, but I'm not sure that we really do. They take their Bauble draw.
Not to interrupt the flow too much, but both you and I have decided to like stop playing Bobble. I stopped playing it a while back just because I was sick of it hitting Vexing Bobble, and also like sometimes people would Murktide me or not Bowmaster me,
Mm.
and it felt really bad. Like, how long have you been playing without Bobble, and do you miss it at all?
I literally never played Bauble in Blue Black. Um, from my experience playing Grixis, like I'm still relatively new to playing Blue Black. I picked it up like I don't know a month ago or something. I had played like exclusively Grixis beforehand, and from my experience playing four Baubles in Grixis, the difference between Bauble when you have DRC in play and Bauble when you don't is just like staggering. So even beyond like it's bad into Bowmasters and it's bad into Vexing Bauble and everything, like Bauble is kind of a non-card if you don't have a DRC in play. Like it's a free cantrip, yes, but it's delayed and like it doesn't allow you to make like decisions on your own turn other than
Yeah,
getting the information on your opponent's top card. Like if you don't know what the draw is, it can impact a lot. So like I'm generally not a huge fan of Bauble. And then when I came over to Blue Black and I saw people were running it in like two or something copies at most, I felt like it was pretty easy to just get rid of the baubles entirely and just play Spellbomb's main deck instead.
yeah,
Um, so we draw the days here, and I, instead of working towards playing the Murktide, I just want to keep accumulating cards. So I choose to fly the frog here. Um, I think that like they yes, Murktide is a problem for them to deal with, but also as long as our frog is going unanswered and just drawing us more cards, it's still not that hard to get
oh wow,
towards.
that's a good top deck here
Yeah,
because you can potentially surprise. Well, you can't surprise, but you can disincentivize them from blocking next turn.
yeah.
So you don't have to jump the frog if they don't play anything else.
So I tap the wasteland here, or I choose to play out the Beorgoyf here, and not and then the spell bombs that I'm playing the Beorgoyf around the days because that's the more important thing to resolve here.
Yeah,
But they end up both resolving, which is great. And our Goyf is larger than their Nether Goyf, and like this is especially huge for us when they're fatal pushing frog instead of fatal pushing Beorgoyf. And I like our frog's kind of done its job now that Goyf's
yeah,
in
they
play.
definitely don't have a land because Barragoyf is the bigger, like the more must answer threat
Yeah.
here.
So they're here when they're playing this Tameo, they're playing a thing that we can daze, but I'm not sure if we actually want to. I don't know if
I
I,
wouldn't.
yeah, I don't know if I end up dazing it, but I don't think I should. I choose to, and I disagree with this line. I don't think I should have dazed that there because it doesn't really do anything. Like I I don't really see the logic in dazing the Tameo there.
Yeah, at this point with only two lands out, like Days is practically like a force effect
Yeah,
because
any spell
they're
that we care about, the daze is live for. So like I think that that was definitely preemptive. And we mill and whiff, but milling with the Goyf, the Barrow makes it way easier to play a Murktide.
yeah,
And this Murktide could have daze back if I just didn't daze the Tameo. So I'm not really sure why I did, but um, I choose to go for the full size, which shrinks our Barrowgoyf to be the size as their Nethergoyf, but like our Barrowgoyf has Death Touch, and we also have the Spellbomb in play, so that's not really a concern.
yeah, man, they're so dead here. Like they would need like miracles
Yeah,
to be able to get through this. They need like back to back go for the throats or something like
it
that.
would take a lot to get them out of that situation.
And with Barragoyf, like bouncing Murktide with a borrower isn't even going to do much.
Yeah, we can get it back up to being castable super quickly. And they end up doing nothing. They don't even have a third land here, so we're not really punished for dazing the
I
Tameo.
mean,
But
in their situation, I would probably like I don't know what's in their hand, but I would probably crack a clue, just desperately trying to find a
yeah,
land.
I like the fact that they don't crack a clue here means that they have to have like something in their hand, like probably a borrower, that they would want to use if they're not going to just try and like crack to find a land. But we end up drawing the days, so we're not punished, but we should have been punished here and had our if they have a borrower have our Murktide borrowed by dazing that Tameo. But I just choose to clear their blocker right now because this is lethal if they don't have a force.
Yeah.
And they don't immediately scoop, which makes me think that they have the borrower and we have the daze for the borrower. Um, and either that or it's a bowmaster's. And it ends up just being a fatal push, which is not a
Wait.
huge concern
Yeah.
because now they are just dead on board with 4 cards in hands to us dazing this and then spellbombing ourselves. So I choose to daze it because this puts the two
Yeah, that's
instant
a heads up play. I didn't
sorceries.
notice that you had enough stuff in your graveyard.
Yeah, so we're fine with this happening, and then we just crack spellbomb targeting ourselves. Or I just cast brainstorm, I guess, to be safe. Um, and then we end up spellbombing ourselves, and that grows the Murktide to being. Oh, we needed to cast the third spell. I was wrong. We did need to actually cast the brainstorm there. And then that grows the Murktide to being lethal, and that gets in and takes
Yeah.
down match two. So I, again, not incredibly happy with a couple of the like micro decisions that I made in this matchup. They're like statistics wise, I think there are a couple things that are wrong, and also just dazing that Tameo seems like that's trading a very relevant card for a not super relevant card. But we didn't end up getting punched. You know, the
Yeah.
deck treated us well, and we also happened to like find the threats that weren't fatal pushable when our opponent drew 3 fatal pushes. Um, so
Yeah.
we are
That was
heading
great. And
into
your opponent's decision to keep there with a one laner without a cantrip, as you observed, like
super
don't try that
suspect.
at home.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm definitely not. I don't agree with the decision there to keep that. So we head into match three of this league against Matt Chow. Again, another player who I'm not familiar with. So we're in the blind here and we're on the play. And we
right.
look at an opener of lands and spells. So I like it doesn't have interaction, but I don't think that like keeping
And it's worth noting, like in the replay, we can see that they have like LED
Oh
and like
yeah,
dark
yeah.
ritual and stuff.
This
This
doesn't.
is replay that was not available during the gameplay. It's not like you like knew that they were on Doomsday, but
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, they're clearly on Doomsday or some sort of storm deck from this.
Unless I hold up, I may have mistakenly clicked match two, but I don't think I did. I did.
No, I
Okay,
think it's just a bug
it's a
in
replay bug. Yeah.
MTGO.
Okay. Okay.
There's a lot of bugs in the
So we
replays.
don't know that they're on a Dark Ritual LED deck. And I think I'm in the blind on the play. Totally fine keeping this.
Yeah, totally solid. Like you can just lead with the Undercity Sewer and get that out of the way is probably what I would do.
They end up molding to five.
Oh
So off
wow.
off
So
of a mull to five, I think
I
that
would probably ponder
yeah,
for days or force.
I'm definitely incentivized to try and ponder here. I play the fetch first. I don't think that's correct. I think you're supposed to play Underground Sea there. I okay, so I'm actually on the read that they're on a Stompy deck, not on like a combo deck. So I find basic Swamp because I think it's Moon Stompy, and I like play the turn one threat
Ah,
because
yeah.
that's more relevant to get into play. Um, as we know, that doesn't end up being the case, and it's definitely would have been correct to ponder there. Um,
Yeah, that is one of the things you're a very seasoned tempo player, and for me, like it just didn't even occur to me when I see my opponent mulling a whole lot. I'm like, they're probably on combo. It doesn't even occur to me like they might be on Stompy because it feels like Stompy sometimes mulls to 6, but it feels rarer that they'll mull all the way down to 5.
yeah, you can for sure get punished for like. I think that like thinking that they're on combo is a much safer play than thinking that they're on Stompy off of a mull to five. Because the plays that you make when you think your opponent is on combo, you get less punished by them being on Stompy versus thinking that they're on Stompy and they're actually on combo. So they're just like fully going for it on turn one here. They LED echo us, and we have no interaction for this. So we get wheeled into a hand that has a force, which is
But the
kind
good
of
news is they're probably not expecting a force
yeah,
because your opener was very much like a mono black control type
yeah.
thing.
Like we played a non-blue fetch, finding a swamp into a goyf, so there's a chance that they're not worried about us having a force here. They cast a ponder, which not something that we want to force a will here. After an echo, if the first thing they're doing is ponder, it probably means that they're either they have it super in hand and our force doesn't matter, or they still need to find things. Um, so we let these all resolve. The LED again, like we're gonna let them keep playing things out because if they have like a tendrils in hand, which is not super common in these lists, let's have one main deck. then we're just dead to it anyway. And if they don't, we want to force a will to pay off spell. So they cast a Beseech,
This is the
which,
force.
yeah, I choose to force because this finds a tendrils if we let it resolve. So now that we know that it's a Beseech
Oh
build,
wow, they're passing so crazy. Yeah,
yeah,
they had like lethal storm and everything. So
yeah.
that force, its aim was true.
So now that we know that they're on a Beseech build, we know that they do have a main deck tendrils because they need to Beseech for it. But I was under the thought that if they're not on a Beseech build, then it's not something that we're worried about. And if they do have it, we're just dead to it anyway. So we no longer care about finding basics here. So I just fetch out the Underground Sea to have the most access for casting our spells, and then I want to ponder here to try and find interaction.
Yeah,
We
and you
do
find it.
find another force that we draw here, and then we also get to deploy out another Goyf. So we have a reasonable clock going here, and a second force when they had no follow up after we countered their Beseech. So we're hoping that they're not really able to rebuild, and if they are, that the one force is enough to handle it. Um, they just play land pass, which is a great sign. We pick up the Murktide that we knew about, and we have one unknown card or one known card here, two unknowns. So I choose to brainstorm. Even if it bricks, we still are just playing Frog this turn anyway. Like
Yeah.
we have the lands, and it does kind of brick, but like it finds us more threats and also uh, largely irrelevant creatures that we can discard to the frog potentially to grow the clock. Because if we make our Nethergoyfs
Oh yeah.
into 4/4s
You
this
could just
turn,
pitch one right
yeah.
now.
So
And yeah.
I choose to discard the Murktide over discarding the frog. I think it's not really it's kind of negligible which one you do there because the goal is just make it so that next turn it's lethal threats from the Nethergoyfs anyway. So like you're making this play under the assumption that you're just killing them in 2 turns. Um, so I discard to make them into 4/4s, and we get in for 8, and then we have lethal on board for next turn. And they end up casting a brainstorm here, trying to find something. I could see forcing this brainstorm. I
Yeah,
choose
I mean
not
one
to.
argument for forcing it is they have selection now, they can fetch that away.
Yeah, they didn't do anything last turn and didn't like cast the brainstorm last turn. Um, so I choose to not do it just because we know that they're on a Beseech build, which usually has like one kind of like one choke point where you can interact with them and it works. As opposed to like other storm builds, like Epic Gamble or something, where they have like lots of smaller card advantage things. Um, so I choose to just let that resolve.
Yeah,
And
and there I think it is correct to let it resolve. I just wanted to point out
mhm,
the argument for potentially brainstorming forcing the brainstorm.
yeah,
One counter argument would be like here they have green, but I was thinking maybe they use Bloodstained Mire to go fetch a green source and then they veil.
yeah.
Could have happened, and
So
that would have
they
been a
fetch Undercity Sewers, which is kind of bizarre. Like I'm not a combo player at all. But
it's
I guess
doesn't make any sense.
it must have been that the only out there was Undercity Sewers surveilling an Echo of Aeons, and they
Oh
don't.
yeah, that does make
Um,
sense. I didn't think about that.
so we pick up game one here in a matchup that I think gets more favorable post board. So looking at our sideboarding options here on the draw, we have,
So you boarded in the negations, probably.
yeah, the negations come
You boarded
in.
out all the spot removal.
Yep, the
That's
consign
five
to
spots right
memories
there.
come in. Um, so I brought in the removal, the consigns. I brought in the null rod, the powder keg, and the EE because they have some artifact mana and also usually saga that we can handle. Um,
EE is also potentially good if they bring in carpet.
yeah, it's good for carpet. It can answer if they go for an empty the Warrens line. Although empty, we cut a couple Tamios, which I'm not sure that I totally agree with. Um,
Yeah, I would
and
probably keep in Tama just because she's a blue card to pitch to force, and I probably wouldn't have brought in the powder keg.
yeah,
Um,
these like keg is a card that I'm no longer playing, and like I'm kind of bad at like at sideboarding with stuff like that. So like, I think that I kind of overboarded here. And we see an opener that I really wish we could keep because it has a lot of like banger cards in it, but
yeah,
unfortunately doesn't really cast any of them. This six,
this is also well on the draw. I would probably throw this back too. Thoughtseize is really good, but if they have like Veil up, it's catastrophic.
so
Uh,
the thing with this hand, and I think I end up keeping this. They kept on 7, So I'm pretty sure that if we go to 5 to try and find a hand with force, they're keeping on 7. Their hand probably beats a force anyway.
Yeah,
Like they can answer 1. Um, so
that's a good argument. I mean, No Rod is really good against them.
yeah, I choose to keep bottoming the Murktide. The Murktide's a blue card for force, so I could keep it instead of keeping the Netherglyph in the event that we draw a force. And I think that I was probably wrong in bottoming the Murktide. And they have Veil up here, but like I don't think we can really like play it.
Yeah, you don't have the luxury of playing
Yeah.
around it. I wouldn't have fetched a basic there for sure. I don't think basic's better at
Yeah,
all.
I don't know. Oh, I guess I fetched basic to play around them having Carpet of Flowers.
Oh yeah,
Um,
that's a good point. I didn't think about
so
that.
that if
Okay,
they have a
well,
carpet, they can't make mana on this turn, and then we get explosives to answer the carpet before it becomes a thing. Um,
that's totally good. Yeah, it just didn't occur to me. I was mentioning carpet earlier, but
yeah,
like,
yeah.
no,
So looking at this hand, like Burning Wish and Beseech are kind of the payoff cards. So I could see taking either one of
I would take
those.
the siege 100%.
Yeah, I'm almost positive that I end up taking Beseech here. Yep. And then
They have it next turn basically. They can. I
yeah,
think they had. Do they have an artifact they can put in and they can
they
besiege
have I think a Lotus Petal that they can sacrifice to
with
it.
brainstorm?
Yeah,
That yeah, if they have the lotus petal, they might be able to brainstorm to find another artifact to sack, and then they've got brainstorm plus a whole lot of stuff if they want to take a guy's will line.
yeah,
They probably would want to wait an extra turn for a guy's will. I'm not sure. If anybody is watching this and you're like a storm player, we would welcome your feedback as to what the correct take was.
100%. I'm very curious. They choose to brainstorm, which we know that their hands they could have either drawn the land or they have no other lands in hand, and they cast the brainstorm, which we can't really do anything about. And after putting the stuff back, they play an LED, which we didn't know about, and then the Mox Opal, which we also didn't know about. So
Now they have metalcraft.
we basically know one or all but one card in their head potentially, and they're kind of just going for it this turn here.
Man,
Um,
if they didn't go for it, and if you got to play powder keg, it'd be
yeah,
so good here.
this is definitely like the argument against like these keeping a hand just on the back of these cards. But this is kind of the risk that we took. We
Yeah.
thought seized a beseech, and they brainstormed and found a beseech. Then they
And
have
they found a ton of fast mana too.
yeah.
So yeah, I think we did everything correct. But this is just going to happen sometimes.
Yeah, they sometimes they draw cards to beat the cards that you have, and they Thoughtseize they Burning Wish for Thoughtseize, and I probably should have scooped in response to the Thoughtseize because we basically know that we're dead anyway, and giving them the information that we have these cards in our deck is probably worth conceding. Because if they're like just casting Burning Wish for Thoughtseize, there's no way they're doing that if they don't have it completely wrapped up. And so then they can flashback the Beseech, and then they kill us with Tendrils.
Yeah.
So kind of an unfortunate one where our Thoughtseize wasn't enough. But we're on the play for game 3, and we get to look at a hand of lands, a daze. It has threats and soft permission.
Yeah, I think now Spellbound probably doesn't stay in this matchup unless you don't have anything else. Because it's rare that it matters, but it might matter. It does shut off their guy as well
Yeah, it
line,
answers the Gaia's Will lines.
and it could potentially slow like a multi-turn echo line.
Yeah, it also allows you to thought seize and take an echo and then spellbomb the echo away.
Yeah,
I think there's enough dead cards with the removal spells where I'm fine keeping them in, but I probably should have kept in Tamios over them. I'm not a storm expert, so I'd need someone else to weigh
yeah.
in on that.
This
Um,
is a great keep though. Like, I mean, obviously it'd be better if this was a force, but it's not bad by any
yeah,
means.
it has turn one interaction. Their deck doesn't really have. I'm not sure their deck has any basics, so I think this Wasteland is pretty much guaranteed to do something, especially when they're fetching turn one here. Um, and they end up just casting a turn one Brainstorm, which I'm totally fine seeing.
Yeah,
Um, and then they go for it, and they play this LED, which I choose to
this
daze
is a
because
dazeable
yeah,
target for sure because
yeah,
it helps them get closer to Metalcraft and 3 mana. Like every single mana in their deck counts.
yeah. And if they also have any, if they're playing out LED this turn, they likely have a third source of fast mana, and that means that we can't daze and Echo Veons that they flash back. Um,
Yeah.
so
So
I'm very
100%
happy with
endorse that.
dazing this. And they fetched out a thing that we can wasteland. They don't end up playing their if they had one their other artifact mana source, and I just choose to go for the Wasteland here over playing out either of the threats.
Yeah, and the thing to note in this matchup, which I've played it a lot.
Mhm.
Sorry, I'm getting over a cough if I cough a little bit or make weird sounds. This matchup, like their top decks are terrible generally.
Yeah.
Like they have such lower card quality that it's totally fine to take a turn off just to waste them
Mm.
to restrict their options a little bit. So I agree with that play as well. Developing a Tameo not as strong as just wasting them there.
Yeah. And then they end up bricking on lands, and we are very happy to see that. We draw a Ponder, and I could see an argument to playing the Goyf here. I choose to play the Ponder, just try and like find another piece of interaction to sort of put them further in the dirt, so that and we find a Thoughtseize, which allows us to Thoughtseize them next turn and also play out the Tameo.
Yeah,
Um,
seems solid.
so we're kind of just fading this one turn here. And they, again, whiff on hitting a land, which is not an unreasonable thing to happen. Their deck has like 13 lands or something like that, if even. Um, and I choose to play the Tamiyo out as a thing that we can start working towards for winning the game. And then here I find Underground Sea because I don't like if they have Carpet of Flowers, we can take it with a Thoughtseize or ignore it entirely.
So
Um,
looking at their hand, I think Ponder's the take just because it opens up the most potential things they can do.
Yeah,
But
I think Ponder like there is an argument to take Tendrils under the assumption that their deck only has the one Tendrils in it, and Tendrils exiling it with Spellbomb might be good enough to cut them off of a lot of lines. But I'm pretty positive that just taking Ponder is correct here, which is what I end up doing. Um, like their hand is kind of a dead end. They need to draw multiple things to make it work, and they draw land, so we know that we still know the rest of the contents of their hand. Um, and here we have a keg that we can answer their Mox Opal with if that's something we're concerned about, but we also know that they're not really close to having Metalcraft. So I choose to just play the Frog. And this means that we can flip our Tameo next turn and potentially start rebuying Thoughtseizes. Um, and I could see cracking the keg, but cracking the keg also just like the Mox Opal is not really relevant, so I don't think we're particularly concerned about just
yeah,
going one for one here.
yeah, I don't think they had a single artifact in their hand.
Yeah, they from the looks of it, they actually just didn't. So they're not even close to having Metalcraft turned online here. They've been on Abrupt Decay, which that's totally fine by me. Um,
That speaks to their desperation that this frog isn't even like that big of a deal
yeah,
because they're just so behind that they have to find something really unfair to do.
yeah, and they whiff again on a draw step. Again, not atypical. We find a Force of Will, which is great, and we have this turn two looks at finding a blue card. So I choose to just go to combat before doing anything else and making getting our draw from the frog. Um, and if this frog draws us a blue card, then we're in great position. I'm not sure if we flip the Tameo, and we end up drawing a force negation. So
Yeah, I would probably flip it here.
Yeah,
Just like you said earlier, rebuying Thoughtseize
yeah.
is a pretty good place to be.
We draw another
Oh
force,
wow!
which the third force not incredibly relevant this turn, but like very good for subsequent turns if there are any. Um,
Now you can just totally take your time and just out card them.
yeah,
Essentially,
so they choose to chain a vapor the Tameo, which
that's a
like
desperation play.
this actually improves the quality of our hand because it means that we have access to two forces instead of one. Um, Hilariously, I think that if they had any chance of winning this game, this play just lost them the game on the spot. Um, like I'm not sure if they have any draws that could get them out of dealing with one force, but I'm almost positive that they don't have any draws that can get their two forces in this situation. So I'm very happy that they just did that. Um, and they again don't have anything. Like I can see from their point of view with imperfect information, obviously like the Tameo presents the huge threat of rebuying Thoughtseize, but with perfect information or with seeing our hand, like
That's the
super
least of
happy.
their
Yeah.
worries. Yeah.
Um, we are just continuing to draw stuff with Frog here, and we get to use the Ponder to reflip the Tameo, and then this is
And
why we
Wasteland is
yeah,
just decimating.
didn't play the land yet so that we could potentially draw towards a
And
Wasteland.
that should solicit the concession, I would imagine.
Yeah,
Like Wasteland, they're so far behind.
they're they are a stronger player than I taking a draw step here.
And
And
I
they
just spoke. I misspoke. I said solicit. I mean illicit. I
yeah,
think is
yeah,
quicker. Yeah.
they just play Chromox and pass, so still nothing going on that we're worried about. We get to draw the consign, rebuy
Yeah.
Thoughtseize them,
They don't even have the mana to use Veil. That's so sad.
see nothing that we care about, play the
Yeah.
keg. Now I'm fine playing the keg. We lose a clue, but like taking them off of all of their mana, there's
I
zero
can't believe they're
chance.
still playing the game.
Yeah, they have an echo in hand, so I guess they're drawing live to an LED, and we also don't have any interaction, but obviously we have all of the interaction in the world at this point.
Yeah.
Um,
We're like
so
going to
we,
discard this turn, that
yeah,
amount of interaction, basically.
I
Just
just
dumping
used to
cards so we
play
don't have
threats
to.
out so that we
Yeah.
can, if there's some scenario where we could possibly lose, we can minimize the chances of that happening. Um, and then end step, we fetch sewers, bin the Tameo because it grows our goyfs, and then here we just have lethal on board. So
Yeah.
there's basically nothing that we're worried about, but I rebuy the days anyway, just in case.
Yeah. What's wrong with having a fourth Force of Will effect in your
Yeah,
hand?
yeah, yeah. You can never have too many. And then just ditch cards to frog, and then attack for lethal. And they see the writing on the wall and scoop it up.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, just a thorough handling. That has got to be like, for them, tempo's got to be like the nightmare matchup.
Yeah, that one is pretty brutal for them. And then heading into match 4 here, we are playing against another player who I'm not familiar with, which is kind of a theme for all these leagues. I didn't pair into that many people that I knew what they were on. And we're on the draw here in the blind, looking at a hand of Tameo, 2 spell bombs, Force of Will. This one is kind of goes nowhere. Um,
Yeah, I would agree. It does have the merit of having a force, but this is precisely the trap that our opponent in the blue black mirror
yeah,
ran into, where they had like a Tameo on a land but no action.
yeah,
Tameo is not going to fix your draws.
yeah.
You need 2 mana to crack the clues, and even then, it's like
I
you
kept
just want to
this.
park
I
those.
shouldn't have kept this. I don't know why I kept this hand. That's insane. I guess we're on the draw. Like we probably don't get punished, but like this is a crazy keep from me. We found a
Oh,
brainstorm. Oh,
that's
okay,
very good.
sure, sure. All right. Don't results oriented thinking. Don't do this. This hand was not a keep. I should not have kept this hand. Um, unless I had like a crazy read on my opponent being soft spell bomb, which maybe I did.
I
Which
mean, they
is
are playing like degenerate color, like they're playing kind of storm colors here.
yeah. I
Or they
I
could be on critical control, but they would have played something by now if
I
they were on
think
that.
this is kind of the argument against like looking up your opponents in leagues because people play a bunch of random stuff where like there's a reasonably high chance that I just looked up my opponent and saw that they had in the past played something that Spellbomb was good against, and we
Yeah,
just kept this hand on the merit of Spellbomb, and then it didn't end up being the case. But we ripped basically the 2 best cards we could have there with Brainstorm into another land. So never punished. And I choose to play the land first before brainstorming here because I'm concerned about them having like a daze or a bowmasters, and then we have to like force it and play into a daze or something. Um, we don't end up finding the fetch land. I put away one of the spell bombs and the other land, and then flip the Tameo. I'm still kind of confused as to what my opponent's playing here. Basic Forest doesn't really clear anything up. Um,
this could be abrupt
and
decay.
yeah,
Yeah.
they abrupt decay it, which is not that many decks play abrupt decay, but the few that do are kind of all over the place.
This could be like a depth strategy. I'm trying to think of what deck would play Abrupt Decay. It's not a very good card in 2024. Like paying 2
No,
mana, and I would say that Long Goodbye is generally better just because it does most of the same things, but you don't. Okay, so they're on some sort of bug.
bug something is
Yeah, but the basic forest is really suspect. Like I played a ton of bug when I was in Japan. Sorry for going off
no.
track a little bit. Okay, it looks like this might be like a bug Nadu deck or something.
Yeah, like a bug Zenith, and I choose to let this resolve because it's probably just finding something that I don't care about, but
Okay,
it's a veteran explorer, so it's either like Nick Fit or Aluren, and that's fully not what I was expecting.
yeah,
Like
Aluren is really bad right now. I did play a league on it, and I had a positive record, but it was uphill
yeah,
because I'd like queue into a Nadu deck, and I'm too terrified to cast my yeah, um, yeah. I guess if you knew in hindsight that they were going to be able to get veteran explorer, it probably would have been good to force. But
yeah.
I agree with you not forcing
I
on the
was under
Zenith.
the impression that it was some sort of like it was going to find maybe a delighted halfling that we have a go for the throat for, or
Yeah,
like an elvish reclaimer, or some sort of bug pile. Um, but they end up finding like basically the worst thing possible that we can't really answer. Um, and I mean, like, not that we're that concerned about a lot of the cards out of their deck, but they petty theft our frog, which I think I'm just cool with. I choose to spellbomb in response here. I'm not sure why. Um,
I mean, you could.
I
I'm
guess
not
the
sure why you
argument
would
is
do that.
like maybe I'm debating forcing this depending on the card I draw, but I think I knew that the spellbomb was on top of the deck, right? So that doesn't. I choose to force it. I also don't know if I agree with that.
I think it's good. So I have a lot of people have told me repeatedly, like, don't trust the frog. Keep the frog on the table. The frog will win you the game as long as you keep it on the table long enough, and it's worth forcing to protect it.
I
So I'm kind of like taking that stance now. Like,
Yeah,
make
I
it
think
easier.
if that was a remove like a hard removal spell, I think I agree for sure. The fact that it was a borrower, I'm not certain that I care that much about it. But, keeping the frog in play recoups the card advantage of the force if you get to connect with it once, so it's probably still totally fine.
Yeah,
And then,
and you pitched your worst card, and you could rip something really good
yeah.
with the card
We
you have.
still know the top card from the brains. No, we've drawn all the brainstorm cards. This is the first fresh card, I believe. And we're getting in with the frog. Their deck could have basically anything in it. Like if it's Nick Fit or Aluren, I don't really know what those decks are running nowadays.
So I
Um,
think Ponder is fine here. Yeah, because if you find out the second force, it's not the worst. Um, Wasteland's not bad here. Did you already play a land this turn?
I did. I believe I played the Underground Sea
Okay.
because I wanted to have access to.
Because wasting them would potentially take them off of casting a learn next turn if they rip it. But
Yeah,
yeah, we're not even sure if they're on a learn
yeah.
yet.
At this point. I'm pretty positive. I still don't know what deck they're on. So I choose to keep it and draw the Wasteland. Oh no, I hadn't made a land drop yet. I keep it Wasteland, the Black Source. Um, and then I choose to play out the Murktide here. I'm like not really. I don't think a Veteran Explorer deck is also a Daze deck or something, so I'm not really concerned there. And they could have like Endurances or something wherever you want to play this right now. Um,
Yeah, and the benefit of Murktide is it can attack even if they keep their veteran explorer back.
yeah, it's like
The other book just has to sit there because
yeah.
you do not want to kill that.
And we pass back to them. They choose to fetch main phase here and find a white source. So I'm still baffled as to what they're playing. And they play an Eternal Witness. So now, like, with hindsight, I should be certain that this was Aluren. I'm still not even sure that I actually knew it was Aluren at the time. Um,
It could be like a value deck, but or just like a Nick Fit with blue for Leovold or something like that. Uro
yeah,
maybe.
but they witness like hitting their land drops. I don't think we really care about that at all. And then we get to draw this borrower, which is not irrelevant, but I think I'd rather just have the extra cards in hand, and then we play out the spell bomb. If I knew that this was a Lurin, there's probably an argument to hold up Borrower or go for the throat. But I'm still thinking it's like maybe Nick Fit, and I haven't seen any cards that indicate to
Yeah.
me that it's a Lurin, so I'm just on the
One
plan
thing.
of
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
no, you're what were you saying?
I was going to say one thing you might consider doing here is just upping your clock because if they are on learn, the time is kind of the essence because they could assemble like an I win button.
Hmm.
And one thing you could have considered doing there is going ahead and pitching maybe one or two of your cards, and then jumping the frog to get an extra card and to deal an additional 3 damage or something like that.
Yeah,
Maybe as much as like 4 damage with the Murktide.
I think we could still make that play next turn. Like next turn, we could have lethal. So I don't think
That's a good
it
point.
changes a whole lot to do that this turn versus next turn.
Yeah, I mean
Um,
you're foregoing a card, but other than that, maybe I'm just too greedy for card advantage because I'm like a hardcore value player.
and they brainstorm. Still like I'm not in the know about a lot of like the fringes of Legacy, so I still kind of have no clue what we're playing against here. But they with hindsight, Aluren here, I probably should have held up removal instead of cracking the clue. But they just pass it back, and we have a decision to make on if we want to just go for it. Um, Drawing a Force Civil here makes me a lot more confident in just
Yeah.
discarding cards and going for lethal. Um, so I choose to discard the Go for the Throat, and discard the Goyf, and then that means that we can jump and grow. And we have a lethal attack with force backup and also borrower backup. Um, and they're like it's in the face of open white mana, so that could be plow or something. But we have basically everything that we're worried about handled here.
Yeah, they need two removal spells,
Yeah, and they don't
or
even
even like an endurance, you would
yeah,
be able to stop it. So
they
yeah,
ended up having none, so we're taking down game one there. And I never actually saw anything remotely like Eternal Witness probably should have tipped me off that it was Aluren. But I believe my sideboarding, I brought in the Barrowglyph because I thought it was Nick Fit and like combat damage would matter more. I cut a Daze because they're like they put so
yeah,
many
they
lands
got a
in
lot of
play, and
land.
Wastelands they have a lot of non-basics but also a lot of basics. Um,
Yeah, the only change I would make is probably bring in the EE just in
yeah,
case they do have carpet.
I probably should have done that for sure. Um, and on the draw here, we're looking at a hand that's fine into fair things. And since I still think that we're against something fair, I keep this hand.
I would
Um,
100% keep this even if I knew they were on Aluren because Aluren's not an explosive deck.
yeah, it's like turn four, turn three. So here's the carpet, which is a little awkward in that we like probably have to play basic swamp if we want to play this Nether Goyf out. And we don't have EE in our deck. But I brought in the Harbinger of the Seas because I was worried about them having like some funky like Knight of the Reliquary stuff or something, like lands that we'd have to worry about there. Um, that's probably wrong, especially considering that I cut Wastelands. But it was like I was very much like shot in the dark here with what I was doing. I don't think
Yeah.
this is correct in the slightest. And this is kind of just showing me like fumbling my way through playing against something that I have basically no clue.
Yeah,
Um,
well, this is definitely not like a tier deck. Even if it were like optimized Alluren is like a turn, like a tier 4 deck or something.
mm.
It's like tier 5 deck. It's like not a particular. Wow.
Second carpet is really awkward because currently our Goyf doesn't attack for anything, but they don't play another land here, I believe. So they're basically banking on us giving them mana through carpet. So this is kind of a dilemma of like, do we try and pressure them and give them mana or just do nothing until
I
we
think,
can draw a way
sure.
to put cards in the yard? Um,
I mean, I would just go ahead and do it. Like rip the band-aid off is
yeah,
kind of what I'm thinking.
I think I would agree here. Like they're gonna draw into other lands eventually, and I choose to not. Um, which I don't think is correct. I think I should have just like cast something here, or like even brazen borrowered like a carpet, which doesn't really you know do much, but like do something here versus doing nothing. Um,
Yeah, I would probably brainstorm and try to just find like a different type that I can
I
somehow
think
get
the
in the
reason
graveyard.
why I didn't was because I wanted to be able to brainstorm with fetch available.
Hmm.
But they zenith here for 0, which is finding Dryad Arbor. And I probably should have just brainstormed here to try and find a daze that does. They hadn't used their carpet
The
mana
main
yet.
problem, though, yeah, exactly. Like, let's say you do fetch, then during their second main, they can do it. So what
Mm,
I would do here is I'd end step surveil for sure.
mm.
After their carpet triggers have gone off, and
I
then
choose to
you
just
have
keep again. Interesting. Okay, so we draw a wasteland here, which allows us to like put them under some pressure without fetching. But I end up fetching, and I find Underground Sea, which makes sense, and then casting the Brainstorm. Before, I would have preferred probably playing one of these first, but we don't really get punished, and we find a Bowmasters, which is good. I again don't love how I'm playing this here. I also really don't love doing that.
yeah. I think Bowmaster is better there.
Bowmaster seems. Oh, I wasteland myself to keep them off of all mana. Okay,
Oh wow, interesting play.
I.
So this is an interesting line. Like it's not one I would consider doing personally,
Mhm.
but I can totally see the reasoning here.
Yeah, okay. Now that I like see myself doing this, everything I did before makes sense. But like, I think that this is probably too risky. It's relying too hard on them just bricking forever. Um, but it's a line. I don't think it's the correct line. And like looking at it again, I don't think there's a world where I would have done this. But like wastelanding myself here, keeping them off of mana, it has the potential of working out. But like their deck has so many mana sources, and like they have enough relevant draws where we're not going to kill them with this Goyf before they draw something good. And then like we also know that we're not drawing anything good for a little while because of this. So I think this is wrong, but
You put an underground seat. That's your next draw, right?
yes, I believe the top card here should be Underground Sea, which I'm not sure why I put back Harbinger, and then I should have done that the other way around. But I guess if I'm not going to be playing anything this turn anyway, it makes sense to not like play it out. Um,
I was just thinking like how many clues you could have accumulated with Tamio.
yeah,
So by this
if
point, there's a
I
lot of opportunity cost.
this line was so yeah, we did have the Underground Sea, and I choose to just still not do anything until they do something. Um, the problem with this is once they do something, my hand isn't that well suited to actually answering it. Um, like I they can play something and we can like borrow it, but then we're giving them access to mana. Like we don't have a force or anything, so if they just play something, we kind of just lose. So I think that like taking the line that I did and also just playing this how I've played it, like I'm giving them way too much time to do anything. And like they finally, they drew a second land here, so they can actually do stuff now. Um, but we are drawing fresh cards this turn. And at this point, I should probably, like, now that they've drawn a black source, I should probably play out a land and try and do something. I'm still being stubborn and refusing to do it, I think, which is kind of bizarre. Um, and end step, they abrupt decay my thing, and now they've answered my threat. Like I have to go to discard, so I very clearly should be doing something. I discard the Harbinger because I now know that it's like useless, and they're not really playing what I thought they were on. Although I didn't really know, I had no idea what they were on to begin with. Um, and they're still not really playing anything out here. But now I think like we can't just play draw go forever. We have to like finally do something.
Yeah.
So I play out the islands and play out the Bowmasters. Oh no, the Tamio. Okay, that makes way more sense. Um, and like we're trying to start accumulating clues now, dazing literally any spell that they play because if we can pick up this island, that's still kind of
Yeah.
nice.
One
Um,
minor optimization. I definitely would have played out the underground seat instead of the island just in case you got a chance to like brainstorm the island back in your deck because they are playing veteran explorers.
True, true. That's a good point. I didn't think about like Explorer when I was making that decision. Um, like with the island in hand, it doesn't super matter if we're like any non-basic hate or anything. Like we're fine if they somehow like wasteland us or like I don't know, assassin's trophy our land or something. Um, like we're super fine with basically anything that they could do to our underground sea. Um, And Baleful Strix kind of makes our plan a little harder. We can still flip the Tamio. We just need to ponder pre-combat main instead of doing it post-combat. Drawing a frog here is fine. We also just have this Bowmasters as an answer to the Baleful Strix. Um,
Yeah, I'd probably just do the Bowmasters like you did there,
mhm.
rather than trying to flip the Tamio immediately. If they have Veil, it's gonna be really sad.
Yeah,
So,
we've also seen Abrupt Decay out of their deck, so like I think choosing
oh,
to
nice. Yeah,
um,
getting that island out of play is
yeah,
pretty big
like
too.
this means that we're not worried about them having Veil of Summer if they're paying for it. And like brainstorm, that's fine to resolve here. And then we now again have a threat in play and removed our island from play. Um, and
Yeah, I
our,
mean this is going remarkably well considering how slow it started.
yeah, I have not been punished as hard as I probably should have been for taking the line that I did.
Yeah, I would
Um,
definitely. I would have definitely played out a land and just pondered there because I think they've got so much mana at this point. I don't know. Maybe it's like the what the hell effect type thing
mhm.
kicking in, but for me, it's just like they've already got so much mana. Like denying the mana.
Yeah, they like have played out like land four here at this point. Like not playing this island is kind of irrelevant. They find a Bowmasters off of their recruiter, which
Yeah,
in the grand scheme of things, I feel like that could have been way worse. Um,
they're definitely on Aluren because
yeah, at
Aluren
this
is
point,
on
yeah, it's
recruiter.
like pretty obvious what they're playing. We haven't like seen Aluren, but like Baleful Strix and recruiter and everything. Um,
Wow,
and
attacking with Bowmasters there. I'm not sure about that.
so because they're on Aluren and I'm worried about them comboing off, like if they trade with Recruiter, it removes the like combo potential and they've already cast a couple cantrips, so I don't think they're like really incentivized to cantrip here. I don't know how much the Bowmasters actually does, other than like Baleful Strix is the obvious, like keeping it in play.
Yeah.
But they're also at 8, so like being able to still pressure them a little bit is kind of nice.
Yeah.
Um, and play out the frog there, and
The
then
important
this,
thing is you have the force in
yeah,
case they do have the Aluren. And
we're
they may have
giving
sided out their counter
yeah.
magic.
So here's the Aluren, and I choose to force the Aluren obviously because like we just kind of lose if the Aluren resolves. Um, and they have Eternal Witness to get the Aluren back, which is unfortunate. Or they get back Abrupt Decay here actually. Um, which signals to me if they're getting back Abrupt Decay that they probably just have another Aluren in hand.
Yeah.
Um, and so I choose to uh, play out the Murktide here, which is, or no, sorry, I started to think about playing out the Murktide here, and then I don't because I think like, oh, if they're picking that back up, they probably have another Aluren in hand, and I have to hope that somehow Brazen Borrower can stop the combo. Um,
Yeah. The great thing about Brazen Borrower is you can bounce something and then you can cast Brazen Borrower for free from exile.
yeah, which is really nice. I can you? Is it from your hand? It's
Yes.
anywhere. It's anywhere. Okay. Um, so they choose to block the Orc Army token, which is kind of bizarre. I don't really know if I understand that, but
I would probably consider pondering to find a force here rather
yeah.
than relying on Borrower.
Daze, there's like zero chance that
Yeah,
Daze
that's a
is
shuffle.
good enough. So I end up shuffling and drawing a frog, which is not very relevant. We get to flip the Tameo, but this game is going to be over whether we win or lose before Tameo is relevant.
Yeah.
Um,
But it is
and
nice to be able to buy back a force next turn.
yeah,
And they still have 6 cards in their hand, so I'm not sure I would just play at the land. But I guess it's your only interaction is Borrower.
yeah, Borrower or like I guess Fatal Push is the only ways that we have of interacting here. But I think we kind of are priced into playing out the land if we're operating on the assumption that they have another Aluren in hand.
Yeah, man, turn 11.
Yeah, this one went a lot longer than if we want to have a chance at winning than I would have liked. And you know they have the second Aluren in hand, which we don't really have an answer to, and they play a Recruiter of the Guard. I cast the Frog for free first because our plan is going to be bouncing the Aluren, and they don't have a second green mana to replay it this turn. But they have a Bowmasters in response for free, and they end up pinging our frog so that and then they have a Cavern Harpy and they can just go off basically
Yeah,
in
that's
response here.
game.
So
Now, it's not
unfortunate, but
necessarily a game because they only have 7 life.
um,
So
they
6 life.
they
They have to
have
find an Uro or something to gain life.
they end up going through the motions, and how do they like go to 2 if I remember, and then they have something they like Bowmasters me a bunch, all this with them on the stack, and they kill my Tameo. Oh, and then where is this in here?
They get the Arctic Merfolk, which does bounce a creature as part of its casting cost, and then they can go get the rest of the combo with
Yeah.
Recruiter.
Um,
So yeah, I guess it was a deterministic. It's just I'm not even sure why they bothered doing all that Orcish Bowmaster shenanigans if they had Harpy in hand and they could have just waited for it to resolve.
yeah, because like our borrower ends up resolving here, and we bounce the
Wow,
thing.
they passed the turn. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, so we ended up bouncing the Aluren,
Yeah.
and
Oh, okay. Never mind. That explains it.
we need to
I've
counter
forgotten
this on
about
the way back down, and we don't see a counter spell, so we have to shuffle that. That doesn't do anything. We take one off of. We had the Tameo had to be upticked beforehand, so we couldn't have downticked there, and then our other draw is not a force, and we're just dead to the Aluren.
Yeah.
And then heading into game 3, we have we're on the play and we look down at a hand that has a Daze, it has a Tameo and a Brainstorm to flip it. This isn't really a matchup where our lands are pressured that much, so I
Yeah.
think
I
I'm
don't think they
fine.
will play Wasteland.
Yeah, I'm totally fine keeping this. I should fetch Underground Sea here if I don't. Yeah, okay. And then just playing the turn 1 Tameo with the assumption that we're flipping it on turn 2, even if we don't draw land.
Yeah. And turn one's really critical here because they could have Veteran Explorer, they could have Carpet
Mhm.
instead they just open Island, which is a great opening.
Yeah,
Uh,
their meta base is I never understand how these decks, their mana bases function, like basic
So
island and this
So
four
I think
color.
that they're playing Aluren wrong. If you want to watch my build
Mhm.
of Aluren, there's a video on the channel, and I play an extremely conservative. It's basically Sultai mid range, and it just has Aluren and the two like three Kevin Harpies, and that's
Mhm.
the entire combo package.
Yeah, like having white for the deck just to have access to recruiter seems like you're stretching the mana quite a bit. Um,
Yeah, four color with basics. It's super greedy.
yeah, so I attack before playing the land here because I don't think there's anything that they're doing where we need to have access to the second land. It probably was correct to just play the land first here before casting the brainstorm, but and then I put back the redundant Tameo and flip the Tameo, and then play out the land.
I mean, you're off to an amazing start.
Yeah, this one we putting them under the gun fast is kind of what you need to do here in these
Yeah,
like slower combo matchups. Um, and we have like a couple points of interaction. We have a Tameo that's flipped. They're just playing out basics that we don't really care about. Carpet, we kind of have to worry about. Like this,
yeah, I would force it.
the borrower is shown to like doesn't really disrupt them as much as we'd like. So I end up forcing that to keep our days live. Um, because they've shown us like abrupt decays and stuff, I could see rebuying Force here with Tameo just to
I
try
would
and
thought these,
yeah.
and then maybe even rebuy thoughtsies depending on what you see.
So we see a hand that kind of does nothing, and this is like the problem with all the basics in their deck is like they have two lands in play, two basics, and they can cast one card in their hand.
So I would
Um,
probably take recruiter just in case they do
yeah,
find a white source. Is
I
that what
think
you do?
I take Aether Channeler in
Yeah,
case because if they draw any land,
any
but
land.
same
Yeah,
logic of like take the 3 mana thing that's actually good in the event that they draw it. Oh, and I guess I can just like you said rebuy the Thoughtseize here, and I just Thoughtseize them again.
yeah, that's
Um,
huge. So this one of
yeah,
Thoughtseize is showing up so much in these
it's
matches.
it's been really great. And my more recent lists, I've played two instead. One in the main, one in the side, but still only the one in the main deck. But the having like Thoughtseize has just been so crucial. So they Petty Theft are Tameo, which is the only card we didn't know about. So we know that dazing this is totally fine. Um,
And petty thefting a Tameo that has one loyalty is probably a desperation play.
yeah,
Like they had
it's
nothing better to do. So
they whiffed. We know that they whiffed on their lands. So we just get to play out the land, uptick Tameo here, and then
and you
attack.
have clue to potentially draw into a blue card for force if you need it. But I think this game is thoroughly under control.
Yeah, we're like in very good shape. We know that their hand has a whole lot of uncastable cards in it. They have a brainstorm, and I choose to like crack for the chance at forcing this brainstorm.
I think
Um,
it's actually reasonable to force here because they've got nothing. They've got so many dead
yeah,
cards in their hand, and if they find a fetch, it's like the ancestral recalled.
I cracked, and then I think I end up deciding against forcing the brainstorm, which I would have forced this. I crack under the thought
Oh
of
wow, their brainstorm locked. All right,
yeah
we can just stop this game.
yeah
Let's move on to the next game.
this one is thoroughly over. And then we're heading into this is the trophy match, I believe. This is match 5, correct?
Oh, punishing Waterfalls, one of the
Yeah,
best players
we're
in Legacy.
against Matt, I believe, punishing Waterfalls. And we are on the play for this one. And we look down at a hand that has lands and spells, and like punishing Waterfalls plays a lot of different decks. So on the play, this ponder can find us interaction.
Yeah,
Um,
and he generally plays like he plays a broad range tempo control. He can
mm,
play anything. He's an incredibly good player. I'm excited to see what he's playing here.
Yeah, so I lead off on the threat, and they play Thundering Falls, and Thundering Falls turn one is usually nowadays a pretty strong indicator of Sneak and Show. Um, it's kind
Yeah.
of like the only deck that plays Thundering Falls consistently. Um,
Or or he might be on his blue red wizards deck, which also plays Thundering Falls.
True,
He's had a lot of success with that
I'm
recently.
not sure that he had been playing that deck at the time that this league happened, but I there's a chance. So I choose to ponder first beforehand because in the event that we find something that we don't want to just play Wasteland here, we can do that. And Thoughtseize, like I'm on the read of they're playing Sneak and Show, so I'm going to Wasteland them first and then Thoughtseize them next turn, um, because our hand doesn't really work or it doesn't interact well with like Soul Land plus multiple things that we have to care about. So I want to ensure that we're not dead this turn before we do anything else. Um, they play out a bauble, which our hand, we know that we're drawing a Fatal Push that's kind of irrelevant here, but we're hoping that this disrupts them enough.
Oh yeah, it's
So
definitely Paper Trail.
I should spend more time looking at what they have before just clicking through that. But their hands, we take the show or the sneak attack, sorry, the show and tell, because it's the only thing that they can cast off of drawing
Yeah,
any land. They have two other payoff cards with sneak attack and the One Ring. And then obviously, I don't think we're taking we there's an argument to take the Emrakul here, but I don't
it's
think
not a good argument in my
yeah,
humble opinion.
I don't think that's right at all. Like I don't even think I considered it. Ponder, we're keeping on top because we're pretty positive we're not dead next turn. So like just having access to cantrip for more cards is great. Um, they cast their Ponder and they end up keeping with the Ponder, and then
It's
they
very
find
scary.
yeah,
Yeah, probably
Ponder
means they
keep
have another.
is spooky. So we cast our own Ponder beforehand, and these cards don't really do anything. So we
Yeah,
shuffle and happen to rip a Force Wheel, which is fantastic.
yeah. It's
Um,
not fantastic in the face of Vexing Bubble, but it's not the worst.
so the thing with like they likely have to oh yeah, I'm playing the Tameo at first because of the bobble. But if we're not dead this turn, we're likely in fine shape with this force because they're probably going to have to crack their bobble. We're basically in a situation of if they draw a mana source here, we're kind of there's nothing we could really do regardless. And if they don't draw a mana source here, then like our force is, or they're going to likely have to crack the bobble and our force becomes more live. But they play out a One Ring, which we can't do anything about.
It's interesting they chose to play that instead of the sneak attack. But
Yeah.
maybe they thought you could have Brazen Borrow. Brazen Borrowing a One Ring is not nearly as catastrophic as Brazen Borrowing a sneak attack, and they can only play one because the pedal was a one time.
Yeah. I think the argument is like they know that one of them is going to resolve, and the One Ring lets them play. The One Ring lets them draw towards finding more lands to cast the sneak attack. And if they play the sneak attack, then they're probably not playing the One Ring. And it's like if we have some form of interaction for the sneak attack, it's a
Yeah,
lot worse. Um, and I just crack the clue main phase here. Um, and because we can fetch and then play frog after we
yeah,
draw here, and we just kind of are trying to fade for a turn essentially.
yeah. They need two mana sources. They can put the sneak attack in play, but they also have to have the mana source to activate.
Yeah, so they have the land for sneak attack, and there's nothing we can do about that. Um,
So I guess the question is, can we kill them now? Let's take a look at the like. I know you're about to play it out, but
yeah,
let's just do some quick math. So Nethergorf, can he get any bigger?
there is not a creature in the yard currently, and there's also not an instant in the yard currently.
Okay, so Nethergorf could be 4, and Frog could deal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that would be 9, and then they take 2 from One Ring and they die.
Yes, and we also have the Tameo clue that we can draw a card with. So the math, works out that they should just be dead here, and we go through the motions, discard all the cards. I cast the Ponder first, and we find a Borrower off the
Oh, that's
Ponder.
great. So,
Um, but it ends up not. The only thing it changes is that we crack this clue to draw a card in the event that this card is worse than the Borrower, and we discard the Borrower because if somehow they have a possible answer, I'd rather just like wasteland them to limit their opportunities of having something to like bounce their like or do something where they don't just die. Um, but kind of not a whole lot left here other than just pass the turn to them and hope that there's nothing they can do, and they don't have anything and they die to their ring.
that was
Um,
an extremely tight game. Like basically every decision you made, you had a margin of 1 card
yeah,
basically at the end of the game.
it was that one was real close, and this matchup tends to be pretty close, a lot closer than it's been in the past. And then post board here, we're looking
So
at
you brought
bringing
in the
in
Hydro, you brought in the 2 Force Negations.
yeah, Hydro Force Negation, and believe I brought in the other Brazen Borrower as well. And I cut Nihil Spell Bombs because they don't do a whole lot, and then I cut the single target removal. Like Borrower, while not fantastic, is still better than like the Fatal Pushes or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, Borrower
Um,
was really good when you drew it because it could have potentially time walked them.
yeah, I brought in a couple consigns, but I don't believe I brought in all of them, just as answers to the ring. I brought in two of the three, it seems like.
So I
Um,
think Consign actually might be pretty good in this matchup. I haven't tested it in this matchup because I never thought to bring it in. But if you think about it, let's think about what it hits. Obviously, it stops the ring from being cast, but it can also stop like an Emrakul Annihilator trigger if you have more than 15 life.
yeah, and
It can stop
also
an Atraxa trigger.
yeah, if they like sneak attack in an Atraxa, you can stop the Atraxa trigger, take 7, and then they sack it in the end step. Like, I think there definitely is an argument to bring in the third consign as well.
Yeah,
But they mull the 6, and we're looking at a hand that's like average-ish, but I end up keeping it. It has a Tameo that can flip, and it has a consign that stops some of their relevant plays. And they also mulligan to 6. I think if they kept, I would probably mulligan this hand. And they play a carpet, which is definitely a problem card. But in a situation like this, where they play a non-basic and then carpet on turn 1, I think I'm pretty happy just wastelanding them, which is what I end up doing. Like, just let them play out a little bit more before we decide what we want to do. Um, and they play out Volcanic Islands, and then they play a Brainstorm, which this kind of signals to me that this is their only other land. If they're playing out this Brainstorm, like with they can't fetch this turn. Um,
yeah, and it's probably also their only cantrip because you would definitely cast a Ponder there
yeah,
as opposed to Brainstorm if you could.
and they play out a Petal, and then that's it for them. So there's kind of a couple decisions that we can make here. You could play out Tameo this turn, which means that you're going to get a clue next turn instead of just flipping the Tameo. You could just hold up Consign to Memory or a Surveil off of the polluted Delta and not give them mana from Carpet of Flowers. Um, and I think that I prefer the line of just holding up the Delta and turning away one clue from Tameo. Um,
Yeah, I would agree with that sentiment. Also, I mean, this represents the ability to get a swamp if you need to. It
mm.
represents the ability to brainstorm. It represents the ability to consign something.
Yeah, there's a non-zero chance that they're like a Blood Moon deck. Sometimes that I don't think it would come in this matchup, but it's a thing to potentially be worried about. They main phase fetch a Surveil land, which and the fact that they ban a show intel off of that means that they either have a whole bunch of they only have 3 cards in hand, so they either have enablers with looking for threats, or they just have like a bunch of I guess the only thing it could possibly be is like just like or like one rings.
Yeah.
And they cast a ponder here, and it's a ponder into a shuffle, which is nice to see. Um, so end step, I choose
Yeah.
to surveil, and we
That's absolutely
definitely
what I would have
yeah
done too.
definitely don't need that other land. Another Tameo is also not great.
So your options here, one is you could just Tameo and then wait and see what they do and then end step brainstorm if you
Mm,
need to. It does kind of suck that you're giving them 2 mana. I think I would definitely hold up consign here though. I wouldn't try to aggressively flip Tameo. But what are your thoughts?
so looking at it here, the fact that they bin to show and tell, I think that I would probably aggressively flip. They haven't put a vexing bauble in play, so like a consign isn't going to stop them having another show and tell in hand, which is
Yeah,
kind of the read I'd get if they bin one. So
but they could have like a lot. They now have access to 5 mana, so I'm thinking like one ring could cleanly be answered by the consign, and you could always flip end step, but then you lose that on 2 loyalty. Yeah, I guess if your plan to win is to ultimate,
mm,
that makes sense because if you can just whoa,
yeah,
that's a really good brainstorm. My goodness. Okay, that changes everything
yeah.
basically.
So I even ignoring this, I think like consign is a good answer to the ring, but it's a good answer to exactly the ring. And we have enough like forces and dazes are both good draws there off of the brainstorm. And either force or daze, if we draw those, we still have a clean answer to the one ring.
Yeah,
And we're also insulated against them having like a show and tell or a sneak attack. Um, and they play a defense grid, which is, I mean, we just lose if we let that resolve. And we fortunately have 2 forces.
Yeah, yet another reason to board in all three consigns. I
Yeah,
didn't even think about that, but yeah, that's a good clean answer.
grid is not something I was expecting to see, so I choose to rebuy the force here so that we can have hardcast consign, we can have hardcast force, and then also pitchcast force at will.
Yeah, and they're getting low enough in cards that you don't really even care about the fact that they have so much mana.
Yeah, so they actually just brick on their draw step, and they scoop. We don't even need to put them under any pressure. They just scoop it up, which seems a little bit early, but they know that we have a force in hand, and their hand might just not be suited at all to answering that. So kind of a fast concession, but that wraps up the first of the trophies with. It was a bit of a rocky one. Not the tightest play in a lot of places, but the deck definitely treated me well, and I like that's kind of the most that you can ask for.
Yeah, absolutely. Like that, you had several really good brainstorms. That
Yeah,
brainstorm there at the end that revealed two force effects when you already had two blue cards and had dead lands in your hand.
yeah,
Super, super good. And like, I mean, you won with a huge margin.
yeah,
Like, this is an overwhelming victory
yeah.
in terms of your ability to defend the stack.
So jumping into the changes that I made in between, I will pop back over to here. So for this was for the first of the leagues, and then for the next two trophies that I had on that day, I switched up the list a little bit, and it's gonna look a little bit uglier here. Sorry about that,
So
but
we don't need to
yeah, the main
reorient
deck is
everything.
irrelevant.
The
The,
main
the
deck
main
is the
deck
same.
stayed the same. The sideboard swaps, I put in the second Barrowgoyf because I was really happy with how that performed. I put in the second Thoughtseize because I was also really happy with how that performed. And then I cut the Null Rod and the Powder Keg because I just felt like they were too narrow, leaving in the explosives as like the one sweeper type effect in the sideboard.
Awesome. Yeah, those all seem like sensible changes.
And then hopping into League Two, that one starts off.
And we're gonna see how Baragoy fares. But I just out of curiosity, are you still on to Baragoy
Yeah,
inside?
I absolutely love the card. I like it's felt amazing, and I've been a huge fan of it in general. So here on the draw against an unknown opponent again, like ignore the Verdant Catacombs thing. We don't know that here. I look down at a hand that has a force, a blue card, threats, removal. This hand seems very good. It can find both our basics if that's needed. Um, and they also keep on 7, and they lead off with the Verdant and just a pass. So Verdant is kind of a weird one. It could be a lot of different things. I think it's kind of hard to draw a conclusion just based on that. Similar deal with like most of the black fetches.
Yeah, and
Um,
I play a Verdant as my black fetch
mhm.
in my blue black just because it's the most confusing.
Yeah, I think I agree that like that one and kind of also Marsh Flats. I think Bloodstained Mire is not a very good like juke fetch. But I'm thinking about this being probably some like blue black deck, just based on how many blue black decks show up in on Magic Online. So I fetch the basic swamp. We're letting our opponent know that we don't have access to days, but we're also going to be insulated against their potential wastelands.
Yeah,
And they end step fetch, and it's a commercial district, which
which means they're on storm.
yeah, it literally means exactly one thing, and this can basically only be Tess. Um, so fetching the swamp is not going to help us at all, but we do have a Force of Will and a Brainstorm next turn. But if we had fetched an Underground Sea, we could Brainstorm and then shuffle. But I chose to play around them having access to Wastelands, and in doing that, we can't shuffle this Brainstorm if we cast it next turn. Um, and they nothing on turn 2. Typically, in my experience playing against Tess, it's kind of like a turn 1 surveil, turn 2 surveil, turn 3 go off type of situation. So this is kind of the normal curve of how their turns play out. Um, and I choose to fetch here and play out the frog for the reason of I think brainstorming is we already have one force. Um, there's not a whole lot to be gained from brainstorming this turn versus if we survive to next turn, we can brainstorm and then
Yeah,
shuffle away this fatal push and this frog. Um,
yeah, I definitely agree with that. Like Frog is a great path to victory against these combo decks just
mhm,
because it dramatically increases the rate at which you can draw interaction.
yeah. And then end step, they do what I was expecting to, which is they fetch and then surveil again. And if it wasn't already obvious that it was Tess, should be after this when they fetch green red and blue
Interesting.
black.
Urza Saga is not stock. I don't think. I'm not sure if that's in the latest Epic Storm, but yeah,
I was a little surprised to see that. I'm not sure where that is, if that's stock or not right now. But they play an LED, which I opt not to force. There, I could see forcing it, but I don't. They play a second Mox Opal just for storm count, so like this makes me think that this is like a galvanic relay that they're going for here. They find a Bayou, and then they end up going for the relay that I was expecting. And we're just gonna have to let this resolve and hope that it's
yeah,
medium, and it ends up hitting Urza Saga Chrome Mox Lotus Petal Relay, which is it could be far worse than that.
yeah. And I don't know how you feel about relay in general. I'm underwhelmed by the
It's
card.
yeah,
I'm like,
I completely agree. I've never been overly impressed with Relay.
the main
Um,
thing is it gives you information that you can use to like figure out what to prioritize the next turn,
mhm,
and yeah. So I can definitely understand like it does essentially like turn all your spells into like double drawing
mhm.
kind of, but yeah.
So I opt to start off with the brainstorm here before playing the land because we could potentially wasteland them off of a red source to prevent the second relay and make them have to use their Lotus Petal for it. Um, and I think putting away the lands here is like Fatal Push is also kind of just useless. So it's like your pick of land, Fatal Push is what you'd put back. Um, I opt to go with land Fatal Push. Um,
Yeah, Fatal Push is completely dead.
yeah,
So you're never gonna cast a Fatal Push against the Epic Storm.
it, they could make a construct token and we could push that, but that's super unlikely. So
Yeah,
um,
I guess that is like the one like
mhm,
extremely narrow thing, and even then, I'd probably still rather my Fatal Push be a blue card that I can push to force.
yeah. I chose to not discard the Bowmasters or the Underground Sea there to the Frog. Um, I I feel like Bowmasters is good enough with like Echo and stuff that I like keeping that in hand. I think there's probably an argument to discarding the Underground Sea there just to get any extra damage. Um,
Yeah, I can definitely see that, but it's up in the air. Like
yeah.
you might be able to double spell next turn.
And we're just basically operating off of the information from their relay, which is probably going to be like another small-ish relay that, like we talked about, relay kind of underwhelming. Like these relays for 3 or something aren't going to win you the game. So
So this is bait,
yeah,
in my opinion.
they
I don't
play
want to do this.
they play a Veil, which they have one unknown in hand, and I shouldn't force this. So yeah, it just like it doesn't even cantrip, and they just play that to get the extra storm for their relay, um, and I choose to let it go. And if their one card in hand that we don't know about is a payoff card that we could daze if we forced the veil, I guess we get punished. But I don't think that's reasonable. I think I completely agree in just holding. And then they relay for 5, which ends up putting an Echo in exile, which is a nice place for Echo to be.
And it
Besiege,
guys, well,
yeah,
yeah, they're getting some really unlucky. I mean, Burning Wish is good here, and Beseech are good, but like their best Beseech target is already in exile right
yeah.
there.
They're kind of definitely an awkward sequence for them, and then just playing the Bowmasters to have the threat. Um, and I
Yeah,
believe
that's good. That's good use of mana. I would agree with that play.
this turn we have 2, 4, 7. I don't think we can turn anything off by discarding more cards, but I choose to discard the Goyf to put the extra card type in the yard because it's a 2-turn clock regardless.
Yeah,
Um, and
and
they,
Storm and a lot of the combo decks just don't play any removal. Like their whole plan is to kill you before your
yeah,
cards become relevant.
we have these threats in play, and we have a borrower to answer the one possible way they could make a blocker. So it's we're pretty confident that nothing's going to change. Um,
Awesome.
I play out the lands. It's a surveil if nothing else, and I hold open instead of playing out the frog. I hold open the mana to hardcast Brazen Borrower. Um, I think playing either one is not great because I just want to have access to the most blue cards for force possible here. They play a Veil, and here when they have one card in hand, I choose
Um,
to force the
yeah, but
Veil.
they have all those cards
Yeah,
in Exile
they
that
have all of these in exile, and they can hard cast an Echo. Potentially, if they have like if we let this Veil resolve, we can't target them with the Bowmasters if they hard cast this Echo. Um, so I choose to force this so that that's still a line that's open to us. It gives them more storm, um, but they're brainstorming in
oh,
response, which is I
now they can't even echo.
yeah
Like,
they
well, I mean, they couldn't echo it before anyway, but this just further restricts their options.
and then they go for the ritual into the I believe they should be able to beseech chain here. I think they burning wish for beseech, yeah, and then I think they can beseech chain to get lethal storm. Play the one from exile, find another beseech, play that beseech, and then tendrils us. So
Yeah,
forcing
I
it,
didn't see us losing that for sure. I thought we were in a really dominant position,
it didn't
but
end up mattering. I think it was still correct to force there because they had access to all of they had the LED as well. They had access to all
yeah, they
this
could have
mana, and
created
they could have
probably at least three
hardcast.
or four more storm
Yeah,
with their beseeches.
um,
Because beseech, like a beseech, represents as many storm as you have artifacts or enchantments or tokens.
Yeah, pretty much. Or exactly. And so like an unfortunate sequence there where we didn't really have any way of interacting with them that was meaningful. And heading into game two against Storm, the sideboarding is like in these most of these combo matchups is pretty cut and dry. The removal comes out. I no longer have Null Rod or Powder Keg in my sideboard, but the Thoughtseize that is in the sideboard now comes in, and all the consigns and the force negations come in.
Awesome.
Uh,
And while you're walking through the first few turns, I'm just gonna grab some water. I'll be
yeah,
right back.
absolutely.
But please keep going.
So we're looking at a hand that has force, blue card, has daze, has consign. It doesn't have a second land, but it could definitely take several draw steps towards finding one. And like this hand, we can again fetch non-basics and not be worried really at all, other than like carpet of flowers that we find in islands. But I think this hand is a very strong keep. Um, I would go as far as to say I'm not sure if we should actually play Tamio on turn one, and I don't. I hold open consign. Um, and probably consign like an LED for sure, or like most mana rocks. And also not playing out the Tamio means that we can fetch end step to try and find a second land here off of this Surveil, which we end up finding a frog that goes away. We already have one in hand, and we need the lands more than anything else. We find Polluted Delta, which is perfect. Finding a second land is huge, and we can just hold open this Bowmasters while also having up Consign, Hardcast, and they're probably just going to surveil on our end step, which is what ends up happening here off of sewers. And I choose to fetch now and play this Bowmasters while they can't have Veil of Summer open. They're I just I like doing this when they can't cantrip in response or cast Veil in response. It means that we're tapping out of Consign here, but we have access to Force and Daze, so I still feel pretty good about our position. Um, and I think it's definitely not the most conservative line to just play the Bowmasters here instead of holding it open. But doing it this way means that we're the most likely to be able to get the most damage off of it. Um, and they just play a land and pass. And now that we have access to consign again, and we pick up another force, things are just going real. Like this game has developed very nicely for us. And attacking in with these, and we're expecting, like I said, game one, them to surveil again, and having access to two forces plus a daze means I'm okay tapping out of consign here to play this frog, just to try and like end the game and draw cards
Yeah.
as quickly as possible.
Yeah,
Um,
100%. Like in my experience, like it doesn't really matter how slow your clock is as long as you've got some sort of clock and you're outdrawing them.
mhm. um, and end step, they're likely fetching the district again to have access to all their colors, and they've been a burning wish, which is usually a pretty good sign. If they're like binning fast mana, that means they kind of have everything rolled up. If they also are making land drops, but if they're binning a Burning Wish, then it means that they're probably not able to accumulate that much Storm right now. They lead off with a ritual that we're fine having resolve. A Thoughtseize that's just going to show them that they can't take us off of force this turn. And they choose one of them and then go for a Burning Wish that I choose to counter here, because of the possibility of them finding like a relay out of the sideboard with another mana. Um, I could see like there's not really any Storm card that we're that worried about, because if it's they find a relay and then play another mana source, we can just counter that mana source. Um, but I think that this Burning Wish could also be a setup for next turn. So
Oof.
I like countering it here. They have the Veil, which means that we have to. I choose to shoot the Frog. It doesn't matter shooting the Frog versus shooting the army. Um, but their wish resolves, but they only have access to one mana and 4 cards in hand. So I'm not overly concerned about them actually winning this turn, and they just find an Echo of Aeons. And they have Petal here and the LED. So this kind of worst case scenario, but they would have had access to this regardless of if we forced or not. So it doesn't super change anything. And they flash back the Echo, and we just kind of have to hope that this bricks. And we get a whole bunch of Bowmaster triggers that we choose to shoot the Orc
Yeah.
Army with.
If you don't mind me asking, why didn't you daze there? Like, was it like I might? Did you think it would represent too much of a tempo loss? Because you could have taken off one of the mana that they had.
If they're under Veil, they can just let the days
Oh
resolve.
yeah, sorry. I lost track of the fact that
No,
they.
that's super fine. Um, So they shoot the Orc Army a bunch. If we get a turn, this hand is phenomenal. Odds of us getting a turn are not crazy high, but they're choosing to brainstorm first, which is a good sign. Means that they are
Yeah,
likely needing to find something, and they didn't find what they needed, and then we pick that one up.
that's
So
very lucky because yeah, I mean, like they had to win that turn, but they have so much fast mana.
yeah, they're like
They saw a lot of cards with the brainstorm and everything.
yeah, their brick percentage is probably pretty low there, and we managed to get lucky, and they ended up bricking on that one. So on the draw here, our hand is a couple dazes, a Tameo, a Brainstorm, a Frog. It has interaction, and they mulled the 6. Um, it doesn't have anything on turn 0, and it only has soft interaction for once we actually get a turn. So I could go either way on keeping this one. Um,
I would definitely keep this. Well, actually, on the draw,
on
huh?
the play, I keep this for sure.
Yeah. On the draw, like there is the turn, like they just turn zero you. That is a
Yeah,
very real threat.
I think that they're a little bit less explosive than they used to be, so I think I'm more okay keeping this. I end up keeping it here. Um, and like I mentioned, their turn 1 and turn 2 are normally like more of setup turns. They're not like as fast. Playing out an LED is scary, and this seems like they're just going for it on turn 1, but it is just a vexing bauble, which turns off our dazes, but it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah,
Um, and we draw a Goyf here, so I don't see a whole lot of reason in doing anything other than just playing out one of the 2 threats. Choose to go for the Tameo. I just want to have the most looks at drawing towards the things that we can interact with them through Bauble, like finding a consign to memory or something that we can buy back. Um,
yeah, or multiple Thoughtseize. Being able
yeah,
to buy back Thoughtseize is really strong here.
Dark Ritual is pretty scary, and they end up just going for a small Beseech, um, which
I'm not
uh,
sure about that play.
again, I feel like this could be a lot worse than
They can't. They can't even use whatever they get off of a siege with vexing bubble out.
yeah, they it's just like a diabolic tutor. And I don't know if we find out what they end up getting off of it, but I think that's a very questionable line. I'm not sure I agree with that one, or I'm pretty sure I don't. Um, and here I could see playing the frog. I could see holding up when Bowmasters,
I'd
brainstorming
probably hold up Bowmasters just in case the card they got was
an echo.
yeah,
Um,
because it would make sense. That would be one card that would be worth going to all that trouble.
Yeah. Like the only thing I think that makes sense for them to get there is finding an echo. And then I I think holding open Bowmasters makes the most sense. Um, Attack, get the clue, um, and then yeah, I choose to just hold open the Bowmasters under the assumption that the only thing they're finding there is an Echo of Eons. But they just actually pass, which is really bizarre. Um, I have no clue what they could have found there, where that's the play that they're making. But I just we have open the Bowmasters mana here, so I play the Bowmasters to start pressuring their life total over trying to flip the Tameo end step. Um, and here
Yeah.
I think I just like attacking and then brainstorming to flip Tameo. Like still kind of confused as to what my opponent would have tutored for there that isn't Echo of Eons and isn't something that they could play out. Um, but our brainstorm finds us good things for if Bobble goes away, and also with
Most definitely.
sewers, which sewers can bin cards. And I choose to put back Frog second, and then the Murktide on top of the Frog, I believe. Um,
So you're going to
and
bid in the Murktide itself.
yeah, bin the Murktide, play out the Goyf, which is larger because we bin the Murktide, and then draw the Frog next turn. Um, and they crack Bobble end step, which
That's crazy to me.
in
Like they must be
their
so
whole
desperate.
their whole line seems really strange. And I would love to hear from Storm players on what they might have been doing.
I guess if they had artifact mana, that's one reason to do it. But
Yeah, they Burning Wish, which I assume this is getting the Echo from the sideboard. But it's dazable. They can't crack
yeah,
and pay and be able to cast their thing. So that one a little bit of a strange game three. And got a little lucky in game two to not die to their Echo, but Storm matchups are kind of high rolly going both ways. So that's kind of how that is. And heading into match two, we pair against a player who I think is like pretty high up on the trophy leaderboards consistently. Playing, they normally play blue black from what I remember on the draw,
blue
and
black control or blue black
tempo.
reanimator. Yeah, okay.
Um, and this hand is on the draw like more keepable, but I think I'm
I wouldn't keep
operating
that.
under the assumption that they're on blue black. So I think I mulligan because
Ooh, that's brutal.
I'm a little scared of the one lander hand that has to find a non-basic. And then we go to five, and this is as far as fives go. It's a keepable
100%.
five.
Yeah,
It has
you can go get your basics if you need to.
mhm. And our suspicions are confirmed. They are actually on blue black. Um, and this Goyf not super relevant when we one have fatal push and two we just do a spell bomb. And so I don't think we're fatal pushing the Goyf at all. I think we're just saving that for dealing with the frog. Um, and on five, we like kind of have to try and optimize all of our cards and like rather than we can't really just fire them off on the first thing um, and hope that that's good enough. But they ponder, keep, find their land, or they already have the land. And I don't think that this is a block that I would like to make. Like any instant, they're able to
Yeah.
just make their Goyf large enough. So even though on paper it looks like a free chump block, it's definitely not. And then they end up thoughts using us post combat, which is pretty tough. They take our fatal push, which definitely signals to me that they have either a daze in hand or removal in hand for our frog.
It's
Um,
interesting they didn't oh, I guess they already had ponder in
yeah,
their
they
deck.
already had a sorcery for their graveyard. So I choose to just play out the spell bomb here rather than playing something into their daze or removal. Um, and this also lets us possibly curb the Nethergoyf when needed. Um, and they attack, so we're still operating under the assumption that they have some kind of instant in hand, and they play a frog post combat. Which in response, am gonna crack the spell bomb to see if we
Yeah,
can
the upside of
potentially,
finding days here would
yeah,
be really high.
like being able to find days off of the spell bomb would be huge. We don't, but we find a second frog, which is also nice because it makes us a little bit less worried of their possible removal. Um, and then they play a Bogart Bog, which this one was surprising to see. Um, I've seen it pop up a little bit in like blue black tempo lists, but I personally am not a fan. Um, kind of gave me the read that they might not be on a basic swamp if they're playing that. Um, Not sure if that's something that you can read super deep into, but like seeing that, I feel like you wouldn't play that and also a basic swamp in your deck. Um, so
Yeah. I don't know how you feel about it, but like I've been kind of underwhelmed with those. Like I was initially really excited about Witch Enchanter,
mhm.
but and I mean getting wasted off of what is essentially a one color land really
Seems
really
really,
sucks.
yeah, I'm not a fan for sure. And we drew a daze, which makes me more okay with playing out this frog. If they have a daze, we can daze back, and we have a second frog if they have a removal spell. I choose to not attack with the Tameo, um, just because I feel like the odds of them wanting to jump their frog and block it are high, considering that it would let them grow their netherglyphs again.
Yeah.
Um, so they lead off with a brainstorm, and these glyphs are starting to have power and toughness again. And they attack with the glyphs too. So I end up blocking on the one, their frog, and then two on one of their glyphs. I'm with a second frog in hand, totally fine if they want to like start discarding cards here to try and trade. So I discard the second copy of Tameo, and then they ditch a force, and I ditched the other frog because I'm not sure I agree with that actually. I think I should have
Yeah.
ditched the days instead of
But
ditching
you're
the
likely to
frog.
pitch everything anyway. I
Yeah,
mean,
that's
you've already
we're
committed.
yeah. It didn't end up mattering. We're just pitching all the cards.
Yeah, and Tamio dies
Yeah.
unfortunately.
So I guess discarding the frog versus the days doesn't really change anything.
You
Um,
you almost certainly have to attack here,
yeah.
sadly. Yeah, I mean you're really far behind, but
I
you
think I should have attacked there. Like you're dead on board if you don't draw a removal spell, but I think I disagree with one cracking the clue post combat and
and
two,
playing at the land probably just in case they have a way to draw a card. Well, they wouldn't have a way to go up a card, but you could have deterred like the psychic frog attacking completely
mm,
if you'd kept the land in hand. I don't know that it matters.
yeah, I think it's not super relevant here, but end up going down to four, blocking, dealing with one of the netherglyphs, and then end step fetching for the surveil end. Four versus three, it means that we're dead to the netherglyph, but like I think we really need the selection. So I find another glyph that I keep on top as a chump blocker, and then here we're definitely still not in like a good position because we're basically just dead to like a reasonable number of their top decks. So I choose to not attack and leave back the blocker. Again, you could, and like I think the only way where you're actually winning this game is like finding a removal spell there. I think not
Yeah.
attacking, even though it's like the safer play, I think
It's a deceptively it's actually like
I think
dangerous because you're not
yeah,
advancing your game
I
plan.
think it's actually just like a losing play. Um, and they fly their frog, which makes sense, and then just attack with the frog. So we have a trump block here, or not a trump block on paper, but if they discard cards, then it becomes a trump block. Um, and then we have to block here. They discard a card.
And I would probably discard a
Yeah,
card just for them to
the
discard.
land in hand doesn't do anything, so just getting more cards out of their hands. They discard a
Yeah.
wasteland. Um, and then we're on facing down frog and a smaller goyf, but they unfortunately just have
Oh
another
no!
frog.
I was thinking like, well, if you Fatal Push still gets you out of this,
Yeah,
or even like a Brazen Borrower would have done a lot there.
unfortunately at that point we're now on no outs because if we our removal spell doesn't do it anymore, and we can like go to one if we draw a fatal push.
Yeah. Well, I'm
And
surprised how close that game was, considering that you were on the draw with a five card
yeah,
hand.
the you can grind your way out of a lot of things. So going post board here in the tempo mirror, I'll speed through this one a little bit more because we've already seen this. But now I have access to another Baraglyph that comes in. And on the play, I decided to bring in the Thoughtseize. On the draw, I don't like the Thoughtseizes, but um, this hand is a little sketchy, but it can find basic islands and then cast the Ponder
Yeah, I
in
would
the hope of
definitely keep this.
finding.
I think
So I
this seems like a pretty strong hand.
yeah, I it, like I think is actually probably just super fine. I don't know what I'm saying with it being like the turn one ponder, end up shuffling that because there's no land, but you have access to a second ponder. You can even still cast the spell bomb, potentially wasteland them. They're on a mull to 6. Like here's where this Boggart Bog just looks horrendous. They play a Goyf that we don't care that much about, and then ponder looking for another land. We find the land, so keep um, and play out our own Goyf here, and
Yeah, being on the
still,
play makes a
yeah.
huge difference for sure.
They play a bauble, which already talked about my thoughts on playing bauble in the deck, but not a huge fan. There's a hearse, which is this one is a problem to deal with for sure. Um, kind of an
Yeah, it's
awkward
really
card.
strong here for sure because it's going to help him win the Nethergoyf War, and you've got another Nethergoyf as well.
Yeah, our hand is pretty soft to a hearse right now, but not really a whole lot we can do about it. They attack in because they can shrink our Goyf if we block, so we're kind of priced out of blocking. Our main hope in this game is wastelanding them. I choose to not Bowmasters in response to the bauble there in our upkeep because I think I prefer we know that we're drawing a 2 mana removal spell that I want to have open. I don't really want to just like commit all of my mana on this turn to just getting one extra Bowmasters trigger. Um, I could see playing it out there, but I think that I'm still looking back on this. I'm still liking the line of just letting them draw off of the bauble. Um,
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment because you are risking walking into days.
mm. And I go to with Thoughtseize, and not great news, but it does mean that if we take them off of their Underground Sea, their hand is relatively limited in terms of what it can do. So I take the Fatal Push. It's the one spell that we can cast after we Wasteland the Underground Sea, and then hit the Underground Sea and play out the Tameo. We're no longer worried about days. We know that they don't have it, and they also don't have a blue source. Um, then might as well attack in, even if they're going to shrink it, because we're probably not blocking with the Nether Gwaif anyway. Um, and at this point, it's basically a race of like us trying to keep the Goyf large enough to still apply pressure versus them drawing a blue source to cast their spells. Um,
Oh, that's good.
I knew that the Go for the Throat was there off of the Ponder. Um, so I play out the Spell Bomb here, attack, and probably going to just crack Spell Bomb on their turn. Like 3 damage is a little bit tough. I guess we know that we're not getting this dazed, so I'm probably also fine with just playing out the Goyf here. Um, like they're again really not great in the face of this hearse, but it's kind of all we can do. And the hearse doesn't make them have zero power, so as long as we're getting in for anything, it's still making some progress. Um, they attack again, still on the no blocks plan. Drawing another spell bomb is pretty nice, but at this point, I kind of just want to deal with this Goyf, and then we can like actually start winning the life total race. Um, they obviously shrink our stuff.
Man, Hearst has just been a house here. Like you were incredibly far ahead, and then they played Hearst, and
Yeah,
now you're one. They're one top deck land from being back in it.
yeah. The hearse is really tough.
Hearst can also practically alpha strike you here too if they
Yeah,
do have
if
they
they
play a frog, did pitch get 2 power on board.
that
Yeah,
is
it's
an awkward
scary.
part about Go for the Throat is the Go for the Throat couldn't kill the hearse, so I wanted to hold on to it for that, but then I can't actually deal with the hearse with the Go for the Throat. And they are just cracking their spell bomb for no value just to draw a card, and they still don't hit on their land drop. And we find yet another Goyf in the face of a hearse, which is
Yeah,
again,
it's probably worth just holding it at this point, like in case you draw a brainstorm, because it's just so bad in this facing down this hearse.
mm. So I choose to crack to pop their graveyard and get a draw, and possibly incentivize them to only hearse one thing, which is what they do, instead of getting to hearse two things. So still not getting in for any damage, but we get to play the other spell bomb out, so we're still not worried about graveyard stuff, but have been fading a land for a while here. A Goyf that still can't crew a hearse, so we're kind of a standoff of Goyf's not doing anything. But our Bowmasters can take care of their Goyf here, which is really
Yeah.
nice. And we
I
can
mean, one of the
finally,
very rare situations where a bowmaster pin can kill a goyf.
yeah, it's definitely. I don't think I've done it before, and I don't think I've done it since. Um, and I
Yeah, and
stop
you're in a
attacking.
really strong position now because you have multiple chump blockers against unlicensed hearse, which is
Yeah,
their most immediate way to get back in the game.
and if they have a blue source for their day for their frog, we have days to answer that. They choose to wasteland me, which I don't know if I agree with, and I also don't know if I agree with wastelanding me before playing this thing. Like you could just play around days entirely. But
Yeah,
not
but
that
I mean, realistically, you're not going to daze that because they already got the hearse, right?
it is a cantrip. Like I,
Eh,
it gives
it's
them a
a,
draw towards the
yeah.
land. I don't think I should daze this. Yeah, okay. I
Yeah.
probably almost certainly correctly don't daze it. We find another land there, which means that we can get access to blue and black without having to worry about wastelands. But honestly, if they're wastelanding me here, I still don't
Oh,
think
you're
that.
attacking everything. I would definitely hold one thing back just in case.
We have the borrower to answer the
That's true.
hearse,
That's true.
and also we could play a Goyf post combat.
Yeah,
Um,
that's true. I didn't think about that. Your goyf at the very least is still a 0/1 that can block a
yeah,
hearse.
so they activate the hearse, and then after they activate, I fetch and uh, petty theft the hearse here while they don't have access to interaction, or if they did, we could daze it. Um,
And now they're basically dead on
yeah,
board. Like,
their hand goes nowhere, and they are not literally dead on board, but I think they are on our turn once we crack Spellbomb. So we have the daze for this frog, and then I believe we should have lethal damage here by cracking Spellbomb, but I might be wrong. No, it only goes by two. Never mind. We have eight if we crack Spellbomb. We'd have to find. I don't think there's anything that we're finding here. They Spellbomb us, so it's and then we're going to Spellbomb them afterwards.
a lot of spell bombs use this game.
Yeah, it's the card is kind of ubiquitous, and it's a little unfortunate that it's as big as it is. Like I've loved having the main deck one, but I kind of it's unfortunate that I have to have the main deck one. I brainstorm before combat, which is I don't get the clue off of Tameo, but we're totally fine on the number of clues, and I get access to potentially growing the frogs or the nether goyfs even more. Um, and I just like fetching here and then brainstorming again to try and find a fatal push to win on the spot. And we don't, but that's we get to play out another Goyf anyway, so it's still probably fine. And I attack in, even though they can eat a thing if they want to. Like they're gonna end up taking four here and go to two and have basically no outs, I think, from this point. And they're
Yeah, I
just
mean,
going.
even attacking you is going to trigger bowmasters.
Yeah,
So
it's they don't really have any line here. I think that could get them out of this. And then we just pass, and they draw. Their draw was not anything relevant. Not that there was anything left, but they scoop it up. And then heading into game three here, we are now on the draw and looking down at a hand that has like you know it's soft to wasteland, but it has a lot of tools. Um,
yeah, I'll be completely candid. I don't know that I would keep this.
this one is like it's tough. I if I keep this, I could even see an argument to play Wasteland Spellbomb on turn one. Um, like it's I end up keeping it. They mulligan to six, so I think that they're less likely to Wasteland me. And then they end up mulliganing to five, which is we had to do at game one. It's unfortunate. They play out a turn one Tameo, which is fine. I do just play Wasteland and Wasteland them here
Yeah,
because
when
they're
they've got three cards in their hand, I think that's 100% correct.
yeah
Okay, and they do have a second land, but it's an ETB tap land.
yeah sewers, which if they were to have a second land, we're happy that it's sewers. And then here we draw
All
another
right, that's
land.
great. So you can. Oh, I would have probably just fetched the island and played out Tameo here.
So
And
I choose to fetch or to play the non-basic one because if they wasteland me, I think I'm okay with that, and two, I want to be able to shuffle off of this brainstorm possibly.
yeah, that makes sense.
Um, and we could still brainstorm next turn if they do end up wastelanding us, because we're not going to be able to shuffle it. But they play out a frog, which is our hand is not really lined up well against, but we have this brainstorm to find things. We do also find a frog of our own while really ahead on cards. So I choose to go to combat and attack first in the event that they want to jump their frog and block, um,
Yeah.
which they don't end up doing, which it makes sense. And then brainstorm post combat doesn't find an answer to the frog, but we get to flip our Tameo, and then I fetch out the another Underground Sea since we have another land here, and then just play out the Goyf. And they have to discard a card to their frog to be able to attack into our Tameo anyway. Um, and they brainstorm pre-combat, which I
Yeah, not necessary in my humble opinion, but they
yeah
might be looking for like I don't know what they were looking for, but like they could definitely get another clue there.
yeah I think the clue could for sure be helpful in this situation. So I think I disagree with them doing that. And they play out another Goyf, and at this point they have two cards in hand, so they can't even attack into our another Goyf unless they want to fly their frog because it's going to get shrunk down to 0 power, and then they can make it 2. Um, and we're drawing pretty live to a lot of things here, and also just like if we're playing like draw go here, we're still in fine shape. We have the spell bomb to check the size of their Nethergoyf, and their frog, if they don't play lands, is able to attack into our Tameo, but then we can get them on the crackback and start pressuring their Tameo, um, and then choose to crack the spell bomb here to cantrip, find a wasteland, which is a nice draw here. Um, and they get in for 1 against our Tameo, which is okay. We're still ahead in the Tameo race. Um, and I fetch sewers for the surveil. Brainstorm is good. We want to find an answer to their Tameo eventually, um, other than possibly just alting ours. And then gonna start off with wastelanding their underground sea so that if they're gonna cast a bowmasters, we can brainstorm in response. Um, and they end up petty thefting our Tameo, and this is kind of what we wanted. We want to be able to like know what we want off of our brainstorm. We find both a fatal push and a daze, which is just like perfect.
Yeah, incredible.
I put away another spell bomb because we don't really need that, and then get to daze the petty theft. And it's a little unfortunate. If they had their daze, they would get to daze there just to like neutralize our wasteland doing anything, but that's still probably just fine for us. Um, and I push the Goyf so that we can uh, attack down their Tameo, and we're not worried about them potentially ulting before we can. If they have an answer for our Tameo, another answer, um, and then just passing back. And they're priced into attacking down our Tameo and probably discarding cards to it. And they discard a Murktide, which is great to see. Likely means that they don't have a second land, because that our hand is not really set up to answer a Murktide right now. Um, and they just uptick and then push in our upkeep, which we're not going to crack to try and find a daze or something. Um, we end up finding a Murktide, which is I rebuy the Fatal Push so that we can play out the Murktide here, or play out either the Murktide or the Frog here, and continue to attack down their Tameo while our Tameo is safe.
Yeah,
Um,
and I'll tell you what I would do here. I would
mhm.
definitely push the frog.
Like
I mean,
first, or I end up pushing the frog. Would you
yeah.
do like push the frog before
Well, you
playing?
need to have pressure for sure. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. So I would definitely. I agree that it was correct to play the threat first,
Mm.
because if anything's going to get dazed, you need to make sure you have a threat.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
The threat's more
they're
important than
yeah,
having access to like getting rid of their frog, because here they're going to rebuy and answer our frog, which is fine because it means that they're not moving their Tameo towards ultimating. So we lose our frog, but it's okay. Like Tameo ultimate just ends the game on the spot,
yeah,
and so anything that we can do to avoid that is great. And they attack down our Tameo. We draw Bowmasters, which is fine. But really, the main payoff here is just this Murktide that they can't really answer.
yeah,
And Ponder, I'm happy with that as being the draw for next turn. And for with one card in hand, and we've already seen one Brazen Borrower, I'm basically certain that this Murktide is fine. We've also already dealt with one of their Murktides when they discarded it to a Frog, so we're in pretty good shape here. And they just crack a Clue main phase, which is again like super fine.
This is an amazing series of games, man. Like these
Yeah,
have been amazing games, and look at the clocks.
yeah. We're this one was a thinker. And we draw the Ponder, just play out the Ponder. Don't really care about any of those cards, so we shuffle, draw a land, which is fine because we can play the Barragoyf through a daze here. Um, I'm choosing to what am I? I'm escaping Nethergoyf here to grow the Murktide. Um, so I escape out Goyf versus playing one of the cards out of my hand. I think I probably would have preferred playing the Barragoyf versus escaping. But either way, we can either make them block with their frog or just answer the Tameo, and they choose to not block with the frog. So the Tameo is down, and we can kind of breathe a sigh of relief. Um,
Yeah, that was a heads up play with another Goyf because Frog was big enough and they did have enough cards that they could potentially block and
yeah, with the Tameo minus, we needed to grow the Murktide there to be able to attack into it. So I played the Nethergoyf to grow our Murktide out of range of their. Um, so yeah, I actually do agree with doing that over Barragoyf. I forgot that was why I did that. And then they attack us, which is super fine. They then like ponder, shuffle, kind of in garbage time. They play out their own Goyf. Don't super care about that. We draw an answer, but um, I'm just gonna deal with the frog instead, and then play out the Goyf here. I'm not
yeah.
worried about them having days, and I even if they do, we're still in great shape. And then they
Yeah.
take a
I'm
draw
trying to
step.
think of what they could have here. Like obviously, I mean the once you played out the Barragoyf, I agree. Definitely into garbage time because they
Hmm.
need two answers.
It
Um
would have to be like their own Murktide, pretty much. Because like once we go for the throat the frog, we don't have an answer to them playing their own Murktide, so they could play.
their Murktide would be smaller than ours though.
They have it would only be a 6/6. So that's I don't actually see anything. And they're attacking in, which like sure. And then they play a chump blocker post combat, and I probably would have liked cracking this clue to see if we can find a fatal push to just win on the spot there. Um, if we're gonna crack the clue anyway, I think doing it pre-combat
Yeah.
is just right.
I think
Um,
them attacking there was a punt. It's a small punt, but like their Goyf was bigger than yours,
yeah,
and they could have, you know, it just would have given a little more wiggle room.
yeah, I don't see a ton of reason for them doing that. And then they crack their spell bomb, just desperation, and then we end up taking that one down. So that
With
was
they had 3 seconds left on their clock. They were definitely feeling the pressure.
that one was quite the game.
Oh
Um,
man, that was amazing.
and then next one, this one, hopefully a little more brisk, a nice 2-0. This is another player who I'm not sure what they were playing. We are on the draw here. This hand, I think, is fine. It finds the basic island and can cast Ponder. They start off with a Leyland of the Void, so this
They're
basically
on
means,
Helm combo
yeah, it's got
basically.
to be Helm line. Um, so our Murktide and our Nethergoyf are kind of irrelevant, um, but that's okay. We have other things that our hand can do.
Yeah,
During
in
a
theory,
waste,
this should be a terrible matchup.
yeah, they have main deck answers to a whole bunch of things that our deck can do. I'm pretty sure their deck doesn't have non-basic hate, so I just find the Underground Sea, um, and pass, and then we're hoping that we can like potentially ponder into another ponder or something. Our Wasteland got a whole lot better, both because they have a Wasteland double target, but also because it taps for black now, which is nice. And they play out a Chrome Mox, and then it's Trinisphere, which we kind of have to daze here. And we're fortunate enough that our Ponder on the following turn finds us more lands. So, or I actually end up shuffling that. I think we need interaction more, but um, I think I could have definitely seen keeping that just to have access to the most lands possible. Um, That's definitely like a trend from watching back my games. I'm noticing that I'm shuffling a lot of ponders that I feel like I should keep. Um,
Ouch. Yeah,
yeah,
that's scary.
Karn is tough.
Man,
Karn
how the heck
finds
do you win this game?
Karn
I'm
finds
like,
Helm, and they only have one card in hand, and we know it's Helm. So there's at least that. Um,
wow. I'm just like stunned that you managed to win this game. It seems so unwinnable.
so I petty theft the ley line, and now they have to redeploy that before they can actually kill us.
But they
Uh,
do have 4 mana.
they have four
So they
mana,
can
and
do
they still have
two
a Karn
two
ticking
turns.
down. Um, and Karn finds liquid metal coating, and they play out the coding.
So the way this works for anybody watching who is unfamiliar with it, like they can basically start making your lands artifacts, which means that they can't be tapped, and they're doing that in the upkeep. And then, if they haven't used Karn already, they can also make your land a 0/0 artifact creature, so it dies. It's like they basically have, waste locked you,
Exactly. Yeah.
but it can be for non-basic lands as well. So it's just like strip mine locking you, basically. Very powerful.
Yeah, it's a massive problem for sure. And we can fortunately cast this frog because they have the Urborg in play. Um, even though they turned off our Underground Sea, which is really nice. And we have Force Up. So we have a game plan here. We have a threat that actually attacks in play, and we have a force to handle their Leyline or their Helm. Um, and they choose to just answer the Wasteland with the Karn, like you mentioned, and then play out the Leyline of the Void, which is we care way less about the Leyline of the Void than we do about the Helm. Once we have a frog in play, so I'm fine letting that resolve.
Yeah, and I agree with that sentiment because the helm does like basically nothing on its own. But if they were to just rip a second ley line, or if they were to rip a um, Douthie, then you're back into problem
Yeah,
town.
exactly. They have more Leyline effects than they do Helm effects, so like answering the Leyline seems less relevant than answering the Helm.
Yeah, they have
Um,
no card selection. They still have 50 cards left in their deck,
yeah.
which I guess they're playing more than a 60 card deck if that's the case.
Uh, they 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. They grabbed one card with Karn.
Ah, okay, never mind. But yeah, yeah, that forces a huge protection blanket there.
Yeah, and then we also can flip Tameo this turn with a Ponder. And we're able to attack down the Karn, so our clues are active again. Basically, them having Urborg in play was huge for us. Like the only reason that we're able to win this game is they have an Urborg in play, so even though their Karn turns off our Underground Sea, we can still cast Frog. Um,
So
not
I'll say. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to
no, no,
cut
no.
you
You're
off.
go ahead.
I was just gonna say like the fact that they're playing like a Karn and Trinisphere type. Like the best builds of this type of deck, in my opinion, play just a ton of good creatures and play Helm
Yeah,
and Leyline. I
I
think they're going overboard in prison pieces.
yeah. So they play the Helm, which obviously we can't let resolve here, so we force that. And then they follow it up with Chalice on one, and I don't really care about this, but it's a dazable spell, so we might as well crack the clue to find a daze if possible. And we don't, but that's okay. Like we have a frog in play, and most of our one drops don't do anything against them anyway. Um, so we can kind of just settle into a Tameo game where we're drawing cards off of frog, drawing cards off of the clues, and
Yeah, so strong. Like that brazen borrower was absolutely clutch.
yeah, it's the load bearing brazen borrower puts in a lot of work, and then they end up scooping it up there. So
Yeah.
it's frog. Frog hard carried that game, and that in addition to our opponent's Urborg. And then game two, there's not really a whole lot you can do for this matchup sideboard wise. Um, I cut Goyfs in the face of them having main deck ley lines and stuff.
Yeah.
And I
And you've
brought
got one
in,
of your Murktides that looks like.
yeah, cut one Murktide and brought in Force Negations and Consigna Memories, and I think
Yeah,
that's it.
Consign seems really strong here. Like most of their big cards are colorless.
Oh, and I brought in Thoughtseize as well.
Yeah.
Um, And on the draw here, we have significantly fewer dead cards in the deck now, but Murktide's still kind of dead and Fatal Push still kind of dead. But the hand does flip a Tameo, and they mull to 6. So I end up choosing to keep this one. Um, they're not like they're more of a turn 2 deck than a turn 1 deck, so we can potentially hold up Consign as well.
Yeah.
And the fact that they played a wastelandable thing on turn one, I think I just like wastelanding them here. Um, it is a little bit bad into like exactly them having a soul land, but they're on six, so I think wastelanding them on the draw is still fine.
Playing
And
Urborg right now just seems so inadvisable with all the black decks out there and all the
yeah,
wasteland decks.
it seems a little. They're also like, I guess they have Douthies that are heavy for black pips, and like it lets their sagas tap for black and stuff. But I don't know. I like you saw game one. It opened us up to like winning a game that we had no right winning. Um, and drawing a few too many lands, but we have a brainstorm to potentially put those away. And I fetch beforehand and just play this Tameo out, and then cast the brainstorm. We're tapping out of having interaction here, but if their play is like they haven't really shown us a lot of explosivity out of this hand, and if it's like a Trinisphere or something, we don't actually care about the Trinisphere that much. Um,
Yeah. I mean, I imagine the most likely thing they're going to do is just create a construct.
yeah,
So,
they sudden edict us, so Tameo goes away, but that's fine. Um, we have another Tameo, and
yeah. I mean, Tameo is just so strong. I mean, we saw last round. I know I always sing the praises of Tameo, but like it completely dictated the flow of all three of those games
yeah, the
last
card
round.
is it's a very very powerful card, and I'm very happy to have as many in the deck as I do. So here they're opposition agenting us, so we actually have a use for a fatal push, which is kind of nice. I was expecting that to just have to like trade with a construct token, but we get to answer something there, and then play out the Murktide here, and save them having like an ensnaring bridge or something. We're
Yeah.
in basically perfect shape here with, even though it's only a 5/5 Murktide, it's having a threat in play that doesn't get blocked by their constructs and stuff is huge.
Yeah.
Um, and they
And
end up,
Ensnaring Bridge is like just one of the most problematic permanents for this deck to deal
yeah,
with.
yeah, it's a real beating. They find a bauble, which again, like our hand is very resistant to them having or to a bauble. And now that we're able to untap and they made a construct there instead of doing anything relevant, like we're pretty happy with how this all turned out. And then play the Goyf and the Tameo, and then holding open the Consign with the possibility of surveilling in the end step. And then they just scoop it up there.
Yeah.
So a little bit of an abnormal matchup, but one that again, like the deck treated us really well, and our opponent's deck construction allowed us to make some plays that we otherwise couldn't have. Um, and heading into the next one,
Yeah. So that just a cautionary tale. If you're playing like a nice monocolored deck, don't try to feel like, oh, it's free for me to just splash a bunch of utility lands. It's
yeah,
never free to put non-basics in your deck.
the Urborgs, they come back to bite you sometimes. Um, and this one is against Artimac, I believe. Yeah, and I think I've played against this player in challenges before, so I knew that they were on Moon Stompy, I believe. So
Moon
I
Stompy, a matchup that Frog dramatically improves our
yeah,
prospects against.
yeah. It was pre MH3 was an unfavorable matchup, and post MH3 feels reasonable to good, I think. Um, and so I end up keeping this hand
Yeah,
because
strong hand.
I knowing
Definitely
the
want
deck
to
that they're
force it.
on, like I probably shouldn't ponder turn one here, but we find a blue card anyway. Um, I keep and then draw the Tameo because it's the I want to not pitch the Brainstorm as the other blue card to the Force. Um, but in general, I think it was probably right to just hold on to the Ponder there. And then they play a Bauble, which we know our top couple cards, and our Bauble or our Force is that we're getting more use out of this Tameo as a thing that we can flip for Brainstorm. So I just try and turbo the Tameo out, and I put away the lands, keeping Force in hand, because we're going to have to draw at least one of those cards. If we could shuffle away both, I would shuffle away both Forces. But if we have to draw one, we might as well just have Force blue card in the event that they pop their Bauble. Um, and they play out at their third land, and then a Moon, and
This is a
unfortunate.
nightmare, yeah.
Yeah, this not a great scenario. Um,
So even if you Tameo Ultimate, you only have like a 50% chance of finding your basic island now.
yeah, it's
And then you also have to have Brazen Borrower.
yeah, it's tough. Without having access to the basics already, it can be really hard. But we do get to Tamuult next turn. Like we have that 50%er, but we're likely going to get it off. It seems like they kept a hand on the back of like it has a lot of pressure or like good prison
Oof.
pieces, but not a lot of pressure. So
That's a, that's not that big of a deal.
yeah, they have to burn a Shadow Skull Smashing, which buys them a single turn because our Tamu just goes back up to 7 next turn. Um, and if they're doing that over anything else, I'm reasonably confident that we're fading one top deck here. And they crack their bauble, which is huge.
That's always a mistake.
Yeah,
I feel like they should have just like left it in play because like now if
anytime my opponent who's playing a bauble deck cracks their bauble, even if I don't have forces in hand, I'm happy. Like they just turn on so many things. I get that they're probably just dead and they have a second bauble, but I'm gonna force the second
yeah.
bauble because I like might as well if we're gonna be drawing half our deck next turn. Um, so they had to have drawn the second bauble off of the first bauble, or else they would have just played the second
All
bauble
right.
first.
I'm very excited to see what you yield from this. This is like the moment everybody like their hush breaths. What is this Tamio going to bring us?
All right,
Is it
we're
going to bring us a basic island?
23 cards, I believe, or 20, yeah. And we end up drawing no basics whatsoever. Neither the basic island nor the basic swamp. Which is really
The good
awkward.
news is we do have one force,
We have
only one force.
still only the one force. Didn't draw any forces, didn't draw any islands, didn't draw any swamps. Or any.
So yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah,
We're just gonna have to chill. But I mean, we did get through the half of our deck that wouldn't have helped us anyway.
true. And, get to play out a spell bomb and a wasteland that don't really do anything. And we have a single force. So that's. We can stop one thing, and we're pretty confident that they don't have anything good in hand right now. So we have a couple draw steps where even though we have 24 more cards in our hand than our opponent, we're kind of in equal footing right now. And they draw Bombardiers, so we have to force that.
Do we have to force that?
I think any way of winning the game, we kind of have to force. And like they can fling the Chrome Mox at us, and it
That
makes
deals
like
2, and then they attack us for 2, so that's 4 immediately. They're never gonna sack the Blood Moon.
you
Yeah,
can't, right? It's creature artifact. The thing with the Bombardiers is it just makes so many of their other top decks that we can't force relevant. Like if they top deck a Fury once they have Bombardiers in
yeah,
play or something, like it's once Bombardiers is in play, we have to worry about so many other cards.
yeah.
And I
Okay,
think
so I definitely agree with your sentiment that it's just. I mean, we're basically just living on borrowed time.
yeah, we have to draw something. We draw
Of
another
course.
force, so that's we get another turn of not having to worry about their draw step.
Yeah, so I would definitely feel dumb if I opted not to force there and then I drew a second force.
Yeah, that's for sure a part of it. And they cast a One Ring, which again,
And yeah, that's another force.
I pitch a Brainstorm. I probably should have just like pitched a Tameo. I think pitching Brainstorm's wrong, but when you have this many cards in hand, that's usually not like the most crucial thing. We don't draw another force, so we are actually just fading a draw step this turn.
They
And
do have a lot of dead draws in their deck, though.
they do. Pyroglyph is not one of them.
That deals damage to us.
Yeah.
4, 5. So with the ability on the stack, you could have.
You could spell bomb them with the ability on the stack. That's true.
Maybe saved
Um,
like a
but
little bit of damage.
I think it's worth more damage in the long run when they're just drawing cards. I probably should have. I think I just like got in the mode of I'm like F6 here, my hand doesn't do anything, and I kind of forgot that spell bomb was a thing. Um, with this on
Yeah,
the stack,
and I mean F6ing is not a bad place to be when you like have so
although
little
actually, hold up.
drawing.
No, I didn't do it because spellbombing them, Powerglyph counts both graveyards, and spellbombing them puts an artifact in my graveyard, so it still deals 4, right? Because it's
Okay. Yeah,
lands or a
okay.
creature, instant, sorcery, artifacts. Yeah, right.
So you're looking at basically a 2, maybe 3 turn clock here. Well,
Yeah,
probably at least 3. assuming they don't have anything else. But you're probably gonna have to force something which costs you a life.
Yeah,
Which
the
takes
force is not free at all right now, unfortunately. And we are definitely living on borrowed time here, but they finally have a not great draw step and just attack us. So we're down to 9 here, and they
oh,
play the ring post combat, so we have to force the ring. They've had from empty a very good sequence of draws here, and then we have now just 2 turns.
to draw a land, which is just really the beginning of us digging ourselves out of
Yeah,
this.
and we draw the basic swamp
Oof.
finally. So we're not out. We can answer this pyroglyph, and we're doing kind of okay. We can also play. We can answer it in multiple ways. We could crack the spell bomb and fatal push it, or we could go for the throat it. I think it's probably just better to go for the throat it, so we can have the access to like spell bomb drawing a card in future turns.
Yeah, I agree.
Um,
I mean, it's
so
crazy to have 20 lands or 20 cards in your hand and be like worried about drawing a card, but like that doesn't represent a card draw.
we can't even double spell yet, and we have 20 cards in hand. So they fortunately finally brick on a draw step, so we can actually apply some pressure to them. We can put a Nethergoyf in play, um, and draw a wasteland that doesn't do anything, and play out a Goyf. So we're worried about fewer of their draws now that we have a creature in play. Um, but they have another Pyroglyph, and again, can't crack the spell bomb here because they still have the same card types that we do. So we go to 4. They shoot us. They don't shoot the Goyf.
Yeah, I'm not
Um,
sure that was correct because now you can just play a second Goyf and double block it.
yeah, I think I strongly disagree with them shooting our face. Like I get it, like they, but like if we have a second Goyf when we have half of our deck on our hand, like that just doesn't really line up well for them. Um,
And it looks
Drew a frog for the turn, play out the wasteland. It doesn't really do anything. Um, and just I might have to. Is it freezing up? Let's see if I can skip.
yeah. I'm actually surprised it hasn't happened more frequently.
Yeah, that's with how Moto works.
This is a really intense game too.
Yeah, I like the worst possible. Okay, so I crack Spellbomb on them just to get Revolt, and then Fatal Push the Goyf. Um, and then they Sundering Eruption uh,
Whoa. Okay,
my
so a lot of
swamp.
things happen
Yeah,
there because
yeah. I'm trying to pause here, but it's
Ooh, wow! Oh wow,
this is
that's
a
big.
this is a flurry of Moto, like it registered like all the inputs at once. Okay,
That was crazy.
okay. So the
So you
TLDR
eventually did
on
get the
what
land.
happened, they played a Sundering Eruption on my swamp, which let me find the island. And then they played a Sundering Eruption on my island, which I then dazed so I could pick up the island. Then I played Island and Brazen Borrower their Blood Moon, and then was able to cast all of these spells, and all this happened. And Moto decided to register all of these inputs all at once. So now we're here. And they are just dead on board here. But
That's crazy. This game is insane. Like this is an. I I don't think I think a lot of people would have conceded a long
this
time
game
ago.
was wild. Like I kind of forgot that this game happened until we started reviewing it here, and this is a game for the ages. Um,
And you're still dead to Pyroglyph.
yeah, yeah, we were still. I actually at this point don't have a force in hand, so that one was quite the sequence. And sorry that all got skipped through, but Moto
No,
froze
no,
up, and
it
it
still was
was.
amazing.
Um,
Yeah, I'm glad we captured that on tape so people can see. Like, I just want to emphasize like persistence. How do you get trophies? You don't give up games that are still winnable, even if there's a small percentage. And there was a small percentage.
yeah,
Multiply half times half. You get 25% that the Tameo was going to both yield a blue card and a brazen borrower, and it didn't. But you stuck with it, and eventually you found it. So
yeah. It's if you have outs and like you know, you value your time in the game. You're not urgently trying to do something else. Like stick with it, and you're almost never actually 0% to win games. And especially after you've just ulted a Tameo, like when you have your entire deck in your hand, you can win a lot more unwinnable games than you think you can. And
Yeah, what
like,
turn is this, by the way? It's
this
got to
is
be like turn
turn
12 or 15 or something.
14.
Yeah.
So I don't remember exactly how many draws I had to take to find the swamp. And I think from my opponent's perspective, them casting the Sundering Eruption on my swamp, I think was a huge mistake. Um, it was reliant on their second Sundering Eruption resolving, and it didn't even need to resolve. I just needed to have a daze when I had half my deck in my hand. Like, I think they're in much better position if they don't Sundering Eruption me at all and just let me have the swamp. Um, but I could see the logic of like they want to cut me off of casting spells entirely. But if I just have a daze, which I've drawn 20 cards, like the line doesn't work anymore, and I think that that was probably a punt for my opponent that let me get back into this game. So like sometimes your outs aren't even like your draws, your outs are your opponent makes a mistake, and the mistake allows you back into the game, which is kind
Yeah.
of what happened in this situation.
Yeah, and I would say like like so much happened so quickly. I didn't catch it all because the replay was going haywire, but basically um you were able to get the island and the swamp eventually, and that just unlocked your entire hand.
I actually never had both the island and the swamp in play. I was able to get the island off of the Sunring Eruption because they destroyed my swamp. Um, so they Sunring Eruptioned my swamp, which destroys it and lets me find a basic. So I found the island, and then they cast a second Sunring Eruption on the island, and then I was able to daze that to have just the island, and then I was
Yeah.
able to Brazen Borrower the Blood Moon with the island.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Thanks for clarifying like
Yeah, yeah,
the
yeah.
sequence
It
of
was
events.
a wild sequence.
Yeah, because I didn't realize thundering eruption or thundering
Sunring
eruption
Eruption, yeah,
lets you also search.
yeah.
So it's basically like a
It's like Ghost Quarter.
ghost quarter
Yeah.
in a spell form.
So against Moon Stompy post board, this is one of the matchups where the Baraglyphs shine. On the draw, I don't like having the Thought Seizes because they just basically
Yeah.
turn one is their crucial turn. So I bring out the stuff that doesn't really work on turn zero.
Yeah.
And I bring in the Force Negations and the Baraglyphs and the Brazen Borrower. And we're looking at a hand now on the draw, known against Moon Stompy, that has access to both basics and a force. So I think this hand is great.
Absolutely.
And like basically the only thing that this hand isn't great into is turn one creature. Um, so they lead off on a Chrome Mox. I think I should have thought longer about forcing Chrome Mox here, given the construction of my hand. I don't think I would have in the end anyway. Um, but
It
like,
definitely feels bad because they're going down a card just to
yeah.
get one mana source, and you would be going down two cards if you did it.
And then they have a turn one broadside, which is the thing that our hand didn't beat. Um, and that's kind of the argument for forcing Chromox, but I think that's too like
That's two
results
result oriented.
oriented. Like if this is a Fable the Mirror Breaker or a Blood Moon or a Trinisphere or something, we're in great shape. I think they have more hands that are turn one non-creature spell than turn one creature spell. Um,
Yeah, I mean,
so
you have to get rid of this, and it could kill you, but you still do have the force negation
yeah,
for their follow up because they almost always have more than one, sledgehammer.
yeah. So I choose to find Swamp while I can, so that we don't need to worry about a Blood Moon. It's one fewer thing that we have to force. Um, and they follow up with a basic mountain, and then we can't really do anything about the attack. And we're kind of hoping that they throw their Chromox at our Netherglyph, um, but they end up using Dead Gone on it, which again, like using a removal spell on our Netherglyph versus our Frog or something is we're okay with, but it's also a little concerning because it makes me think that they have a Pyroblast in hand, which means our Frog isn't nearly as good. Um, and then they have a follow up with a Spirit Guide that is kind of irrelevant. So we
Yeah.
basically just need to answer this Bombardiers, and
Wow, do they just throw their mocks at
they
you?
chose
That
to throw
seems
the
really
Chromox, which
aggressive.
is
Really aggressive.
I don't think I agree with that play at all. Um,
Yeah, I mean they can always do that later,
Yeah.
and
And then we draw another Bowmasters. I'm like pretty confident at this point that they have a Pyroblast in hand, but playing the Bowmasters on their turn to try and deal with the Bombardiers doesn't super work because they probably just fling the Spirit Guide at one of the things that blocks the Bombardiers.
yeah,
Um,
at least this way, if they cast it on their turn, you have negation up to
yeah,
protect.
and their last card in hand is a Stunning Eruption on our Swamp, which is like right on the fringe of things that we have to care about because if we have this frog in play, we don't we're not super worried about the rest of their
I would
stuff.
probably still, because you don't know when you're going to get a land, and they
Yeah.
are hellbent. I would definitely force this.
So I choose to force pitching the brainstorm so that we can play the other frog next turn.
Yeah,
And they are attacking in, and they attack with both. So I block on the Spirit Guide because we have the second frog in hand, and I want them to fling it for something. And they choose to fling it at the frog, so that they answer the frog.
they
Uh,
definitely could have done that after you
After we
discard a
discard
card.
cards, yeah,
So I think they were too jumpy with that.
I think that they definitely jumped the gun on that one because I would at least discard a Bowmasters, and we draw an answer for their Bombardiers. And I'm not gonna use it right now. There's nothing we're really concerned about them having access to on their turn. Um, they play a Fable, and with the Fable on the stack, I think we have to shoot the Bombardiers now.
Yeah,
Doesn't really
agreed.
make a difference between like letting the trigger resolve or whatever.
The good
Um,
news is Bowmasters lines up very well against Fable. And what I usually do is I just wait till upkeep, and then I'll ping it so that way they're disincentivized from attacking in, and they're disincentivized from discarding.
Yeah, I that's probably what I should have done here. Like our life total is low, but it's not that low. So I choose to play the frog because I want to like, have the upside of being able to draw cards with it, but it's letting them get draws off of their Fable. It's only one versus a potential two.
Hmm.
And they keep it anyway, so it likely playing the Bowmasters doesn't matter, and it's a second Bombardiers. Um,
Yeah, that's probably the worst case scenario
yeah, it was pretty much.
because they can throw the treasure that they don't really even need,
Yeah, they get to
and
make
they
a
can.
treasure and throw it for free, and I'm blocking on the shaman because you know, I don't think this is going to end well for us regardless of what I do. And then they throw, and I'm trying to just like make it so that the only things we have to worry about are bombardiers and fables, so that if we can get in a situation where we find a Barrowgoyf, where we could stabilize. Um, and we're on paper not in like the absolute worst shape, and we find
Oh,
the Barrowgoyf.
that's so good. It's
And
gonna maybe be too late though, because they can start copying broadside and doing all kinds of stuff.
yeah, I choose to attack in with the frog here because the Bombardier says menace, and they could draw like another. I don't actually think that there's anything that we're able to block if we hold the frog back this turn. And they'll flip the Fable this turn, and
So they could
it's
do 7 damage here if they wanted to.
yeah, it's really tough for us to get out of this, and becomes even more tough when they have a dead gone for our frog. And I think this gives us just actual like zero.
Yeah,
We have to have.
I
We've
mean the
already
only out would
used.
be getting rid of the. Yeah, there's
we,
no
we've
outs
already
because
used both go for the throats, so we can't draw to that.
you don't have
Um,
the hydroblast in.
oh, there's a
I guess.
Hydroblast. You're right. Yeah, there's one. We could draw the Hydroblast as the one out. And I choose to play the or the Barrowgoyf just to like, maybe they make a mistake and they don't see the line. But they copy their Bombardiers and then attack, and
Yeah,
they
man, these cards are disgusting together.
yeah, it's they once they a flipped Fable just makes so many of their already good cards just ridiculous.
Yeah,
Um,
Fable is one of the few cards that I just like always force.
yeah,
Like I'm trying to think of a situation where I wouldn't just force a Fable. It generates so much value, and it's so many different types of value too.
so this hand doesn't allow us to find our basics, but it does have a Hydroblast, and it can ponder to try and potentially find them. It's a little suspect.
It's
Like,
pretty marginal. I probably wouldn't keep it just because you either keep Hydroblast up and live in fear, or you and maybe not find land. Is
yeah,
is what
I
I'm
think
thinking.
this hand is On the play, even still, I don't think I love it. I choose to keep, and I think I end up going for they end up mulling to 5, which is something that their deck does some percentage of the time. But I like the upside isn't actually that high with this hand. Like this
Oh
ponder,
no.
you have to shuffle, and we find a wasteland, which is fine. And they're on 5, so like we're probably safe-ish on turn 1. And it's just mountain pass, so like
Yeah, that's a huge relief.
it's that gives us a lot of breathing room. And I choose to bin the Bloodstained Mire there because if it's a Blood Moon, we have the Hydroblast for it. Um, and otherwise, we don't need the third land. We would only need it for the sake of basics, and we have an answer to a Blood Moon right now.
Wow, they should have
Um,
mulled to 4.
yeah, I their hand ends up not developing super well, and we find the land that does matter, the one that lets us find the basic island. Um, so playing that out and then can finally develop a threat here. And I think that if there's one thing that I kind of can take away from this, is that my opponents should probably mulligan a little more often or a little more aggressively. Um,
Yeah,
there
they
definitely
just
seems
kind of
to be
gave you this one because I
some
mean their entire deck, their entire game plan is getting a 3 drop out on
yeah,
turn 1 or turn 2,
and
like curving
they
a 2 drop into a 3 drop.
yeah. I end up pondering. We find a Thoughtseize, and then we get to take a look at their hand of a whole lot of things. Like this hand is
It's weird that they didn't at least try to put something on the board.
yeah. It's honestly more confusing after seeing their hand that they kept it, or like how they've played this, because like they could have been doing things. They could have tried like playing a Bombardiers and just didn't. And I think when you're on 5, they probably should be more aggressive and like hope that they can,
Yeah,
like they can spike me not having a way to answer it or something. So I
I
end
mean,
up choosing the Pyroglyph. Um, I don't really know if there's like a correct take in that hand. Their hand like they
I'd probably
play.
pick the broadside just because it's the lowest curve, but
That's true. Either the Pyroglyph we don't need to Hydroblast, or the Pyroglyph we need to Hydroblast. The broadside we can Fatal Push, I think is the logic behind doing
yeah,
that.
that's a good argument.
So they play it, and I fetch, and I choose to Hydroblast, which I shouldn't. I don't know why. Like, I shouldn't have done that. Oh, I guess I know that they have Pyroblast, so because I know they have Spirit Guide Pyroblast, so it doesn't actually end up mattering. This blast is going to get countered regardless. Um, and then Fatal Push here. Um, and
Yeah,
I just
I
wanted
mean
them.
that's it. Like you could have kind of like kept the hydro, and maybe they would have tapped out.
Yeah,
Um,
I think the argument was like I wanted them to burn their Spirit Guide because I knew that they drew this as their land for turn.
yeah,
So I want them to use their Spirit Guide on something so I can cut them back off of mana.
yeah, that's
Um,
really smart. I didn't think about that. It just didn't even occur to me that like getting them to burn it would help further lock them in to
yeah,
their losing board state.
like at this point, yeah, they we knew that they had a second blast, so like that Frog is less relevant than this Brazen Borrower potentially dealing with something, and we have access to hardcast. We can both bounce and play the actual Borrower itself. Um, so they basically need like Soul Land into I'm not sure, but a combination of cards that's pretty hard to find, and we end up brainstorming into a Barrogoyf here, which
Yeah,
probably
which
gives
is
them
the
no
best card in
outs.
the deck against them,
Yeah,
other than maybe Frog itself. Arguably better because it doesn't die to
yeah.
blast.
Now that they're playing Pyroblast, I think that Barrogoyf is actually just the best card in the matchup. And they end up scooping it up there. So that one is quite the game one, and then games 2 and 3 were a little less interesting. But after that game one, I don't think anything could live up to it.
Yeah,
Um,
that was one for the ages for sure.
yeah, and final match of this league, we pair into a player who I believe I knew was on Eldrazi. I'd played against them in challenges before as well, and we're on the play in a matchup where knowing that they're on Eldrazi kind of definitely changes a lot about how we're playing it. So I see that like this hand has a frog, um, and like I that card is really important to have access to in the matchup. So I uh, start off with the turn one Goyf, I'm
See, I would be like so nervous to do that. By the way, like you've got Ponder in your hand. You don't have any recourse if they just waste you.
Yeah, so the thought process behind doing that is they're a deck that doesn't love wastelanding on turn one in the face of pressure. So like if we put out the pressure and we kept on seven, I think that they're going to assume that our hand has a second land in it. Um, and they're going to be less likely to wasteland us, which then puts them being attacked by a Goyf, even if it's only for one. Um, so
Yeah.
it's kind of risky. Uh,
That is, it's a high risk, high reward play because obviously you don't find the land, you're completely screwed,
mm.
and the game's probably over if they waste you and you don't draw. And wow, and there wasn't going to be a land coming either.
So
Uh,
it likely wouldn't have ended up mattering. And
yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. You were screwed either way.
like if I ponder and shuffle and then they end up having a wasteland there, which is this is kind of a risk you take in keeping this hand to begin with. We find the land. And here, I don't think we can afford to fetch basic swamp. I think we just need to like try and find more lands, and we find another land and a Goyf, which is totally fine. Like it doesn't really matter the ordering there of drawing Goy versus drawing the land. You just want to make sure that those are the cards that you're drawing first. Um, and they have a Flesh Raker here, I believe, which is a big pain to deal with when you have Goyfs in play. That does a really good job at just like chump blocking stuff forever. So it kind of changes the plan from playing Goyf Tameo into playing Frog because they are able to chump block really well. And from here, we know that they have a Devourer of Destiny in hand, and I choose to discard the Bowmasters just to get the extra damage in because I don't think it's going to be very relevant. Sometimes Eldrazi plays the One Ring, but more often than not, I think it's not in lists, so the Bowmasters is largely irrelevant. And they have a Battle Mage to bounce our Frog here and also make tokens. So we're pretty far behind, and this is kind of the punish for discarding the Bowmasters to the Frog, is the Frog just gets bounced. But
But Bowmasters wouldn't have really done
yeah,
anything here
it,
anyway.
we
I
were
mean, like
we would
you can't
probably
ping
just
that spawn.
yeah we would just replay the Frog and discard the Bowmasters to it anyway. So it's only a difference if Frog has one less power, um, and they're not chump blocking, which is kind of interesting to me. Kind of they're like probably working towards casting the Devourer in their hand if they're going to do that, like Soul Land into Devourer, which is even
Yep.
worse than Soul Land into Devourer. Um, and they have the Devourer here to answer the Frog, and I don't think we really have much of a way of getting out of this one. Finding a Murktide doesn't even really do it because the Murktide's only a 5/5. It's not large enough to answer the Devourer.
Yeah.
So I scoop it up. I could
Yeah, I don't think
probably
that was premature. I think you have no chance
yeah.
here.
So we're going into game two against Eldrazi, where we get some good tools post board. We get the consigns, we get the Barrogoyfs. On the play, I believe I bring in the Thought Seizes, but I'll make sure. And then on the draw, I don't.
Yeah,
Uh,
generally Thoughtseize is bad against aggro decks, but it is
I
uniquely
didn't
good
bring.
against their
I
deck.
just cut them straight up in
Okay.
even on the play.
The reason I would consider keeping them in is a lot of people don't think about this, but Eldrazi's like half mana sources. They've got like, Lotus Petals and like 24, 25 lands and stuff. And like you
Yeah,
can
I
often get like a really important spell out of their hand, but it is kind of tempo negative.
nowadays I definitely keep them in, which is why I was interested in seeing how I played it here because I'm definitely like on the play I keep them in, on the draw I don't. This hand gets access to the basics if needed, has a Murktide. It doesn't have a Wasteland, but that's kind of we have as much as we can reasonably ask for. Um, and there's
I mean, that's a
Wastelands.
game plan. You
That
you could just tread water and just waste them for a few turns.
yeah,
I don't think
I
there's anything wrong with that.
I think that's a super reasonable plan. It also we had the basic swamp in there so that we can use this delta to fetch something else. Um, and they
What?
F6 through their turn. Oh, they misclicked. Okay.
Okay.
Um,
Well, well, we take those.
I have no memory of that happening. Um, that's bizarre. I totally forgot that happened. They don't do anything turn one anyway. And here I'm surveilling,
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
and we see a Barragoyf that is just great. Um, like super happy to keep that on top. I think I would rather play the Goyf this turn versus Wasteland them. There's not a whole lot that we're worried about them playing on turn 3, quote unquote, but it's basically turn 2 for them.
Yeah, I mean they
Uh,
could cavern into Fleshraker or something like that.
we have a
But
Fatal Push for a Flush Raker if that
yeah,
comes
that's a good
down.
point. That's a good
I
point.
think we have like most things answered. The only thing that we're worried about at this point is just like Devourer of Destiny, which they're obviously far away from casting. And they pick one up with the Once Upon a Time, and then they're a lot closer to casting it now, but we have these wastelands. So they play a Myco Spawn and find a wasteland to wasteland our wasteland, which, we have another wasteland. So ultimately, this is an exchange that I think we win. Um,
Yeah, and we're definitely going after the eye here, right?
yeah, I think 100%. Um,
A lot of people are shy about wasting it because it is legendary, but they only play three and they
yeah,
don't have any selection. So usually they're not going to draw more than one in the game.
yeah, it's also like far and away the best land in their deck. So it's like dealing with it is. There's also in here, there's an argument where I could have fatal pushed, but I think I'd rather just cast this Murktide post combat.
Yeah, it's
Um,
going to be a baby Murktide, but it's still material.
yeah, it is. It's still something, and it lets us have 8 power in play, which contests well with whatever they're going to do. And if they, if we can put a sorcery in the yard, we can have a 2-turn clock potentially, and they dismember the Barragoyf, which I could see an argument to not forcing this.
You should force
I
because
yeah, I'm pretty
in
sure
my
you.
opinion, you force when you get a chance to
Yeah,
force in this matchup.
they have like caverns and basically the only things that you can force are removal spells, so you might as well. Um, and they already had an instant in their yard, so there's no like let it resolve and the Goyf grows or something. Um, but so we take down game 2 on the backs of our opponent misclicking through their turn, but that's also probably still a game that we're winning regardless, just based on what transpired there. Um,
Agreed.
and into game 3, we look at an island, a wasteland, a force. This hand is good if we find a black source, basically. Um,
You do have a brainstorm to find the black source, so Frog is probably your pitch here. Um, I don't know. Like I would probably keep this just because I'd be worried about getting a worse hand.
yeah, I think that on average a 6 is probably worse than this, so I end up keeping this. They reveal a Devourer, which, I feel like happens almost every game versus them.
It's a really good card.
Yeah, it's a problem. And just Ancient Tomb into pass.
I would say Devourer Destiny single handedly is a strong reason for not playing pure control decks anymore
Yeah,
because it's just like they have inevitability. That and Eye of Ugin, they can basically deal with anything. And the longer the game goes on, it doesn't necessarily get better for you.
yeah,
It
and
used to
Myco
be,
spawns and like
yeah.
all these on cast effects. Um, Picking up a
So
Harbinger is pretty good here. It's not a land, which is like mostly what we wanted. Um,
it's a path to victory for sure without you having to win the combat race.
yeah,
As long as you can keep the board clear. That's more frequently than not how I win against
yeah.
Eldrazi these days.
So I choose to just wasteland the tomb here. I think like we want to keep them off of putting things in play so that our Harbinger gets better. Um, so I choose with the wasteland there. I could see not wasting and just playing the island. They end up with a Once Upon a Time that finds them an Eye of Ugin, which is a better wasteland target for sure than the Ancient Tomb, and
Yeah.
we just have to pass here. Um,
Still, it's worth noting that by wasting them, you are buying yourself a draw step to get a little closer to your
yeah,
next land.
yeah. And it also there's when they have an Ancient Tomb in play, if their second land is a cavern, they can cast a lot more things than Eye of Ugin plus cavern, uncounterably at least. Um,
Wow, no play.
yeah, it's interesting that they have 4 mana here and they don't have anything. So we're kind of forced into firing off this brainstorm. And then they choose to play a command in response.
And I think we just let that happen.
So I'm I'm not sure what I end up doing here, but I think there's a couple reasons why I could see forcing. So one, if this is what they're doing on turn two, I don't love letting them get access to more mana. And two, I don't love giving them Scion tokens because Scion tokens are a way for them to make colorless under a Harbinger of the Seas. Um, and I also think that if our brainstorm somehow bricks, we have to go to discard anyway. So
That's a good point.
getting cards out of the hand can matter.
Yeah, you
Um,
definitely talked me into it. I think the main thing is like I was just kind of like I had this E-Day fix of like we got to get Harbinger into play, we got to protect her, but
in a roundabout way, forcing the Kozilek's command is still protecting the Harbinger because it cuts them off of having more like answers to Harbinger once it's in play.
yeah,
Um, so I choose to force pitching one of the two frogs, and then the brainstorm finds us lands. So I put back the Murktide that we're not casting, and I should have put away the Harbinger here. Um,
just in case they had thought not seer.
yeah, I'm not sure why I didn't, but we definitely should have put away Harbinger instead of something else. And they fortunately just have a Myco spawn here instead of the punish of them having a Thought Not Seer to take away our Harbinger.
They didn't get the wasteland, which is super greedy. They should have wasted you,
Yeah, they
and they're
found
gonna lose because they didn't waste you
yeah,
there.
and we don't have access to a black source right now, but I think like even still, we know that there's a Murktide here, and they're gonna play a Once Upon a Time in desperation, trying to find something. And they find a wastes. And the thing with like the basic wastes in the Eldrazi deck is that like in the face of a Harbinger of the Seas, it doesn't actually do that much because like most of the time they need double like colorless, and the things that they can play with one colorless, like Thought Not Seer and stuff, you're not super scared of once there's already a Harbinger in play. Um, so the basic wastes doesn't really open up a whole lot for them. And then now we can play this brainstorm just to put more cards in the yard. We can't shuffle it, but like it lets us. Well, we found a lot of good stuff there, and it puts us one closer to having this Murktide in play. Um, I'm not going to attack. I just there's a chance that they don't block out of fear, but I think it's much better to just hold back. Um, they could have the bounce Eldrazi here. That is the thing that the basic wastes opens them up to. But Chalice, I don't think we care about Chalice right now.
Yeah,
Um,
you can still counter stuff
yeah,
with consign. You just have to pay extra to
yeah.
replicate. Just
But
for anybody watching who doesn't
yes.
realize that interaction.
So here I decide to bounce their micro spawn because they can't recast it. They don't have green. And
It speeds
then
up the clock and it reduces the likelihood of them finding a dismember.
yeah. And I decide to hold open rather than playing out this Murktide, I believe. I just pass with the possibility of playing the Borrower in the end step because playing the Murktide is going to make our Nethergorf small, and if they bounce our Murktide with the creature that bounces, that could be potentially a problem. Although they would probably just bounce Harbinger. So we play the Borrower in the end step, and then from here it's not really a whole lot that we're worried about. It's basically just dismember, and you have a forcible for the dismember. Um, and at this point, I still just hold open the mana to cast Consign. I don't think I
Yeah.
want to tap out of Consign here.
It's better to play safe even if it's going to take an extra turn.
Yeah. We draw a Ponder that doesn't do anything. It's a blue card for Force. I guess we're happier to pitch that than pitching a Frog. But it's likely not going to end up mattering. And they're down to two with essentially no outs other than like a one ring, but obviously we have a
It's worth
Force.
noting that had they just gotten the wasteland there, you didn't draw any other lands.
True. I did not find another land. If they just wastelanded me there, it was pretty tough. And they took the greedy line of not wasting me, and they definitely got punished. Um, and that wrapped up trophy number two. And trophy three, I think, is a little bit quicker because one of the matches I paired into my friend Tony Scapone, and he
Yeah.
was on stream and ended up just scooping to me because he didn't want to have his chat watch another match versus Blue Black. Um,
He's
but
a chill dude.
yeah,
He's a chill dude. I've played against him, I think maybe 2 or 3 times.
he's a great guy, local friends, goes to my LGS, very cool guy.
Very cool,
Um,
man. I'm like stoked to meet somebody who knows Tony Scaponi. You should go on his podcast at some point. I don't know if you brew a lot, but his Brew of Paradise, I
I
I recommend it.
my brewing is like the last two slots in the blue black sideboard. I'm not crazy with my brews. And speaking of brewing, my list for the last trophy is the exact same. Nothing changed.
Okay,
Um,
so let's take a look at your opener here. This seems really solid against an unknown opponent.
yeah, in the blind, I think I'm pretty happy to keep this. I don't think I knew what this player was on, so I just like leading off on turn one spellbomb here, which is like I've mentioned in the logic behind having it in the deck is good enough versus enough of the field. And my opponent mulls to 5, so we're feeling like this is some combo matchup where either spellbomb's going to be great, force is going to be great, or both. So just getting to lead off here on basic island into spellbomb, feeling pretty good about the position.
Yeah, I mean with double force, if they are on combo, you're not going to need to use those brainstorms probably.
Yeah. So it's Ancient Tomb, Lotus Petal, which could be a couple different things. And
The Eldrazi could be Carnforge.
we see Archon of Emeria,
Ooh,
which is a spicy one for sure.
I would probably force this.
Yeah, I think that like their hand is pretty clearly just like they're on 5 or whatever. So I end up forcing it, pitching one of the brainstorms. Um,
Yeah, and now you can just waste them, and their deck doesn't really do anything if they're on initiative.
yeah,
Their deck doesn't really do anything for a few turns.
so choose to just waste, which I think makes perfect sense. And they end up having Cavern naming Human, which is scary because it represents an uncounterable initiative creature. But we find a
Yeah, so
frog, which is
probably
great.
on red white. I would imagine with both the Caves of Chaos Adventurer and the white one.
Yeah, that would be
Um,
my read was red
yeah,
white initiative. Um,
Frog is very strong against initiative,
yeah,
especially initiative that's completely stalled out.
find a fatal push, which is fine. I mean, if they play an initiative creature, it lets us get it out of the way and take the initiative back. Um, we draw a ponder. I choose to brainstorm first instead of playing the ponder because the ponder can then shuffle the brainstorm, and then we get to have a force up, and I crack the spell bomb just to draw the card. Having the open mana,
Yeah.
like we're gonna be fatal pushing on our turn anyway if they're like if they somehow play an initiative creature that's
Wow.
uncounterable. So
They're getting closer to it.
yeah, they have an uncounterable something here. So they have the
There.
uncounterable initiative creature here, and they get to take the initiative.
Too
And
bad your frog flies and you have a swamp to go fetch.
yeah,
And they had to pitch Caves of Chaos Adventurer, so that was costly.
so
Um,
we get to find a daze here, which means absolute worst case scenario, we can fatal push the seasoned engineer, holding priority and daze the fatal push if we can't find any other way of triggering revolt. Um, that's we don't really want to have to do that, and we end up finding a fetch land anyway, so we don't have to do that. But it is worth noting as a possible line. Um, and
that is
I
a very advanced technique of tempo players is turning on Revolt with the
yeah,
days. I've never actually even done that, but I've seen it done before, and now I'm
they
going to be thinking about it more.
they end up just packing it in the face of us being able to take back the initiative, and that one definitely taking advantage of our opponent's aggressive mulligan, and like we had the answer for their two relevant things. So post board against initiative, it's kind of the same as boarding against Stompy, or like Moon Stompy. I like the Baraglyphs and all that other stuff. Um, and we look down at a 7 that didn't do anything, and a 6 then that has no turn 0 interaction, but can Thoughtseize them multiple times, and we're I end up bottoming one of the Thoughtseizes because it's unlikely that the second one is going to be super relevant, and this hand also can play a frog. As far as hands that don't have turn 0 interaction go, this is higher up on the end of things. Unfortunately, turn 1 Fable is tough to deal with. Um,
Yeah, now your wasteland's a lot less powerful,
yeah,
and yeah, I mean you still probably want to Thoughtseize here.
yeah, it doesn't feel great, but I choose to just Thoughtseize them, and initiative creatures got to go. So we're worried
Yeah.
about them having a Solitude and a Petal essentially as their last couple cards, but they get to have this Fable to loot. So it's likely that one or more of those are going away if they're bad, and they end up discarding the Petal. Um, and we know that they have a Solitude here to deal with our Frog, which is definitely a problem. And we find a threat that we can deploy while wastelanding them, which makes things a
Yeah.
little bit better. Um,
I think that's definitely correct to go ahead and just try to bait the Solitude out of their hand. Like they're unlikely to just use it on a Goyf, but if they do, that's pretty good, right?
yeah, I think that I should have played the Goyf here. I hold it up so that I can Fatal Push, but I do it in their draw step.
It's
So I
interesting you went after the white mana there when they already have treasures. Like I would have almost certainly gone after the tomb there.
Yeah, I'm pretty positive that that's right. I was mostly worried about them having like some loop with a legendary creature that I had to deal with because they're going to have an abundance of mana anyway. Um, if we don't deal with reflection and the shaman, but I'm pretty sure hitting the tomb is just correct there. Um,
So would you go after? I mean, you turn on revolt with the intention of killing the Fable of the Mirror Breaker, but if you
yeah,
kill the creature that it can copy, then you don't have to worry as much about it.
yeah. So
But longer term, it's every
yeah,
card they play is a threat.
I choose to hit the reflection, which is why I don't play the Goyf there on that last turn, so I can turn on Revolt in their upkeep. Um, and here we are worried about this Solitude. We find an answer for the Solitude, so we get to Surveil and play this Goyf out. Um, Obviously, Delta, not really what we're looking for. And just send it back. And it's kind of hoping that they're going to Solitude our Nether Goyf so that we can play the Frog out uncontested. And they choose to hardcast the Solitude, and them
This is a
hardcasting it
problem. I would
makes
probably force here if they're
yeah.
hardcasting it.
I'm a lot more willing to force this if they're going to hardcast, which is what I end up doing, pitching the Frog, which puts us on empty and them on empty, and we both have very good top decks here. Forces could be one of them, but on its own isn't. Um, and we're behind in the life total race, so I opt to not attack because I don't want them to be able to get treasures here. Or if they do, I want them to have to at least pay the price of having to get rid of their shaman token. Um, but they do just have another
Oh
fable,
no.
which
Yeah.
is again pretty problematic for us to deal with.
Yeah, we
Uh,
put so many resources in dealing with the previous one. I
yeah,
mean, we're still dealing with the previous one, right?
yeah. But basically, we still haven't like fully answered the previous fable. I choose to play out the frog instead of holding up force because we're behind on board. So holding up the force doesn't really do anything. I think.
It was
Um,
disappointing for you to keep that land in hand. I would have probably played it out, but now that you drew the Psychic Frog, I think it's good to have it in hand.
mhm. I it's good for the sake of Frog and also for Brainstorm potentially. And also, not that our opponent has the luxury of playing around us having Force Blue card as our last two cards, but like in theory bluffs those being our last two cards.
Yeah.
They discard Mox off of Fable, and I'm usually a lot happier when my opponent loots off of Fable versus not looting. If they don't loot, their hand is already good, and if they're looting, they are trying to draw into good cards. So
So there's a risk that they have Fury here, but I would probably block both of these.
yeah, I think we're like pretty priced into just blocking both and discarding the Underground Sea here. Um, it feels pretty likely that they have something, and they end up having a hardcast Solitude, which we don't play around. This block doesn't change anything in terms of
Yeah.
the Solitude, and they get to answer our Frog, and then it's our Goyf and a Force of Will staring down a Solitude and a Fable that's about to flip.
So this
Um,
is good because you can ambush Solitude
yeah,
probably.
we can ambush the Solitude in combat, um, and they find a cavern on human, and then just happen to have uh, initiative creature as their last
Yeah.
thing in hand, uh, which the recording didn't pick up because I scooped as soon as they cast it, but
Yeah.
they did have there's a seasoned engineer as their last card in hand, um, and I don't think we're beating that at this point, especially with the reflection able to copy it every turn.
Yeah.
So heading into game three here, we are on the play now, and we look at a hand of no lands into a hand of lands, forces, and frogs.
This is quite good.
So as far as sixes go, this hand's very good.
So I'd
Um,
probably put back the borrower personally.
I put back The brainstorm was that.
Yeah,
Um, and that's just under the logic of like I want to have as many. I already have good cards in hand.
that's true. Yeah,
Um,
that's a good way of thinking of it. That's a nice heuristic. If you already have a lot of good, I mean, brainstorm is such a powerful card that it like really it's hard for me to put it back.
yeah, it definitely like warps a lot. I choose to mill the fatal push there because we have a days to answer things, and like right now I just kind of want to protect this frog. Um, so
And here
I
you're going ahead and fetching basic just in case they have like a Magus of the Moon
Yeah,
or something like
like
that.
on the incredibly off chance, I think I tend to play around moon effects more than I should. Like I'm not even sure that Red White Initiative plays Magus of the Moon anymore. But on the off chance that they do, our hand is entirely blue cards currently, so I don't think we can really get punished that hard.
Yeah.
Um, and they,
I was
I
just thinking in terms of keeping the fetch around in case you do draw a brainstorm later, but
yeah,
yeah, no, that makes sense for sure.
I think I definitely should keep the fetch and play the Underground Sea there instead. I've just played too cautiously. Um, they play a Fable, which is definitely a problem. Like we can beat a resolved Fable with this hand, so I choose to let it resolve. Um, because like I said, I like answering the frog is like, or protecting the frog is basically all I want to be doing right now. So I choose to petty theft it this turn because they exiled uh, a Spirit Guide to cast it last turn. So the only way that they're going to be able to cast it again is by attacking in with the Shaman token, which we can answer. Um, so I choose to attack and I fly beforehand. I probably should have given them the option to block here because if they block, it's like super great for us. Um, and they end up not blocking.
Yeah, and another reason to do that would be you could just deploy the Nethergoyf.
Yeah. Um,
It might make sense to go ahead. I mean, you can wait before combat, but it might make sense to push now.
yeah. I think I agree. And I end up doing that, just pushing it here. Um, but I
And
think
and you've successfully stranded that card in their hand. I forget what it was
it
that
was
you
a
bounced.
Fable. We
Yeah,
bounced a Fable and then have answered it through a kind of roundabout way, but they
and
have,
we got lucky off the top deck in the sense that they can't cast Fable with it, but they are going to be able to cast an initiative creature uncounterably here.
yeah. So Seasoned Engineer uncounterable is a problem. We can take back the initiative, but they're a lot better at exploiting the initiative than we are. Um, we find a swamp, which is kind of unfortunate because we kind of wanted that for our to find off of the search trigger anyway. Um, and I choose to just uh, discard all and fly here, um, under the hope that we find a blue card off of this frog. And if we don't find a blue card, they have a cavern in play already, so like the number of things that we were able to force is kind of diminished. And we get to take the initiative, which doesn't do anything now that we already had the swamp, and we draw a fatal push, which is fine, but we don't have the ability to get revolt right now, so I just rather than playing out the goif, I hold up hardcasting borrower here. Um, and they play an archon out, which we're not really doing anything about. But it does mean the nice thing about Archon is the rule of law effect is symmetrical, so we're not really worried about them doing anything else this turn. Like we're both limited to doing one thing a turn, so there's a
Oh, another seasoned engineer. That's scary.
yeah that
Uncounterable backup seasoned engineer.
that is for sure a problem. Um, and they get to take back the initiative, and they make their Archon big, which is a problem for our frog. And then end step here, play out the borrower, and we need a way to trigger revolt pretty badly. Um, so I think I tank for like a really long time here, on what I'm gonna do, and I end up deciding to just go to combat. And before I go to combat, they evoke a solitude, which I'm kind of super happy to see, because it means that one, they're not doing anything else this turn, and two, they're going to trigger revolt for me, so I can deal with their Archon of Emeria or the Seasoned Engineer and take the initiative back. Um, so they get rid of my frog, and then They have to sack Solitude, and I then get to push the Archon, and I can now cast multiple spells again. Get
That's a
back.
really I just want to comment like that's a really counterintuitive thing to let your frog die so that you can kill one of their creatures just so you can take the initiative back. But that shows how highly you value keeping the initiative from them.
Yeah, it like even when I'm ahead on life, not as much keeping the initiative from them, but just like advancing towards getting to trap. So I get to put more counters on my borrower here, and then I deploy the Goyf so that I can hold up a force
Yeah.
for a potential answer because they are just dead on board to the borrower attacking and me getting trap. So given that I know that Seasoned Engineer was one of the reveals and then the other reveal is a Spirit Guide, I know that we're pretty much in the clear here.
And so
Um,
what they did here was they went ahead and attacked before they cast the second one. They can't buff each other because they get pro creature. I'm just
mhm.
narrating. You may
Yes,
already know this
yes.
stuff. For people watching who are unfamiliar with this matchup, but seasoned engineer can't target another seasoned engineer, so you don't have to worry about the triggers happening twice. And now because they already had the initiative, they get a second trigger, so they're going to get to go into the archives. So
Yes.
next turn they're going to the Throne of Dead 3, but it shouldn't matter because you've got Brazen Borrower. The only thing they can have, well, I mean, if they drew like a Solitude, it would matter, but you have Force.
Yeah, they ended up telling me in chat that they drew a Solitude and didn't have a white card, and I didn't want to tell them the bad news that I had the force for it anyway. Um, so
Yeah,
end
don't
up,
crush their dreams.
yeah, we ended up picking that one up. The next match was the match against Tony, where Tony scooped.
Okay, so we can skip that one.
Yeah. Then we pair into Caleb Herber.
Yeah, so these are the final three matches. Everybody who's stuck with us, I hope you're learning a ton about playing blue black tempo.
Not only
I
from
sure as heck
like the
am.
plays that have gone well, but a lot of the plays that haven't gone well. Like you've pointed out a lot of things where like I didn't even think about it at the time, or just me looking on it myself, I wouldn't have realized. But like the ponder versus like brainstorm discussion, or like the ponder shuffle discussion we had, like being able to have a second opinion on things and like talking things over with someone else, you just realize so much more than you would otherwise.
All
So
right, so this hand against an unknown opponent,
unknown
super
again,
good.
ignore all this. This hand looks phenomenal. It has a force, it has a blue card, it has fatal pushes, it has a threat.
And it's
Um,
very rare that I throw back a hand that has two lands and a force blue card
yeah,
against
this
an
hand
unknown opponent.
has kind of everything you can ask for. So I end up keeping this one, and we see turn one Fellmire, which, as our opponent who played tempo earlier showed us, doesn't necessarily mean that it's oops, but like almost certainly this is oops. And then Dark Ritual, this feels strongly like oops. And then they have the turn one Balustrade Spy. We have the force for it. We just kind of have to hope that they don't have packed back up. They end up having packed back up, and I scoop it up
Yeah.
because we're not beating
I
that.
mean, you could still look at their hand, their deck, but
Yeah, you could still see if they're on the Jack O' Lantern build.
Jack o'
Um,
Lantern Bills is very quirky, or the Memory's Journey. I
yeah,
think, but you can actually a trick against Oops All Spells is like if you look at their hand when they start. Some Oops players will play 61. Whenever I see somebody playing 61 cards, I'm like, there's probably like at least a 30% chance they're on Oops.
mhm.
But this person was only playing 60.
Yeah, I think the thing with like 61 cards is the decks that play 61 cards, it's like oops, and then it's like depths. So two wildly different ranges. Like I think green white depth sometimes plays 61. Um,
Yeah.
but sideboarding for this one, not the most interesting. You bring in the counter magic and you cut all the interaction. I can show it, but I'm almost positive that's what I
Yeah.
did.
I mean, you bring in all the sorry.
I should have cut Bowmasters, both Bowmasters, and kept in borrowers as blue cards.
Yeah.
But that's a minor-ish thing.
All right, so
Um,
I'm gonna try to contain my enthusiasm because my wife just came in and told me that my kids are asleep. Because this has gone a lot longer than I think we blocked out like 3 hours for this. We're
uh,
probably at least 4 hours into the call.
so I mold six or mold seven. Look at this six of Spellbomb with a force. That is great if you draw a land. Um, this one is it's
I
close. I think
probably still keep, but keep in mind they're gonna definitely mull, assuming you're mulling to force.
yeah. The thing is like I think you can't really go to five here and expect a five that's that much better. I think like Spell Bomb is a card that's pretty hard for them to interact with, so it
So
probably
I
buys
would probably
us.
put back Goyf, and then I just turn one spell bomb.
Yeah, so they keep on 7. I end up keeping on 6, and I put back Goyf. And I lead off with Wasteland Spellbomb. And Wasteland's also not irrelevant. Like, they don't play that many permanent mana sources, so being able to Wasteland one definitely can cut them off of some lines. They lead on Lotus Petal, and if I could daze that, I would, but we have the Wasteland as our only land.
I
And then,
don't think they have an answer to now spell bomb, do they? Like
um,
because a lot of times they'll use like Leyline of Sanctity, but
yeah,
it's too late.
at this point, I don't think they actually do. And we drew a swamp, which is perfect. I mean, I would rather have drawn any other land that makes mana, but um, we
Poxwalkers is an interesting potential alternate win con, but it's not likely to do anything against us.
yeah, we're not even really worried about them having like a reanimate if we just take this Undercity Informer because we have the Spellbomb in play. So I'm just very happy with thought seizing that and stranding them on not having a ton of action. They need to both find an answer to our Spellbomb and find another spy or informer.
So
We
normally I would be worried like we don't have any pressure. We have no path to victory right now, but like they have so few options that it doesn't really matter. We can just
Yeah,
kind of take our
the
time.
really nice thing about like Spellbomb versus any other interaction in this matchup is like it can just sit in play and they can't win as long as it's in play. They need to like go for it and have a memories journey, which still isn't perfect, or they just have to just like sit it out and if they have some form of removal for it, just draw until that. So like Spellbomb buys us more time than basically anything else. So I choose to let them go to combat and then wasteland their mana source here. They play a Disruptor Flute. I choose to fetch, and this flute is probably one of the only answers to Spellbomb in their deck. So I'm pretty happy just bidding that and then dazing this. So I find the Surveillant even though we're picking it up, just because as long as this Disruptor Flute stays off the board and this Spellbomb stays in play, we have kind of all the time in the world. So like being able to pick it up is an option, but I ended up actually choosing to force there instead of uh,
Yeah, did
the
they still have any I mean they can always draw more because they play like four
yeah
or eight spirit
like
guides.
the potential of them having Spirit Guide there, which I believe I actually knew that they still do have it. Um, yeah, because they haven't used
Yeah, they
either, and
didn't
we
use it.
solved the Thoughtseize. So like I obviously just don't want to trade a daze for a Simian Spirit Guide. And
And the great
Tamio,
news is, even though we know they have pact, they can't use it because they'll
yeah,
die. So we can kind of force with impunity there.
and Tamio lets us finally start grinding cards. Um, and there's an argument to just crack the clue here because of the possibility of finding wasteland. I think like this game, like on a macro level, drawing the card off of spellbomb doesn't do that much compared to spellbomb preventing us from dying. So I think I like cracking the clue on our turn to potentially find wasteland versus holding open the mana to be able to draw a card off of spellbomb. But I could definitely go either way on that one, and I don't know if you have thoughts on that. Um,
Not really. Like I'd probably just play the second spell bomb, and yeah,
So here, like getting able to flip the Tameo, we can put away 2 Tameos that are irrelevant, shuffle one of them away. And the other nice thing about having extra copies of Tameo is that once one flips, the second one can still just attack and make clues. So the second one is not totally dead. The third one in this matchup is dead. It's just a blue card for force, but the second one could still gain us some advantage. Although at this point we're able to rebuy Thought Seizes with Tameo, and then also just present our opponent with a clock with Frog. Um, and here I choose to rebuy a Force instead of rebuying a Thoughtseize, just so that I can tap out this turn for Frog. Um, and I could see just Thoughtseizing them again there instead. Um, but with 2 Spell Bombs in play, I'm pretty confident that we're insulated enough where I'm able to safely deploy the Frog. And they go to clean up, discard Poxwalkers, and then from here it's just pretty elementary, just attacking, and we ponder, find a wasteland, able to waste them off mana, and they stick around for a couple more turns, but ultimately they scoop it up.
yeah. I mean, you've got it covered so many different ways. That vexing or what was it, disruptor flute? I hadn't seen that out of Oops before,
Yeah,
but
I believe it comes out of the sideboard in some number, and I'm not sure how many, but um, it has been showing up more recently. Um, and then here we are on the draw, and our opponent mulligans to
Another
6.
insane hand.
This hand has a threat, it has a spell bomb, it has forces. This is generally a matchup that post board I feel really good in. Um, Pre-board, it's a little bit scary sometimes, like especially if you're on the draw pre-board. So they try for the turn one spy. We have the force for it, and force is good. They're left on 3 cards. We still have a force up. Um, I could see either playing the Goyf here or playing the spell
No,
bomb,
no,
but I
spell
spell bomb
100%.
is, yeah, like putting them under pressure is like a tertiary goal here compared to holding open forces and having the spell bomb. So I,
You just don't want to like somehow they do manage to thread the needle
yeah,
and you have a goif sitting there doing nothing.
yeah, exactly. Like you're the upside of having an extra turn of pressure with the Goyf is nothing compared to the downside of you could just die um, somehow. Like it's unlikely, but and then we're able to safely deploy the Goyf this turn, and they have nothing. We're still sitting here on a force. Finding access to the third land is nice. It means that once we draw a second blue card, we can have double force. One of them being the hard cast negation, and then the other one being the pitch cast on the force of will. And they go for it a second time here, but we have the second piece of interaction, and we still have this spellbomb in play, and we've dealt with 2 informers already. So here I feel pretty content just fighting the surveil land pre-combat, and we see a third spell or a second spellbomb rather, um, and that I could see cracking this first spellbomb and drawing a card to play the second one to get in for more damage, but I think it's too risky. Um, I think I just like
Yeah.
holding back here.
Yeah, just be patient and don't let yourself get got somehow.
Yeah,
Is
like
I play it incredibly careful. Like people who watch my channel, like they definitely know that. Like I'll never do like I could speed up the clock a little bit by
yeah.
doing this if it means just playing a little more
And
safely.
this is like a super minor level thing that I do, but I can tell that this spellbomb is my sideboard spellbomb, and this is one of the main deck spellbombs. When I'm playing multiple copies of a card on Moto, I split the printings if there's
Ah,
sideboard versus mainboard, so I can like get data on how it performs coming out of the sideboard. Like I know that this is specifically the extra copy of spellbomb is why I have this one in play.
that's a really cool trick. So like you definitely like one exercise I always do when I draw like a sideboard card is like, okay, would I have rather been the card that I boarded out,
Yeah,
And this makes it very clear
yeah.
that this is the single Nile Spellbomb coming
Yeah.
in from the board.
So like I have one in the board, which is a different for the Thought Seize. I have a different printing. The Borrower I don't. I think that's just like all the other printings of Brazen Borrower were more expensive, and I didn't want to buy them. Um, but like something like this, when it's a cheap swap, I like doing that just so I can get a little bit of extra information on how my deck is set up. And then here for match 4, we have another nice, relatively swift 2-0 where we're playing against an unknown player on the draw, and we look down at an opener that has lands and spells. Like you're not overjoyed to keep this hand, but I think this hand is just solid.
Yeah,
And they
yeah.
mulligan to 6 and lead off with a gemstone mine
Oh,
into a Cabal ritual, and this one is feeling pretty over. They
yeah.
play the turn
But
one Necro, but the thing with this deck,
is it kind of sucks?
yeah, it bricks more often than it should. So they draw 19 cards, and they straight up just go to cleanup. They bricked that, not even they played a Valakut Awakening and that bricked. They just bricked completely.
Wow,
So
I could
I
never play a deck like
yeah,
that.
I if I was my opponent, I would be just like seething here. Um, and they discard a whole bunch of cards, and then yeah, I literally say in chat, I can't say I've ever seen this happen before. And I probably should have fetched Island there instead of Underground Sea, just to give my opponent the least information about the deck that I'm playing, um, in the hopes that they would just like scoop. But I end up letting them know that I'm on blue black. We find a daze. We know there's a Bowmasters on top of our library, and they scoop anyway. So like super minor thing, but should have fetched Island here to conceal information. Um, and then game 2. Uh, the nice thing about this matchup is it's always super quick either way. Um, so like if you pair into it in like a challenge or something, you're over and done with, and you have some time in between rounds. This hand has a force and has dazes. Sometimes this just loses to them having Necro with packed backup, but I think that we can't really mulligan for double force when our hand, if we get a single turn, is so insulated against stuff. Um, and they
Wait, why did they exile the spirit? Did they
I
exile the spirit guide? What
they
happened there?
exile a spirit guide and
Oh, they
then
canceled it.
they canceled the mana ability, I believe, and
Okay.
that doesn't show up in Moto, but because it's a mana ability, you're able to take it back. Um, and so we draw, play out the flooded strands, and just pass. I believe that they took it back, or else they just like used the spirit guide for nothing. Yeah, okay. They
It's not
they
an
they
exile.
used the
There it
spirit
goes.
guide and then they took it back. Um, and then they have a beseech here for a potential necro, so we just fetch and find a land and then daze their beseech, floating a blue so that we can cast this brainstorm if need be. They have a summoner's pact in response, which is curious. I'm not really sure what this is doing for
So
them.
they're just gonna go get a Elvish spirit guide so they can pay for your days.
Yeah, I guess they're hoping that that's my only thing, because they're just losing if this gets forced
Yeah.
anyway. But I guess that's the thing with playing these like all in combo decks is like I probably wouldn't have done that. I would have just let it get dazed because if they have a second piece of interaction, I just lose on the spot to my not being able to pay for my pact. But that
Yeah.
my brain is wired differently for like I
I
can't play these type of decks.
yeah, and like I just if you're going to like a big tournament, like let's say you're going to Eternal weekend, do you really want to sit down and do your little goldfish combo and then just get up and wait
Do
around
you want
for
to
15
pay
minutes?
your $75 to enter and travel down to Pittsburgh just to play your deck where the games are taking like 4 total turns across all the matches? And
Yeah.
I feel like you have very little agency in your games. Um, but ranting about oops or about Necro aside,
Yeah,
um,
and I have no problem with like breakfast or the Epic Storm or like those, but like the glass cannon decks, I don't
yeah,
understand why people play them.
I think that they're a net bad for the format. They don't really bring anything, and they make a lot of non-force decks like just have really awful matchups for no real gain. Um,
Yeah, and they discourage a lot of people who are getting into the format who are like, "Oh, this
yeah,
is
it's
turn
turn
zero
zero,
format."
turn one format. Like it's they're bad optics for sure.
Yeah,
Um, and so last match here, I'm on the draw or I'm on the play. I choose to keep this hand. It doesn't have like counter magic, but again, you have to be kind of selective with what you get. And I choose to find the basic island here and play a Tameo. Um, with if this Tameo gets removed, we have access to another one. And if it doesn't get removed, we can start drawing cards with it. We could potentially play Frog. We see a blue land, so I'm more hesitant to play Frog. Probably just going to attack with the Tameo and hold open um, all the removal options and also cracking a clue. But I could see trying to pressure and just play the Frog here, um, which I end up doing and it ends up resolving. Um, and I think it's probably aggressive to play out the frog there. I think I would rather have held up stuff, but my opponent plays a Thundering Falls, which signals that this is probably Steak and Show, like I mentioned earlier. Um,
yeah, and so you, in retrospect, you were 100% accurate.
yeah,
Like that was definitely the best thing you could have done.
so they were fortunately not just dead on turn 2, and they shuffle off of their Ponder, which is a great sign. We have basically 3 dead cards in hand right now, so we're gonna need a lot to get out of this one. But we can flip Tameo this turn. Flipping Tameo this turn comes at the cost of, our we're probably not holding up interaction, but we don't really have access to any right now anyway. Um, so we're getting the draw off the frog, a spell bomb that doesn't really do much, so just crack the clue in the hopes of finding a wasteland to flip the Tameo. Uh,
Yeah, I
and
would probably go ahead and ponder here, just trying to
yeah,
find a force.
I agree completely. So the ponder finds us not any of that.
I would
Um,
be tempted to keep brainstorm just because it does. Well, you don't have a
you
shuffle
have to
effect.
draw the other 2 cards off of the brainstorm, or at
Yeah,
least one of them if you're not buying back off of Tameo. So I end up
yeah.
shuffling this, and we
I,
draw.
I think that was 100% correct. I was just observing that there
Yeah,
is the temptation when you have this many dead cards in your
yeah, like
hand.
you want to put these back, and like it's. I definitely see that, but the thing with like dead cards in your hand when you have a frog in play is like you could put them back with brainstorm, but it comes at a cost versus just
Okay, so this is an important inflection point. Like,
sure.
obviously, you're gonna attack first, so you'll know. But like, do you regrow the ponder to try to find action, or Well, let's see what you draw here, but that's what I want people watching to
Yeah,
think
so I
about.
think you're always going to attack here first to get the most information, and then I choose to just discard some stuff because getting as much damage in as possible. And spell bombs, they might have a Mystic Sanctuary, but spell bombs are usually irrelevant. Drawing a
Yeah,
Wasteland is nice, but I don't think that's nearly enough disruption. So I Wasteland them off of that, and then I do end up rebuying the Ponder here. I think that like it's really crucial to find some form of interaction. If we're just delaying them forever, like we're not putting them under enough pressure
yeah,
to have Wasteland be enough. And obviously these cards are not good, so shuffle those, pick up a Goyf, which allows us to apply more pressure. But I decide to hold open, cracking a Clue and Bowmasters instead of playing the Goyf. Um,
wow. I
and
mean,
our
oops.
opponent apparently they were just stuck on lands, and I think that's again a premature scoop from them. Um, and that tends to happen quite a bit in leagues. Uh, and unfortunately, we Moto doesn't save like the order of my deck, so I can't figure out what we'd be drawing here. But I think that was
Yeah,
definitely an aggressive scoop. Uh, it we
yeah, I would
are
agree. We didn't have any real interaction. We're just
Yeah.
hoping to crack Clue
I mean,
into a
like
force.
from our opponent's perspective, I guess it looks bad. Like we're attacking them with a frog and we have 6 cards in hand. But we basically have like 2 actual cards in our hand right now.
Yeah,
And like I it obviously looks bad for us, but I can't really imagine what our opponent's hand is where they're actually just like dead or even close to dead with these cards being in our hand.
yeah, because there's probably at least 2 turn cycles ahead of us.
Yeah, again, going back on that like don't scoop discussion, like there's definitely a lot of situations
Yeah,
where people scoop early. We've already talked about Steak and Show boarding, so that's none of that's really changing. Although actually, I am curious if by this point I'm bringing in all the consigns. I am
doesn't look like you brought
not.
in all
I brought in
3.
one because I brought in a Thoughtseize instead of the second consign.
Did they show green? If they're playing green, it might be correct to bring in engineered explosives.
Yeah,
You
I
have so
can't
many things
remember
you
if
can
they
play.
did, but I'm pretty sure it's stock to be on green at this point, so I should have brought in EE. This hand has multiple pieces of interaction, has disruption, has a threat, has a brainstorm. I think this is very solid. They definitely have green here. So I choose to force this so that our
Yeah,
daze remains live.
I think
Um,
that's correct. It's just too much,
yeah,
too much mana, and that's what really gates them early on.
yeah, especially now that we're like drawing a second daze here, we want to make sure that these still are active. And then playing out the Goyf on turn one. Um, they end up having Ancient Tomb into Show and Tell, which this hand isn't really equipped to deal with. Like
Yeah,
we could potentially daze it to take them off of Petal, but like I don't think that really does
I think
anything.
it's a mistake. I
Um,
would just because I mean they might cast something later that you actually can counter.
yeah,
I would
so
just put the land.
we put in we actually post Show and Tell have access to 2 dazes because we can put in a land here. Um, but it's like super unlikely, and we actually just have no answers to an Emrakul here. So
Yeah, there's not a single card in the deck.
yeah, I'm not on Shieldwood's Edict, so I don't have that as a possible out. I decide to surveil anyway. I see a Ponder, which I'm not sure what I'm drawing to here, but I keep the Ponder. I ponder, find nothing, shuffle,
This
and
happens to
yeah,
me a lot. I'm
yeah.
like totally numb. I'm just going through the motions, not like
I have
processing.
actual 0 outs here, so I'm not sure what the point of me doing that was, but um, we're into match 3 of Trophy 3 on the play against Deacon Show here. So, taking a look at an opening hand of not castable cards into an opening hand of 3 forces, cantrips, a frog, our mulls have been pretty kind. When we've had to
Okay,
mulligan, we've had pretty good hands.
okay. So like in this situation, I would probably put back force negation. But what would you put back?
I think I would put back semantics, but I would put back a force of will instead of a force of negation. Force of negation is easier to hard cast, and they basically don't play creatures, so I think it's just better in the matchup.
Yeah,
But I would agree. I think you put back one of the forces here.
yeah.
So I end up keeping this. I put back force negation, which I just talked myself into it being right to put back one of the force of wills. But
I agree with your reasoning. I mean, the main thing is force negation can only be used defensively. Like, let's
yeah.
say you're gonna do a frog fight.
So I choose to fetch Underground Sea here because we're not really worried about them taxing our non-basics. No lands, so
Shuffle.
shuffle that. Find a Tameo, which is still fine even if we don't draw lands. It's something that we can work towards.
It's a 2-turn line to flipper,
But yeah,
and then
it's not
start
great
recurring
for sure.
forces.
But it over the course of a couple turns, we can get to a flipped Tameo and start protecting it. They ponder and keep, and then send it back over to us. And we're looking to draw lands here, but I think if we don't, I still like playing Tameo over playing the Brainstorm this turn. Although
Absolutely,
if we
because
drew a
then you'll.
Ponder, I think that's the best option. But if we didn't draw this Ponder, I think I just prefer playing this Tameo and then playing the Brainstorm, because if we play the Brainstorm and Brick, then our hand goes actually nowhere.
Yeah,
Um,
and it's worth noting that brainstorm gets better the longer the game goes because
yes.
you draw more dead cards.
So we find land and Brainstorm and Daze. So
This is amazing.
very happy seeing all these. I end up drawing the lands to play the Tameo out, and then drawing the Brainstorm next turn so that I can pitch this Brainstorm to one of the forces instead of having to pitch the Frog, um, because I know that I'm going to be drawing another Brainstorm. Um, and we're basically on a Tameo game at this point. They just play a land and pass after, I believe, keeping with their Ponder. So we're feeling like next turn they're almost certainly going off protected if they're keeping a Ponder and not doing anything turn two. Um, so just going to go to attacks and then get our clue and flip the Tameo here, but we should have enough points of interaction where we're safe for at least this turn. And for future turns, we can we can rebuy some forces. So the Tameo flips, play out the land. I choose to play out the frog here.
I think that's correct. I would
Yeah,
do that. Pressure advantage.
they brainstorm in response, especially if they want to interact with this frog. I'm very happy with them interacting with it instead of their interaction being used to protect their combo. Um, so they end up just letting the frog resolve. But we do have two pieces of interaction in the face of them having possibly 4 mana, most likely 3 mana. So this daze should be live. And they play a fetch land and then end up just passing back again, which is very surprising to me. Um,
Yeah, it means they probably have a sneak attack instead of show and tell, or
yeah,
that they're trying to get a day's protection range. But
the
that gives you a lot of time.
yeah, like being able to one get to draw an extra card off a frog and potentially rebuy something with Tameo here. I choose to just use the brainstorm, and
Wasteland.
finding a wasteland basically just negates them trying to play around our days at this point. And hitting the green source cuts them off of Veil of Summer. I don't think their deck plays that many green sources.
You
Um,
could actually play out a second frog here now that you are rebuying a blue card because
yeah,
you'll have double. Yeah, this is sick.
so I choose to do the ponder again, instead of playing the second frog because I knew that the Goyf was there. Um, but I think I should have just played out the second frog instead of um, playing out the Goyf here.
I mean, my thinking on the matter, if you're curious, it's just that like double frog is just gonna draw 3 cards a turn.
Yeah,
Basically, you're drawing 3 cards, and every other turn you're regrowing something with
yeah,
Tameo. I
exactly.
mean, there's no way they can keep up with
I
that.
think I completely agree that playing the second frog there was better than, because I've already played my land for the turn, so it's not like I can find another wasteland there or something, or some other reason to play the ponder. It would basically only be Thoughtseize, and I think having access to double force is better than that. So they have their force protected. We have the force back, and we could have access to uh, second force here if we had kept instead of playing the
Yeah,
Goyf. But we don't get punished here. Um, we knew that we had this coming and get to uptick the Tameo. I choose. I think I end up just holding the land in hand. No, I okay. So if I play it out, I can hardcast the Brazen Borrower. Um, they have a Petal, which is likely their top deck if they didn't play it out last turn, and then they have the Sneak Attack, which we have the Force of Will for, and they are unlikely to be able to kill us even if they had protection there, because they would need to have another mana source and a creature and some protection in their 2 card hand, which is not possible.
yeah,
Um,
and I think instead of playing out the brazen borrower, I would definitely crack the clue here.
yeah, I end up doing that in the end step. I just crack the clue.
Okay,
Um,
yeah. And
and
my reasoning is like now you can regrow force, which does mean that you don't have Tameo around anymore, but it gives you protection in case they do somehow have.
it also
Uh,
does increase the clock by putting a creature in the graveyard. Um, it makes it 5, and then you could discard one card to make it a 2-turn clock here.
That's a good
Um,
observation.
so I buy back the Force, and then I probably should discard. I mean, discarding versus playing this Nethergoyf is kind of the same thing. Um, so I just end up playing the Goyf instead of discarding it. This puts us down on 1 mana effectively. If I just discard the Goyf, it does basically the same thing. Actually, no, because this is better in the face of Pyroblast if they Pyroblast our Frog.
That's a good
Um,
point. Of
so
course, if they're
actually,
pyroblasting their frog, that's like an extra turn that you're
yeah,
getting. I mean, you had this like totally covered. There, the only clinch was when you didn't have the second blue card for the second force.
yeah,
But other than that, I think, like in my humble opinion, having watched you just win 15 matches, your play was incredibly tight, and I've learned a lot. And I hope everybody tuning in has learned a lot too. That was the final
that
one.
was the final trophy. It's
Awesome.
it's been a long one. Thank you for everyone for sticking around.
All right, let's pull up the deck list one last time,
Yeah, one more
and
time.
maybe yeah.
We
So
can close out of this and one more time. And do you also want me to show off what I'm currently playing? Because I have changed the
yeah,
list a
let's take a
little
look at
bit.
your current list.
So the final trophy list was that I decided on was this, which I already explained. The main deck has stayed the same. The sideboard I have changed a little bit here, and I most recently trophied with this list yesterday, and I'm a big fan of this configuration leading into Eternal Weekend. If I can just get this over here. The consigns are the same, the Hydroblast is the same, the Thoughtseize, that's all the same. I'm playing a Grafdigger's Cage instead of the Nihil Spellbomb. I found that the cage has some text in some matchups where you don't have a ton of sideboard cards, like against Green Sun Zenith decks. It's also good against the Blue Black Reanimator in that if they have like multiple reanimation spells, it works there.
It
I'm
also
playing
protects them from getting stuff out of your graveyard because you
Yes,
don't want to
super
spellbomb
relevant.
yourself.
Yeah, you don't want to spellbomb yourself, and I had too many games where my opponent like reanimated my frog, and I had to spellbomb myself, or didn't, and then lost my own frog. I'm playing a Long Goodbye instead of the Go for the Throat now. There's kind of been an uptick in decks playing 3 mana to Fairy, and I like this as an answer to that quite a bit. Um, and it's also just very good in the tempo mirror. Still the 2 Barrow-goyfs, 2 Harbinger of the Seas, the Borrower, and then I'm playing 1 Snuff Out because of the rise of Painter and to a lesser extent Eldrazi. Um, Snuff Out's really great in that matchup. It lets you tap out to play a frog post board and still being able to hold up interaction. So personally, going into Eternal Weekends, this is likely the exact 75 that I'm going to register. Although I will be doing some more testing
Yeah.
and talking about the list on my Twitter, which is joyful_waffle, if you don't mind me shouting myself
Yeah,
out.
absolutely. I'll also put a link to it in the show notes and a link to anything else you want to share. Man, it's been such a blast
It's been
having you on the channel.
my
Yeah.
pleasure. Anytime, anytime. I always glad to talk about the deck with another Tempo fan, and I love your content, so it's been an honor.
Awesome, man. Well, thank you for the kind words, and I think we can just end it there. This is plenty. I'm going to certainly rewatch all this and try to like get even more takeaways from it. It's all about just you know constantly like introspecting and reviewing play and like trying to tighten up. And yeah, we've got like another I don't know how like a month and a half or so before Eternal Weekend at this point.
About that, yeah.
Yeah, so definitely like I'd love to do some focused mirror testing with you
Sure,
at some point if you
absolutely,
feel
yeah.
like it. Yeah, and but just stay tuned to this channel. I'm going to be probably playing exclusively blue black tempo decks. I don't want to play. So I've said this many times on the channel. So I apologize if I sound like a broken record, but I don't want to play blue black reanimator. I have like zero interest in
Yeah,
that deck.
I'm in the same way. I think the deck is good, but it just doesn't mesh with me, so I haven't played it in a while.
Yeah, and this deck, I mean, Frog is likely to get banned not because of this deck, but because of the blue black reanimator deck. It's just it's too convenient to like discard, Atraxas,
Mhm.
and it's really good in that. But I don't think Frog is like inherently like a totally broken card, like a lot of people complain about. It is a very good card,
Yeah,
but I think other than that, like this deck will still be potentially viable. There's so many other good black cards
yeah.
that we can slot in. We can. I mean, Nethergoyf is a truck. I love it. So yeah, this is likely to continue to be a deck that we can explore in 2025 after Frog gets almost certainly banned. So that's another reason to giggle with it.
Yeah. It's
Awesome.
deck's great, has great players, great community. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
All right. Well, until next time, everyone, be excellent to each other and party on.